their duties to their clients and to the court. Sometimes these motions or objections may require the court to consider outside your presence the questions raised, and you will be excused to the jury room. We will try to minimize the number and length of these interruptions and ask for your patience in this regard.
Jury instructions.
Ladies and gentlemen, trial procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides have the opportunity to make
jury selection today, but I guess they're starting, so we're here.
This opening statement is not evidence.
I haven't even had coffee yet.
Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence, but is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to be. Following the opening statements, the evidence will be presented. Evidence can be in the form of testimony given by witnesses or physical evidence that will be labeled with exhibit numbers for identification. After the presentation of all of the evidence, the attorneys have the opportunity to make what is called a closing argument or summation. At this time, the attorneys may suggest which laws are applicable and how they should be considered in light of the evidence, and point out to you certain parts of the evidence that they think are favorable to their position. The goal of a closing argument is to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge you more specifically on the law that applies to this case. I will then ask you to retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach a verdict.
That's perfect.
The jury has a very important role. It is your duty to determine the facts of the case and to apply the law to those facts. I will instruct you on the laws that apply to this case, but you must determine the facts from the evidence. Evidence, by definition, is the means by which any fact and issue is established or disproved. Evidence consists of two things: testimony and exhibits. Testimony is the testimony that you will hear under oath from those who take the witness stand.
I'm still awake. I'm still waking up.
Documents, photographs, or other physical evidence that are admitted into evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the object of this trial is to discover the truth. During the trial, the admission of evidence will be governed by certain rules of evidence.
Hello, Nerd Amber.
Those rules were drafted with one prominent purpose in mind, and that purpose is the discovery of the truth.
Morning, Leah.
Consequently, the rules of evidence seek to assure that only the best and highest evidence is admitted for your consideration. During the trial, the attorneys have a right to object to the admission of evidence if they believe its admission would violate a rule of evidence.
Good morning. How are you feeling?
Exclude the evidence according to those rules.
I worry about you every time I see.
If I overrule an objection,
I worry about you.
This means that you are allowed to consider the evidence being offered. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, this means you may not consider the evidence being offered. You should consider only that testimony and only those.
I know this is the first time I'm going to have to.
And you should draw no inferences and make no assumptions about the evidence objected to if the objection was sustained. In the event that you hear or see inadmissible evidence before an objection can be made and ruled upon, if the objection is sustained, I will instruct you to disregard it. And you should disregard that evidence entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict.
Yeah,
you, the jury, must
excited about this
determine
too. We're going to see how it goes.
And believability of the witnesses. It is for you to determine which witness or witnesses you believe and which witness or witnesses you will not believe if there are some whom you do not believe. In determining the credibility or believability of witnesses, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witnesses testify, their intelligence, their interest or lack of interest in the case, their means and opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, and the occurrences about which they testify. You may also consider their personal credibility insofar as it may appear to you from the trial of the case.
I'm behind. I'm missing y'all.
As the fact finder, it is your duty to believe the witnesses who you think are most believable.
Hi, Melissa Dotson.
It is for you alone to determine what testimony you will believe and what testimony you will not believe. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it is presented during the trial. If at any time you are unable to hear or see any evidence being presented, or if you are suffering from any discomfort that diverts your attention, please feel free to inform me, and I will do whatever is necessary to assure that you are able to hear and see the evidence being presented and give it your undivided attention. If you are in need of a recess at any time, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. It is vitally important that you are as comfortable as possible so that you can focus on the evidence being presented. It is important that you view this evidence with an open mind at all times and reach no final conclusions until the trial is over.
I literally just woke up.
Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. Also remember that during the course of the trial, it would be improper for you to discuss this case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or hearing.
Good morning, Pauline.
This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations
Thank
begin.
you, Scott.
I have asked the bailiff to provide you with
I
pencils
need
and
to log into
notepads
RA on
for
my
your
phone
use
so I
during the
can
trial.
check in with him.
You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witnesses during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. Notes are not evidence, only memory aids, and should not take precedence over your recollection. It is the duty of each juror to recall the evidence, and while you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings. Do not be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what the evidence may have been. After the trial is over, the notes will be collected and destroyed. I instruct you, ladies and gentlemen, that you must decide this case for yourself solely on the testimony you hear from the witness stand and the exhibits admitted into evidence. You may not visit any scenes depicted by the evidence. You may not utilize any books or documents not in evidence during your deliberations. You may not read or listen to any accounts of the trial that might appear in the news media. You may not discuss this case with anyone other than your fellow jurors during your deliberations. That concludes my preliminary instructions, and we are now ready for the lawyers to give their opening statements. Before they do that, though, I do need to swear you in as our trial jury. So if you all will please stand and raise your right hands. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Richard Vincent Merritt, who is charged with murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. If this is your oath, please state, I will. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before the state begins with its opening statement, I do want to bring something to your attention. We do have media coverage of the case going on in the courtroom this week and next week. The cameras are not to be pointed at you. They're here to capture the proceedings and not you. Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't want you all to be distracted by that or to be concerned about it. So please don't let that distract you from paying full attention to the evidence as it is being presented. And again, as I told you before we got started yesterday, if you are something that you hear or see makes you uncomfortable that you think needs to be brought to my attention, please make sure that you do that as quickly as possible. Speak to one of the deputies and they will let me know that we need to address something. Okay. So, all right. So we are now ready for the state
Recovery
to begin
addict. I
its
saw somebody
opening
say the word I won't say, we
As I
say it
told
all
you
the time over
before,
here. I love
the
him. He's
state has the
amazing.
burden of proof in a criminal case, so the state has the right to speak to you first.
Thank you, Arlene. This one is right by my old hometown, so I was ready to hear this one. Yes, Selena, I will be.
On February
Oh,
1st,
that one.
2019, the defendant, Richard Merritt, brutally and viciously attacked and murdered the victim, Shirley Merritt. He used a kitchen knife to stab multiple times in the back, chest, throat, and face. And then he picked up a 35-pound dumbbell, which he held above her head and bludgeoned her with. Then he left her body dead and bleeding and crumpled at the bottom of the stairs to her own basement. Shirley Merritt, the victim, was 77 years old at the time. She was the defendant's very own mother. Now, if Shirley Merritt were alive today, she would have just celebrated her 50th Mother's Day as the defendant's mother. And during the course of this trial, you are going to learn a lot about Shirley. And I think that the theme that you will see is that she was somebody who was always giving of herself. She could have retired years before, but because she loved her job in patients and family services at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, she continued to work there until the day of her death. She was the kind of person that if you were her friend and if it was your birthday, she would have made you one of her famous cupcakes. She loved cooking meals for her family. She loved going to her grandson Jack's games and band concerts. But the person that she probably gave the most to was her youngest son, Richard. Now, the defendant had been an attorney here in the Atlanta area, and it was Shirley who gave him the funds to set up his own practice. On the outside, everything looked fine for the defendant. He was married to his wife, Janine, who was a veterinarian here in town. He had 2 kids, both of whom were in private school, and he had his own law practice. He was in court in Dekalb County all the time. But it was discovered that he had violated the trust of his mother, of his wife, of his kids, and of many of his clients. Starting sometime in 2014-15, several of his clients started coming out of the woodwork, reporting that he was stealing from them. Cobb County investigated the charges and found that he had, in fact, stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars and defrauded many of his clients, most of whom were elderly. They charged him with a 34-count indictment with several counts of theft by taking, various degrees of forgery and exploitation of elderly victims. Finally, the defendant was arrested by Cobb County, and it was his mother, Shirley, who put up the money to bail him out of jail. Janine, having learned of this ongoing deception, asked for a divorce, and it was Shirley who opened the door to her home in Stone Mountain for the defendant to have a place to live. Now, as you learned during the course of this trial, Shirley was truly disappointed in her son. She was not pleased with his actions, but still, she was his mother, and she wasn't about to let him sit in jail or live on the street. Finally, On January 18th of 2019, exactly 2 weeks before the day of the murder, the defendant faced a Superior Court judge in Cobb County and entered a guilty plea to all 34 counts on the Cobb County indictment. The judge sentenced him to 15 years to serve. And for some reason, the judge decided to give him 2 weeks before he had to turn himself into the jail. He gave him 2 weeks to get his affairs in order before spending 15 years in the Department of Corrections custody. However, there were some caveats to that. First of all, the defendant had to wear an ankle monitor so that the court system could keep tabs on his whereabouts to prevent him from running. The defendant continued to live in Shirley's house during this period of time. And I'm going to tell you, Shirley was an emotional person and she was distraught over the fact that her son had been convicted of these charges and over the fact that her son was going to go away
Today.
For some time. But still, she wasn't going to let him live on the streets for these 2 weeks. Shirley confided in a close family member who's going to testify. He's going to be the first witness the state calls today. His name is Mike Jeffcoat. Mike is a cousin of Shirley's husband. And even though Shirley's husband died several years before the murder, Shirley remained in close contact with him. They were exactly 10 years apart in age, and they just had a really good relationship. Mike Jeffcoat and his wife, Joan, lived in Birmingham. They still do. And Shirley would call him and text him, and you're going to see some of the distress in the text messages that she sent him during this 2-week period. Well, knowing that Shirley was going to likely be too emotional to drive her son to the jail, Jeffcoat suggested that he and Joan drive from Birmingham to Stone Mountain the morning of February 1st, which was the returning date, and that Mike would drive the defendant to Cobb County Jail, which is about 45 minutes away to an hour away, while Joan remained at home to keep Shirley company. They were even planning on spending the night because they didn't want Shirley to be alone. None of that ever happened. On the morning of February 1st, Mike Jeffcoat got what he considered to be a very uncharacteristic text message from Shirley. It said, "Mike, I wish you wouldn't come. Please come another weekend. Things are bad here." Mike was worried, but he knew that Shirley was somebody who was emotional, and he wanted to give Shirley and the defendant their privacy on that day. So he and Joan decided not to drive into Atlanta. Well, that text message was the last Mike Jeffcoat or anyone ever heard from Shirley. The next time Mike saw her was the next morning when he drove into Atlanta, went into her house, and found her dead at the bottom of the basement stairs. The defendant, in the meantime, never turned himself in to the Cobb County Jail at 5 o'clock on February 1st. And by this time, he was gone, in the wind, not to be found until a nationwide manhunt uncovered him in Nashville, Tennessee, 8 months later. And we're going to talk about what he did during that period of time, during the course of the trial, and I'm going to get back to that in a few minutes. But let's go back to what happened to Shirley. The medical examiner found that she had been stabbed 4 times in the back, 1 time at the side. She had been stabbed under the right clavicle in the neck, which severed her jugular and caused her to bleed out. She was stabbed several times in the face, and the force was so strong, ladies and gentlemen, that the blade of that 9-inch knife lodged into the bones in her skull, and the handle broke off. But that wasn't enough, because laying next to her, crime scene investigators found a 35-pound dumbbell with blood and hair on it. And the medical examiner found that the right side of her head had basically been bludgeoned. It had been bashed in to the point where the basal bones in her skull were shattered. Investigators arrived on the scene, and it was very clear to them that this had not been a case where an intruder came into the house and killed Shirley Merritt. There were no open or broken windows. All the doors were closed. There was no sign of forced entry or any tampering at all. All the furniture was upright. There were valuables that had not been stolen. In fact, Shirley Merritt's purse was still on the scene, and it had blank checks in it. What's more, the two weapons that were used weren't something that somebody had brought in. They came from inside the house. The knife with a 9-inch blade was a kitchen knife that came right out of Shirley Merritt's own knife block on her kitchen counter. The dumbbell was in storage, waiting in her basement, and you're going to actually see the mark on the carpet where it had been resting prior to the defendant picking it up and killing his mother with it. What's more, you know what Shirley had been doing when she was attacked and killed? She was cooking the defendant his last meal before he had turned himself into the jail that afternoon. Investigators found spaghetti and Shirley's famous bolognese sauce, hot and cooking on the stove, along with a salad that she is about to toss and a loaf of garlic bread that she had just gotten out of the oven with the knife that he used to kill her. Where was the defendant all this time? Well, he went into hiding, but he wasn't hiding under a rock. He drove off out that day, and he went, we don't know where he went, but we know where he ended up. He went to Nashville, Tennessee, and he started a whole new life. He met people out there. He got a job at a bar. He started online dating, and in fact, met a woman who he started a relationship with. But just like his clients, and just like his wife and his kids and his mother, he lied to her as well. Because he lived under an alias the entire time he was out in Tennessee. And you know what? I'm telling you now, it's a ridiculous alias. So ridiculous that I'm not even going to tell you what it is. You'll hear it when the witnesses testify, and you're going to see the fake driver's license that he made with that name on it. He was arrested 8 months later, on September 30th of 2019 by Gerard Hunt and his team with the U.S. Marshals Office after a nationwide manhunt. You know how they found him? He was driving Shirley Merritt's Lexus that he had stolen from her garage after he killed her. A few things I want to go over. First of all, something that's really important in this case is the timeline. And investigators were able to put together a very precise timeline. In fact, we know where the defendant was almost every minute of February 1st of 2019, because we have something that we don't have in a lot of homicide cases. As I told you, when the judge in Dekalb County gave the defendant 2 weeks to turn himself in, he ordered him to wear an ankle monitor. So we're able to put tabs on the defendant's whereabouts almost the entire day until he cut his monitor off. That morning, the defendant woke up at his mother's house on Planters Row. Excuse me. He left the home at 8 a.m. His daughter, who is disabled, had an appointment with a neurologist, and the defendant agreed to go. It was kind of his last goodbye to his daughter, Mia. He met his then wife, now ex-wife, Janine, there. It was a doctor's appointment in Sandy Springs. He returned to the house on Planters Row at 9:38 that morning. Just 1 minute later, Mike Jeffcoat got, again, what he considered to be a suspicious, uncharacteristic text from Shirley Merritt saying, things are real bad here, don't come. Now, you're going to see the text messages. They are a screenshot. The time on the text message actually says 8:39 a.m., but remember, that was, so he's going to explain to you that he actually did receive that at 8:39 a.m. Birmingham time, but it was actually 9:39 a.m., what would be considered Atlanta time. The defendant leaves the residence, according to the ankle monitor records, at 2:30 p.m. So we know that sometime between 9:38 and 2:30, Shirley started making lunch. She set the table for 2, put the pot of bolognese sauce on the stove, cooked the spaghetti, but that meal was never touched because between those times, between 9:38 and 2:30, the defendant was at the house, and sometime during those hours, he killed Shirley Merritt. The defendant leaves the residence at 2:30, and he travels north up to Norcross. He stops at a Kroger just for a couple of minutes, probably to gas up on the way, and he arrives at a QT station in Norcross at 2:52 p.m. Detectives pulled the surveillance camera from that QT station, and you're going to have a chance to watch during the course of that. What's really interesting about that is that the defendant isn't in his own car, which had been left at the scene, and you'll see in photographs. He's driving Shirley Merritt's Lexus. It's kind of a dark gray color, kind of crossover SUV. It will be the second vehicle that you see pull into the QT entryway. You're going to see the defendant get out of the car. He is wearing a green shirt. It has a design on it that says Ecuador. He walks into the service station. He buys a couple of waters, a candy bar, pays cash, and then he leaves. He then travels west on I-285, and he travels north on I-75. At 4:12, the defendant exits I-75 onto the Cass White Road exit, and at 4:14, the ankle monitor company gets the alert that he has cut off his ankle monitor. Steve Queen, who worked with CSRP, which is the security company that was monitoring the ankle monitors at that time, he received the alert immediately. He happened to be up in the Cartersville area. He lived up there, so he called the police. They rushed to that pilot truck stop where the GPS was pinging, but they were 14 minutes too late. They found the ankle monitor. They did not find Richard Merritt. He had cut the ankle monitor with some kind of knife or instrument and thrown it out in a garbage can under a pizza box at a pilot truck stop. At 5 o'clock, the defendant had been ordered to turn himself into the Dekalb County jail, but he never did. He was long gone by then. Well, by this time, Mike Jeffcoat and some other family members had tried to communicate with Shirley. After 5, they got a call from the Dekalb County Sheriff's Department learning that the defendant never turned himself in, and realizing that they had not heard from Shirley, they got really concerned. So they started calling 911 here in Dekalb County. Officers, Sergeant John O'Bester and Officer Ashley Nelson from the Dekalb County Police Department went out to Shirley's house, and you know what they found? They didn't find any signs of forced entry. They found that all of the windows were intact. There had been no signs of tampering. The garage door was closed. And let me tell you, they tried to get into that house. They arrived there at 5:39 p.m. and were there for actually a couple of hours. They looked into the windows. They didn't see any kind of signs of struggle, but what they did see is Shirley Merritt's purse just sitting there, which they found to be very strange. They also saw the defendant's car. It was a black Honda. It was the car that Shirley had bought for him after she posted bond for him, and it was out in the driveway. Well, at this point, everyone was concerned and really worried for Shirley. Mike Jeffcoat made the decision the next morning to wake up early and drive from Birmingham to Georgia. He was able to get a key from the defendant's ex-wife for Shirley's house. He went in, and that's when he saw Shirley laying in the basement. He called 911 on February 2nd at 9:28 a.m., and that's when they arrived and started to investigate. A couple of things that I do want to go over about this case. First of all, we sent some items to the crime lab. We sent 3 items to the crime lab. One was the handle that had come off the knife that was used to kill Shirley. One was the dumbbell that had been used to bludgeon her in the head. We sent them off for fingerprints and for DNA testing. The results didn't show that the defendant didn't have his hand on his items. They were just inconclusive, which is kind of what was expected because of the materials that these items were made out of. They weren't like fabric, which would be something that would collect and hold on to DNA cells. So they just weren't able to get enough DNA cells off that dumbbell to sufficiently test. And it wasn't like the knife was made out of glass, which is something that would be able to kind of maintain fingerprints. They just weren't able to get anything off of them. Yeah, the lab technicians are going to explain this to you. They're going to say, listen, this doesn't mean that the defendant hadn't held these items. You're also going to hear that when Shirley Merritt's autopsy was performed, she had a clump of hair in her right hand. We sent those off to the lab as well. They were both microanalyzed and their DNA was compared. All of the hairs that could be compared to Shirley Merritt's known hair were her known hair. And it makes sense because, as you will see, when she was found, she was crumpled up at the bottom of the stairs with her hands at her head, having been stabbed in the face. Another thing, you're going to see a lot of exhibits here, the testimony of several witnesses. I'm just going to tell you now, the exhibit numbers are not going to be in order, and I am not going to publish every exhibit on this screen. And that is for the privacy and for the sake of Shirley and her family, some of whom are sitting in court today. However, when you go out into deliberations, you will have a chance Finally, I know you all are probably sitting here wondering, what is it that I said that made it put me on this jury? And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not a secret. It's not some one thing that you said. You all are here because when we questioned you yesterday, you seem like the kind of folks who think using common sense. And that is your greatest asset as a juror. As you listen to the testimony, as you view the exhibit, I'm going to ask them that you view them through the lens of common sense, which is what the law is going to ask you to do. And when you do, it's going to be very clear to you that the defendant is guilty of all these crimes. Because the facts of this case are very straightforward. I'm not saying that this is going to be an easy trial. We're going to throw a lot of testimony and a lot of exhibits at you. And you're going to be here listening to several witnesses during the course of the next few days. You're going to hear some heartbreaking things. And you're going to see some ugly, brutal photographs. But it all boils down to common sense. So please keep that in mind as you listen to these witnesses and review the evidence. Because if you do, I am confident that after reviewing all of the evidence in this case, you will come back with a verdict of guilty to malice murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of felony murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of aggravated assault, and finally, a verdict of guilty to possession of a knife during the commission of a crime. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
She had a great opening. I really wish she would have done it into the microphone, though. Be a little bit easier to hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, the death of Shirley Merritt is a tragedy. Everyone here wishes that we were not here today. Everyone here, including Mr. Merritt, wishes that Shirley Merritt was with us. Everyone here wishes that she did not have her life taken and her fate taken from her. It is a tragedy. You are here with us today to decide the case of the state versus Mr. Merritt. You are here to decide Mr. Merritt's fate, the son of Shirley Merritt. You are going to be presented with evidence, witnesses in this case. You will listen, you will learn, and you will scrutinize all of those things. And I ask that you do so. And I ask that when Mr. Queen gets up here in a few days, stands before you, and asks that you find Mr. Merritt not guilty, that you do so. Because that is what the evidence will show you. And that is what the truth demands. Now, I expect over the next few days that the state will come before you, just as it has today, and focus your attention on the things that they want you to see. They will funnel you to the facts that they want to present. They will focus your attention on the narrow time frame at the end of January 2019 and the beginning early days of February 2019. They will do so to try to deflect from the weeks and months before that. They will narrow your attention to the mistakes that Mr. Merritt made, but not the bigger picture surrounding them. And they will present you, as they did today, with numbers. They will narrow you into the numbers to try to deflect from the science and the facts that they do not have. They will focus you on those few days at the end of January, beginning of February 29th. Those days in which Mr. Merritt was to turn himself in on a sentence, February 1st. The days of January 30th and January 31st, when Mr. Jeffcoat, Miss Shirley Merritt's cousin's cousin, was making communications with Mr. Merritt and Mrs. Merritt about the accommodations for them. It will focus you in on those days and not the bigger picture and days leading up to that. They will focus you in on those days and the mistakes of Mr. Merritt, but not what's surrounding it. So let's talk a little bit about the case and the sentence of February 2nd. You will hear that Mr. Merritt was an attorney. And during his time as an attorney, he made mistakes that he is not avoiding, mistakes that he admitted to. During his time, he took money from his clients. And what the state will try to distract you from is those individuals a part of that case. That case involved a number of families and people who had money taken from them. It involved individuals who were upset, understandably. They were angry. They had their lives altered, their dreams taken from them, and they were angry. You will hear evidence that they were vocal about it. You will hear evidence, I expect, that it went beyond words, that it went into actions, that it went into fear-inducing and stalking behavior. That is the evidence the state will try to distract you from, but I urge you to look at. They will try to do so by, again, redirecting your attention to Mr. Merritt's mistakes. Mistakes that Mr. Merritt admitted to. Mr. Merritt came before a court and voluntarily pled guilty. He admitted his wrongs, all of them. And he lost his bar license, and he signed up for a lengthy prison sentence. We are not trying to deflect from that. He admitted to that. But the state will try to draw your attention to that and not the individuals and the circumstances and the atmosphere that Mr. Merritt and his family were going through from that case. They will then try to narrow your attention on the numbers as they have today. They will present you with times of text messages, times of leaving a house or going to appointments. They will present you with coordinates, location coordinates, for where people were, or addresses of Mrs. Merritt, addresses of Janine Minicozi, his ex-wife, and their family, addresses where Mr. Merritt was residing when he was trying to survive and when he was trying to stay under the radar. They will present you with these numbers and narrow you in on these numbers because they are trying to distract from the science and the facts that they do not have. Some of you may be familiar with fairy tale, The Emperor's New Clothes. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that this case is similar to that fairy tale, and it is not far from it. In that fairy tale, there are weavers who are going to make clothes for an emperor. And if you know this fairy tale well, you will know they do not make clothes. They are attempting to weave clothes out of nothing. I submit to you that what you will see in this case is that the state is trying to weave a story to you. What is this nothing? What will you not have that you need to see? You will have no forensic evidence in this case. There will be no fingerprints on the knife handle that the state presents to you that match Mr. Merritt. There will be no fingerprints of Mr. Merritt on the dumbbell you are presented with. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on either of those items. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on Ms. Shirley Merritt. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt on those items. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt on his mother. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt around this scene. You will also hear that Mr. Merritt voluntarily gave his DNA to be considered in this case. But that will not be found.
Personal
You will have
injury.
no forensic evidence implicating Mr. Merritt in this murder. You will be presented with no electronic evidence in this case. I expect that you will hear testimony that a number of electronics were collected. Desktops, laptops, cell phones, iPads. There will be no information on any of those tied back to Mr. Merritt in this case. There'll be no incriminating search history, no searches to try to destroy evidence. None of that will be presented to you because it's not there. You will not be presented with any information that Mr. Merritt and his mother had disagreements, fights, arguments, or any kind of ill will. You will hear from a number of family members, but you will not hear that there was an argument between them in the days coming up or the times that they were living together for months. Most importantly, you will not hear any testimony that Mr. Merritt was violent. I anticipate that you're going to hear from his ex-wife. You will not hear that he was violent towards her. You will not hear that he was ever violent towards his children. The state has told you that you will hear from a girlfriend of Mr. Merritt. You will not hear any testimony from her that he was violent. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear any testimony that he was ever violent with his mother. You will hear none of this in this case because it doesn't exist. Over the next several days, I ask and urge you to not only look at what is there, but what is not there, what is not presented to you. Consider that Mr. Merritt is not guilty. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, this state calls Michael Jeffcoat.
Are there any witnesses present in the courtroom?
No, Your Honor.
In about 10 minutes, I'm going to disappear because they're going to be working on my internet. So I'm going to leave this up, go to my mom's, she's right down the road, and swap. So you won't see me for a minute, but I'm going to leave this up in about 10 minutes, I think. And then when I get back, I'll have the fiber internet. Hallelujah.
The deputy's going to swear you in.
Okay. I do. My name is Mike Jeffcoat, Jeffcoat.
Well, he's in the microphone. You can hear him.
Good morning, Mr. Jeffcoat.
Good morning.
Let me just start. Where do you live?
I live in Gardendale, Alabama.
Okay, could you just tell us briefly a little bit about yourself? How old are you?
I'm 71. I am retired and have lived in Alabama every year except one since 1973.
Okay. And you said, is that Birmingham, Alabama?
Gardendale is a northern suburb of Birmingham.
Right. And do you live with anyone else in your home?
My wife lives with me.
What is her first name?
Her name is Joan.
Is her last name also Jeffcoat?
No, it's Beck, B-E-C-K.
What was your relationship to the victim, Shirley Merritt?
Shirley was married to my first cousin, Ken. My mother and his father were brother and sister. Ken passed away in 2000, I believe.
Do you know how long he and Shirley were married?
I don't. I don't remember when they weren't married. And like I said, I'm 71.
And what was the age difference between you and Shirley?
10 years, almost exactly.
I'm going to move this so that Did Shirley have any children?
She had two sons, Richard and Robert.
All right, and are either of them here in the courtroom today?
I see Richard at the defense table.
And what is he wearing? Can you just kind of describe?
He's wearing a suit and tie and the black rimmed glasses right there.
Okay, that doesn't help much. Is he sitting in the middle of the table?
He is.
All right, I'd ask that the record reflects that Mr. Jeffcoat has identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
And is the defendant, Richard, is he the younger or the older of the two children?
He's the younger.
Is the older child in court as well?
He is. I see Rob in the back.
Okay, and what is the age difference, do you know?
I don't. I just know that Rob is a few years older.
Right. And did you have a good relationship with Charlotte?
I did.
Okay, can you just give a little description of what that relationship was like?
Well, she was married, like I said, to my first cousin, and I have known Shirley for as long as I can remember. And I just always thought she was a very genuinely nice person.
Did she work?
She worked in different capacities as her husband was transferred around the country. When they lived in DC, she was a realtor in the DC area, in Northern Virginia, and also worked at here most recently before her death at Children's Hospital.
Right. And do you know what she did with Children's Hospital?
I really don't know.
And did she have any grandchildren?
There were several grandchildren. I think Rob has 3 or 4 and Richard had 2.
Do you know about how old Shirley was at the time of her death?
She was 77.
And do you know about where she was living?
She was living on, I think it was Planters Row in Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Do you happen to know what county that is located in?
It's in Dekalb County.
All right. Do you, did you maintain contact with Shirley?
Yes.
And how so? Would you guys talk on the phone, visit? What was that relationship like?
We would talk on the phone. We would text. There were 2 or 3 times when I was in Atlanta for extended periods, and I would stay with Shirley for a period of time. We were friends.
All right. Do you recall her phone number?
I've got it in my phone.
Your Honor, I would ask if Mr. Jeffcoat could look at his phone so that he can remember Mrs. Merritt's phone number.
Any objection? Go ahead, sir.
Would you do that, please?
Thank you so
Sure.
much. Thank you.
Her cell phone number was 770-378-2989.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit State's Exhibit 71 via business record exception to the hearsay rule. This is Ms. Merritt's cell phone records from AT&T.
Any objection? Admitted.
Were you also in touch with the defendant, Richard Merritt?
I was.
All right. And how often were you in communication with him?
Periodically over the years.
All right. And what was that relationship like?
We were cousins.
Do you know what his phone number was back in 2019?
His phone number was area code 404-358-8254.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 70, which is the defendant's cell phone records.
Any objection? Admitted.
And did Richard work?
Richard was an attorney.
All right. And do you know anything about his law practice?
I don't. All I know is that every time we would see him, he talked about how well things were going.
Okay. Do you know what kind of law he practiced?
I think he practiced personal injury law, and I think he told me he did some criminal defense.
Do you know whether he worked for a firm?
I think his last affiliation was he was in a firm by himself or with a partner.
And, Mr. Jeffcoat, do you know whether the defendant was married back in 2019?
He was.
And what was the name of his wife?
His wife's name was Janine.
All right, and do you know her last name?
Minicozi is her name now, her maiden name.
And I'm going to kind of focus in on what happened in the years prior to 2019. Are you aware of the Cobb County charges against the defendant?
I am.
Okay, how are you familiar with those?
His mother ended up telling me about.
We're not going to go into what she said, but were you familiar with them at the time of her death?
I was.
Okay. And did you know what those charges were?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
He was accused of fraud and elder abuse, had several counts of each.
Okay. Before I go any further, there is one thing I forgot to do. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. Can you describe what that is?
This is a picture of Shirley Merritt. She was an excellent cook. She was a great baker. She could make a coconut cake that would bring tears to your eyes. And she was just a genuinely sweet person.
And does that fairly and accurately represent what Shirley looked like in life?
Yes, it does.
I move to admit State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection? Admitted.
All right, we were talking about the Cobb County charges, is that correct?
Yes.
Sir, this time I'd also move to admit State's Exhibit 2, which is a certified copy of the Cobb County indictment and sentence. It's case number 180991 from Cobb County Superior Court.
Any objection? Admitted.
She's adorable.
Show page 1 to the jury. And page 2. Is this a list of the charges that you were familiar with?
Yes.
Were you aware that the defendant entered a plea to these charges on January 18th of 2019?
Yes.
Were you present during the plea?
No.
When her son was charged with this list of charges, how did Shirley react? Just what's her demeanor?
It broke her heart. She loved both of her sons, and to see Richard throw away his whole life by stealing from clients just broke her heart, knowing that he was going to prison.
Was Shirley an emotional person?
I'm sorry?
Was Shirley emotional?
No,
Okay.
no. Shirley was a very level person.
And did she ever talk to you, without going into what she said, about how she felt about the charges?
Yes,
Are you familiar with what the sentence was?
yes,
Okay. And are you aware that there was a return date of February 1st, 2019?
yes,
Did you communicate with either the defendant or Shirley in the days leading up to that?
yes.
How did you communicate with them?
Both with phone calls and with texts.
And did you keep screenshots of your text messages with both Shirley and the defendant from the time between January 18th and February 1st of 2019?
I did.
Are you aware of where the defendant was living between those dates
He was living with his mother.
in that Stone Mountain home?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 3 and 4. Starting with State's Exhibit 3, what are those?
These are the copies of the screenshots of the text between Richard and I.
And are those actual recordings of the text messages, in fact, that they were screenshot from your phone?
Yes, in fact, I've still got the original text on my phone.
And have there been any material alterations or deletions?
No,
And what about State's Exhibit 4 with that?
these are texts between Shirley and I.
And are those from the same time period between the defendant's plea and his front-end date?
Yes,
All right, and have there been any material alterations or deletions in those?
no,
All right, move to against State's Exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, I'm going to start by showing the jury State's Exhibit 3, which, as you described, are text messages between you and the defendant. Did you and the defendant and Shirley, what was the plan for February 1st of 2019?
I was aware that he had to turn himself in on February the 1st by 5 o'clock. And I knew that would be very, very difficult on his mother. So Shirley and I and Richard had been texting and talking back and forth that week. And my wife and I decided that we would go over there on February the 1st, and she would stay at home with Shirley, and I would take Richard to report to prison
And what day of the week was February 1st?
Friday.
And you said that it would be hard on Shirley. Why did you believe it would be hard on Shirley to take her son to the jail?
This whole thing had broken her heart, and just having to take him down to report to be sentenced or to start his sentence in prison, I thought would be too much for her. And that's the reason we decided to go over there and help.
And do you know the approximate distance, or rather the time it would take to get from Shirley's house on Planters Road to the Cobb County Jail?
Given Atlanta traffic, I would guess probably an hour, around 5 o'clock.
And would you be coming from Birmingham that morning?
Yes,
What time were you supposed to arrive at Shirley's house?
probably around 2, I think is what the text messages say. They had things they wanted to do prior to that.
And can you characterize Shirley's text messages in general? And I will move forward to State's Exhibit 4 so that the jury can kind of see what you're talking about.
She wanted to take Richard, but she also was relieved that I was coming over to take him to report to prison.
Okay, well, just in general, Shirley's messages, how did she text?
Shirley did not use teenager abbreviations. She texted in full sentences and paragraphs, and she was trying to explain what was going on.
I'm gonna let the jury read these. She refers to Mia and Jack in these messages. Who are Mia and Jack?
Mia and Jack are Richard's 2 children.
spending the night or the weekend there?
Pardon?
His house, were you planning, you and Joe planning on spending the night at Shirley's house?
It depended on what Shirley wanted. We knew this was going to be terribly difficult for her. We told her if she wanted us to stay at her home that night, we would. If not, then we would just turn around after I dropped Richard at the Dekalb County Courthouse and go back to Birmingham.
I want to focus specifically on what happened on February 1st. Did you drive into the area that day?
I did not. I received text messages from Richard and from Shirley asking me not to come over on Friday morning.
I am going to point your attention to State's Exhibit 4, the last page of that. You see that on the screen there?
Yes.
Tell me about this text message that we are looking at from Shirley. Can you read it to the jury, please?
This is where she contacted me, and it says, I mean, everybody can read it. It just says, things are not good here. I can drive into the jail and get myself home without any problem. Richard has some things he has to take care of this morning, so we don't need to leave here before 2:00. That's why he originally said for you to not get here before 1:30. He has a lot of things we need to talk about.
What time did you receive that text message from Shirley?
At 8:39 a.m.
Was that Eastern Standard Time, DeKalb County time, or was that Birmingham time?
That was Central Time, Birmingham.
So what time would that have been in DeKalb County?
That would have been 9:39 in DeKalb County.
And what was your reaction when you received this text message from Shirley?
I was a little disturbed. I didn't know what her state of mind was. I knew this was going to upset her, but I also knew that Shirley was a strong woman and could make up her own mind. And if she was requesting that I not come over, I was going to honor that.
So did you make the decision not to go in that day?
I did. I made the decision I was actually already on the road when I got this, and I turned around and went back home.
Did you also hear from the defendant that morning?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3, the last page of that. What time did you hear from the defendant that morning?
That was at 9:25 Central Time,
Okay, again, what time would that be in DeKalb County time?
10:25.
Okay, and what did the defendant say?
He said, thanks again, but as we both told you, she's okay. We need the privacy to talk through some matters. Please call her this weekend to check in. I cannot express how much your help has meant during this nightmare. I'll call you in a few weeks from inside. Love, Rich.
And what was your reaction when you received this text message?
At this point, this was just more confirmation that I was not wanted at Shirley's house and confirmed my decision not to go.
Did you ever try to call either the defendant or Shirley Merritt after receiving either of these text messages?
I tried to call both.
Why?
No, I'm sorry. After receiving these text messages,
Yes.
no, I did not.
Were you in communication with any other members of the family?
No,
Did you ever hear from Shirley after this?
no,
And did that raise any concerns for you?
no. She had a whole lot on her plate that day, and I just assumed that she was snowed under and any communications with me weren't necessary at that point.
messages between you and Shirley. It looks like on the last page of 664, there is a text from you. It's Friday at 4:17 p.m., which would that be Central Time?
Yes, it was.
And what time would that be in Eastern Standard Time?
5:17.
Okay. It looks like you tried to reach out to Shirley. It's hard to see what is on that text message. Are you able to tell the jury what you wrote there?
Yeah, hold on, let me pull it up. I can tell you what it says without looking at it, but basically it says, "Call me, please," because I had already received the call that he had cut his bracelet and was running.
Who did you learn that from?
I received a call a couple of minutes before that from Janine that she had gotten a call.
All right, we're not gonna go into what Janine said, but do you know about what time you received that call from Janine?
It was, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes after 5 o'clock Eastern time, so 4:15 my time.
Okay. And so when you learned that the defendant had cut off his ankle monitor, what was your reaction?
Pretty much shock that he would do that.
Okay. And do you know about how many times you reached out to Shirley after that?
I tried to call her phone several times, and I sent her that text asking her to call me.
And did you ever hear from her?
No,
And did you reach out to the defendant as well after that too?
I tried to reach him as well and got no answer.
Okay. And what was going on in your mind at this point?
It was very confusing. I didn't know what was going on. My main concern at that point was, where was Shirley?
And so what did you do?
I had several more phone calls with Janine and a couple of other family members. And I was aware that they were trying to locate Shirley too, and Richard.
Did you ever call the police in Dekalb County?
I did not.
All right. Were you aware of whether anyone else did?
Yes, I was informed that someone had called the DeKalb police to come out and try to enter the home and see if Shirley was in there.
Okay. Did you decide to go to the home that night?
I did not that night. It was about, I want to say 9, 10 o'clock, something like that, my time, when I got word that the DeKalb police had gone there and did not have probable cause to make entry.
Okay, we're not going to what was said, but you got word that Dekalb County police had been there, and what did you do after that?
After that, I talked to Janine. I said, I need to get into that house. It's late now.
Did
So-
you have a key to the house?
No, but Janine did.
Okay, and so what did you agree to do?
I was going to meet Janine and her dad the next morning at about 9 o'clock Eastern time at the entrance to that subdivision to get the key from her to go into the house.
And did you in fact drive into DeKalb County on February 2nd?
I did.
Around what time did you leave Birmingham that morning?
It was probably 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, my time.
And what time did you arrive in DeKalb County?
It was a few minutes before 9.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 5 and 6. I'm just gonna put those up there for a second. When you arrived at the subdivision, did you in fact meet with Janine?
I did, at the entrance to the subdivision.
Did you get the key?
I did.
Okay. And was anybody with you that
No.
morning?
No, they wanted to enter the house with me and I told them no. Because I didn't know what I was going to find.
Okay.
And so I took the key and went to the house.
Did you bring anything with you?
I was in my truck and I also had a weapon
Why did you bring a weapon?
because I didn't know what I was going to find inside that house. We knew that Richard was in the wind, but we didn't know where he was. Shirley's car was missing, but he could have gotten back into the house.
And were you familiar with Shirley's house?
Yes,
Looking at exhibits 5 and 6, what are those photographs of?
the exhibit 5 is a picture of the front of the house. Exhibit 6 is a picture of the back door where I made entrance.
Do those photographs depict what that house looked like at the time that you arrived on February 2nd?
Yes.
All right, this time I need to advance exhibits 5 and 6.
Any objection? Okay. Admitted.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Does my mic work? Do I sound normal? Don't want to talk over the testimony, but just want to make sure you can hear me.
Showing the jury seats in exhibit 5. This picture of Shirley's house.
Yes, it is.
Did you go through the front door?
No,
And did you try to go through the front door?
I did. I checked all the doors. All the doors were locked and secured with deadbolts. And so I went around to the back door and made entrance on the next picture through that door.
Before we get there, how many entrances were there to the house? Do you recall?
There were several because they had several glass doors or French doors on the back, and they each had doorknobs. And I believe there was also another entrance downstairs in the basement through there.
Did you check all of those?
I did.
I'm sorry?
I did.
And
It's a really nice house.
All the doors were locked and secured.
did you see any broken windows?
No,
Did you see anything that you would consider to be evidence of somebody having broken into that house?
no.
Tell me about the garage. Where was the garage located?
If you look at this picture, the garage is over on the left-hand side. The picture that the window at the top is over the garage, and then there is another window into the garage on the far left, and behind the mailbox post is another window.
And
We're gonna need to zoom in.
was the garage door closed?
Yes, the garage door was down and closed.
Do you know whether Shirley parked her car inside that garage?
Normally she did, yes.
And what kind of car did she drive?
Honestly, I don't remember.
And were there any vehicles in the driveway?
No, mine was the only vehicle.
Okay, and, I'm just showing you State Exhibit 6. What is this a photograph of?
That is a picture of the door that I entered on the back of the house in the backyard.
What does that door enter to?
It enters into a little hallway. There is a laundry room and a bathroom off to the right as you go in there.
Why did you decide to go through that door?
I just thought it would be the most convenient to go through.
Why is that?
Just seemed like it, because the first thing I wanted to do was try to locate her, and that gave me an end point on the house to start going through.
Did you knock on any of the doors?
I did not.
And were you able to get into that door using the key?
Yes.
What did you see when you went inside the house?
I walked in and was checking the rooms as I went through there and did not see anything. And then I moved on into the kitchen and the den. And there's also a bedroom on the first floor. Didn't see anything there. Went around to the living room and there wasn't any, and the dining room, and there wasn't anything there either.
And did you try the door to the garage? garage?
I exited through the garage.
Do you recall if the door that goes into the garage was locked?
Yes,
It was locked?
yes.
And did you notice any kind of overturned furniture or signs of struggle?
No, the only thing that I saw was in the bedroom on the first floor, there were bed linens on the floor.
Okay. And did you find Shirley?
Not at that point, I didn't. From there, I proceeded to go upstairs and search the upstairs. Did not locate her there. And then I came back downstairs and was going into the downstairs area, the basement area. I opened the door to the basement area. The door was not locked, but it was shut and the light was off. I went down the steps and you had to go down and make a turn to the right. And when I made the turn to the right, after I'd flipped the light on, Shirley's body was laying at the bottom.
I'm going to show you Stacy's Exhibit 7.
Man.
What is that?
That is the bottom of the stairs where Shirley was.
And is that how you found Shirley on February 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit Stacy's Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
This may be visible on the screen. Just a trigger warning.
Mr. Jeffcoat, did you
Oh, man.
go any closer than this to Shirley's body?
I did. I called her name. She didn't respond. I went down, checked for a pulse. There was none. And at that point, I knew it was a crime scene and I backed out.
Did you notice anything around her body?
Honestly, no. I wasn't paying any attention to anything else.
Did you move her at all?
No.
And what did you do about it?
I backed out of there and I called 911.
Did police arrive?
Welcome back, Brandi.
Yes, I went out,
Thank you.
back
haven't been
out
able
through the
to click on
garage. I
any
raised the
chats,
garage
super
door
chats.
and walked out on the driveway, called 911, told them what I'd found, what the circumstances were, and waited on them to come.
How long did it take them to come?
5 minutes, something like that.
And were you there, when you got there?
Yes,
And did you speak to officers?
I did.
Did you ever hear from the defendant after this?
No,
Did you ever reach out to try to get in touch with him?
no,
Have you seen him until today, between then and today?
no.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffcoat.
Hey, Brandi, are you good? Are you set up?
Yes, I am set up. Thank you so much for your help.
Awesome. Glad I could pop in just for a minute. I wanted to give a shout out to Misbehaving and give a super sticker, so I wasn't able to click on her name, but thank you. Glad I could step in. Thanks everybody for being here, supporting JT and Brandi. You're gonna do a great job on this trial.
Thank you
I'm
so
gonna-
much. I
I'm gonna
appreciate
catch
it.
up on the replays. We'll see
Thank
you.
you so much. Thanks. Bye. I needed a portal instead of having to drive down the road. Yes, I had to run to my mom's. They're installing my fiber internet as we speak.
Mr. Jeffcoat, I'd like to begin talking with you about the text messages.
Okay.
The text messages between you and Shirley as well as Richard. You were the one who suggested coming to Georgia to assist.
Welcome, Lego My Briefs.
Is that right?
That's right.
And you spoke with Shirley about that,
Yes,
and you spoke with Richard about that.
yes,
And when you spoke with Richard about that, he was grateful.
yes,
And he too was concerned about his mom's mental health.
right,
And he was concerned about her driving
right,
when she would be upset.
yes.
Okay?
He's literally the best, absolute best.
And I'm going to point your direction to what has already been marked as State's Exhibit 3, the text messages between you and Richard. And this gray bubble would be your responses, correct?
The dark blue is me, the light blue is Richard.
So this is you saying, thank you so much, that's a relief for me, was worried about her. He says, I was too, this makes us all feel better.
No,
So I have the opposite.
you have the opposite, that's correct.
So Richard is actually starting these two bubbles of conversation, expressing his worry. This is, was worried about her.
Well, I said, happy to help make it easier on your mom, I'll be there by 1. He replied, thank you so much, that's a relief for me, was worried about her.
Right, so that's Richard responding, I was worried about her.
Right,
And you and Richard discussed the details of that drive from the Merritt home to the jail, correct?
I think he texted something about stopping to get a cup of coffee on the way, but that's the extent of it.
So you didn't text about timing?
Well, I had already been told not to be there till about 2:00, so I planned to be there about 1:30 or so.
Okay. So your testimony is that you didn't text with Mr. Merritt about timing?
I don't recall the texture right there in front of me.
Okay. So I will point your direction to the State's Exhibit 3 again. Rich. And here's a discussion. We need to leave by 2 p.m. just to make sure we get across town in traffic. It's about 45 to 60 minutes, 40 miles or so, but it is Atlanta and Super Bowl weekend. Of course, you and Joan, if she wants to come, should stay the night. And here's the reference to the cup of coffee.
Right,
So you and Richard were making plans about timing, right?
yes,
You had concerns about traffic.
right,
Many of us do. And he wanted to make sure that he was there on time.
right,
Now, testify about the text that you received, starting with Miss Merritt, at 8:39 a.m. on your phone.
right,
And this is State Exhibit 4 that's been previously answered. 8:39. We have 2 pages, they're a little bit cut off, so I'm gonna start with this full page here. This is 8:39. Correct. Now, when you took these screenshots, this was when you were at the home of the Merritts, correct?
correct,
And this was in Georgia.
yes,
And this 8:39 text, you could just testify about the manner in which Shirley had texted. I believe you texted that she didn't use abbreviations,
right,
right? And this text, 8:39, it does not use abbreviations, right?
right,
You have full words, you have punctuation, right?
right,
And then your testimony is that you later received the text message from Richard. And these text messages are the change of plans, is that right?
right,
And that text from Richard was at 9:25. Again, we have a partially cut off text that goes into the full text here. And again, the screenshot that's given to the police is taken when you're at the home of the Merritts, correct?
right, I was sitting in front of it,
And again, he's expressing his concern for his mother.
yes,
In fact, he's saying, please call her this weekend to check in, right?
said he'd call me.
Right here, it says, please call her this week.
Oh, yes.
Now, you had testified that you also had discussions prior to this day with both Richard and his mother about these arrangements. And you had been in discussions with her leading up, is that right?
Right.
And one of those discussions, before Friday the 21st, is an indication from Shirley that she believed that Friday was not going to be a good day for anyone.
Right.
Okay? So she was already anxious.
Of course.
Right? I'm gonna pull up that first text, exhibit 4, the text from Shirley. Friday is not going to be a good day for any of us. And this is days before, not on that Friday. Right?
That's correct.
Now, I'd also like to bring your attention to another text message from even before that, January 18th, that's been entered here today. And states exhibit 3 had a conversation with Richard on January 18th. This is before you see this here. And this is Richard's text, correct, in the gray.
Yes.
This is yours.
Yes.
Richard is indicating back on January 18th, mom was okay, stress hadn't eaten, and probably dehydrated. She's in bed now and has nothing planned for tomorrow. You're thanking him for letting you know.
Yes.
So back on January 18th, he was concerned about her health.
Right.
Were you aware of hospitalization right before this?
Yes.
Okay. That was just days before January 18th.
Yes.
And you know that January 18th was the day that Richard was to be entering his plea in a Dekalb County, right?
Right.
So just days before entering that plea, Shirley had been in the hospital.
Right.
Now, I'd like to turn away from these text messages and talk about when you went to the house on February 1st. Now, you testified that you left around 4:30 or 5 o'clock Alabama time, is that right?
Right.
And when you left, you had not heard from Shirley,
No.
and you had not heard from Mitch.
No.
At that time, you didn't know about the car, and whether it was there or not.
I believe that I was told the night before that Shirley's car was gone, but Rich's car was there, but I'm not real clear on that.
So you're driving from Alabama and you get to Shirley's home, I think it was right around 9 o'clock Georgia time.
Right.
And you went and you checked the doors, well, I should start back up a little bit. You met with Janine Minicozi, who is Richard's ex-wife, is that right?
Yes.
And her father.
Yes.
And his name is Michael Salvatore, is that right?
Correct.
You met them at the gate of the subdivision?
Wasn't a gate. It was just an entrance to the subdivision. And that's where I told him to meet me.
Okay. So you met with them there and then you proceeded by yourself to the home?
Yes.
And when you get to the home, I think Ms. Hott asked you, you started to go to the doors.
Yes.
You don't know how many doors are on that home?
I walked all the way around it and rattled every door and they were all secure.
You don't know how many doors.
Not right offhand, no.
Now you go inside the home and you're the first person to find Ms. Merritt.
Yes.
And when you find her, you check her pulse. And you said immediately you decided to leave the house. Is that right?
Right.
And then you called law enforcement.
Right.
You waited for them to come.
Yes.
Right? And you did not try to ascertain who had been at that scene before you.
No.
You didn't try to investigate yourself.
No.
You were not there when Ms. Merritt was killed.
No.
You did not witness that.
I did not.
Any redirect?
No, no,
May the witness be excused.
no.
Ms. Wolf-Gruber? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
And Your Honor, if Mr. Jeffcoat wishes, may he come back in the courtroom?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're free to stay in the back of the courtroom if you'd like to. Thank you.
The state calls Janine Minicozi.
Yeah, I had to come to my mom's house to stream because they're installing my internet right now. So everything is splotchy because they're putting in my stuff. So now I can see y'all. Yeah, it's hard to hear the counsel. They're not standing near the microphones. You can tell that they're up and walking around and stuff. So it's really hard to hear anything they're saying. I want to mute them for a second. It's really hard to hear anything they're saying because they are not standing by the microphones. But at least we can hear the witnesses. So I guess we're getting to hear the good stuff. For those of y'all who came in late, we listened to the opening statements this morning. This trial is right by my old hometown. This is where I grew up. So this is one that I have been kind of watching and waiting on. I have a friend that works in the courthouse there in Dekalb County. So I've been kind of trying to follow it and keep updates. So that's why we decided to do this one as my first daytime one. So we could see how it goes since it's close to home. Yeah, this is definitely, this is day one. Opening statements just started this morning. He was, and for those who missed it, he was disbarred in Georgia. He stole almost $500,000 from clients. He he was facing 15 years in prison. So they gave him 2 weeks to go get his affairs in order. He was staying at his mom's. His mom was cooking his last meal for him, I guess. And that's when they're saying that he beat her, stabbed her, stole her car. And then he was on the run for about 8 months before they found him in Nashville. So that's the background for this. Oh, I just got to notice that we're only 10 away from 600 members. That's amazing. Welcome to everybody from RA. Yeah, I love RA. He's literally like my all-time favorite streamer. I I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for his help. He's helped me so much. And so now everything he does, I have to be on replay crew and go watch replay since we'll be doing this during the day. He, from what I could tell from opening statements, their defense is not much of a defense at all. They're saying that he, he's innocent. He didn't do it. So I'll be interested to hear them present their evidence as to why they think that he should be able to do it. But the thing is, for him to, be on the run for 8 months in her stolen car, I think that says a lot. So, I hear that a lot, Johnny. Where did it go? That this is similar to the Alex Murrell trial, and there are definitely some similarities, for sure. Lawyers stealing money and killing people, unfortunately. I agree. If he was going to, do anything. He could have just gone on the run. There was no reason for that. That's sweet little lady. She actually worked at the hospital in Atlanta up till when she died. She just looks like the sweetest thing. As far as I know, they're scheduled to have this trial this week and next week. I don't know if it's going to go any longer than that, or if, you know how trials are. Sometimes they go longer, sometimes they go shorter. I think the only real motive that they have is, that he wanted to go on the run because he didn't want to face his 15 years in prison, and he stole her car and took off. And, I don't know why he would have had to do that. They say that he and his mom never fought and everything, but, that's what the defense is saying. But, I don't know. I guess we'll hear the evidence on that. Jessica O, you said this happened about 8 minutes away from you. Where are you from exactly? I'm from Loganville area. So like Loganville and Stone Mountain are right there near me. Yes, Ashley, I agree. Take the keys and just go. Just go. But so sad. Good morning. Good morning, Rita. Yeah, I kind of thought this too, maybe because, he was worried about her reporting it. But I don't know. It's really sad. Yeah, he tried to change his identity. He went he went to Nashville. He was in around Georgia first, and then he went up to Nashville, which is where they ended up catching him. He changed his name, and she said, I'm not even sure what he changed his name to actually, but she said that in the opening statements that it was ridiculous and that we would hear it in testimony. So I don't know if I missed it when I was portaling over here, but I guess we'll hear more about that. Yeah, for the car, I thought that too, because he took her car when he left. I think she had a Lexus is what they said. And he took her car and left in her car. So if he was trying to keep her from reporting a stolen car, I don't know. Okay. I'm from Loganville area. So Stone Mountain, I always grew up going to laser show all the time. And my mom, that was actually her first job, was at Stone Mountain Park. My parents met at South Gwinnett High School. So that's my hometown. That's why I wanted to cover this one. Yeah, this is something I thought too. I hope that it happened fast. Can chat me move to the top? I can try to do that. Let me see. See, I'm okay with it blocking me, but if y'all want. Let's see. Let's see if I can move. Oh, before I do that. Welcome. We have a new member. And I saw somebody asking if they could join. There's a join, or how to become a member. There's a join button. Also, our members are amazing and gift memberships a good bit. And, we appreciate that so much. So if you have your gifts turned on, then we've had a lot of members become that way too. Jay Clark watching from Cobb County. Yeah, I am from Walton County. So right by Dekalb and Gwinnett. So right down the road from you. I'm in Florida now, but the join button should be, well, if you're on an iPhone or an iPad, I know it's a lot harder to find. I think people have had to do it from the like Safari browser or something. If you're from an iPhone and an iPad, it's harder to find. Yeah, let's see. I'm seeing if I can move the chat up. Actually, I'm looking at it. Oh yeah, we have 692 in here now. Yep. Yeah, membership gifts are amazing. We love those here. They're awesome. Check the audio. Okay, I can move it up. I forget, you know, it's funny because I forget because sometimes I don't ever look at myself on here. I just look at the chats and stuff. And let me see if I can change this around a little bit. Oh, I love this. The 13th Addict. I love Recovery Addicts channel. I have been a devoted watcher for such a long time. Well, I say such a long time. I didn't even learn about YouTube until, you know, a few months ago. So basically from the beginning of my YouTube watching experience, I've been an addict. So he's the best. Morning, Ricky Watson. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Miss BZ, good to see you. Okay, yes, sorry. I keep getting distracted saying hi to y'all. Let me try to move this stuff. Okay. Is that better? Hello, Debbie. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I should have brought my old lady glasses. I'm used to my big, huge computer screen at my house, and now I'm on my little bitty laptop while they're installing my fiber internet. So it's a little bit harder to see. I feel like I'm just staring at y'all like this. Juror interviews from Lori Valadabel were very interesting to watch, very insightful. I have those saved to watch. I have not had a chance because we've been streaming at night, of course, and you know, and then research and stuff during the day. So, and prepping and then getting ready for podcast and launching the website. And it's been really, really busy. So I haven't got to watch them yet, but I have them saved so that I can. I think a little bit of both. I think that we are, they're giving a little bit of a break before they go into the next one. Of course, the break couldn't happen while I was trying to rush over to my mom's house. Boots must be bumping the cameras. Goodness gracious. Yes, Lisa Wilmot. So JT has one. I just have to figure out now that we've decided to kind of split a little bit. Split in a good way. We're still a happy home. But for those of y'all who are just joining, so 13th Juror, originally we started with doing the evening ones with Lori Valadabel because they were releasing the audio in the evenings. So we did it in the evenings, and we still love the evenings. With JT's schedule, with his work and family, it's harder, you know, he can't really do days. It's harder for me to do the evenings late. So what we've decided to do is do 13th Juror during the day. I wanted to do this one because it's my hometown. So I've been talking about doing this one, and talked to RA about it, and decided to go ahead and do it. So we're doing this one during the day. And then our 13th juror night stream is going to be 13th juror night court. And we're going to be doing that one Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays in the evenings. And we're doing another trial right now. But once this one finishes, what we're going to be doing is, I'm so excited about this. So our evening streams are going to be kind of like infamous trials. So we're going to revisit some of the main parts of some of the trials that aren't the ones going on now necessarily, but they're the ones that everybody knows about, and things that we've heard about in the past. But now, being trial watchers now, a lot of us we may have knowledge of these trials, but we haven't actually got to watch them. So like the Menendez brothers and O.J. Simpson and Jodi Arias and things like that. So we are going to be, our night court sessions on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are going to be revisiting like some of the infamous trials and stuff like that. And I'm so excited about it. It is going to be so cool. And, imagine, all those trials when they were going on, there wasn't YouTube to watch them, while we chatted about it and got to talk about it. So excited. So, and JT's mostly going to be handling that, but I'm not gonna be able to stay away because I'm going to want to see him too. So, I'll be there in the evenings too. I may not be there the entire stream because I'm going to have to, of course, wake up and do this one, but we're so excited. Yeah. Revisiting the old trials. We are so excited about that. And, oh, we have audio. Every single day, I will go to the beach almost every single day. That's funny. I watched the verdict on those TVs that they have mounted on the wall. And when I was in school, we watched it too. I remember that. That was the first verdict. And I remember watching the slow speed chase in the living room floor. I was sitting on the living room floor. We had a big old braided rug. I was sitting there eating a sandwich or something. I can't remember. And we watched the slow speed chase. They have his Bronco in a museum. Where was I? Was it Gatlinburg, maybe? A true crime museum or something, and they have it there. Yep, they stopped everything and turned TVs on.
Remain seated. Court is in order.
Oh, we have new members. I didn't get the notification. Hold on, let me look. I love new members. Amy, H51 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That's so generous, so kind. Thank you.
All right. Why don't you bring your witness in?
Yes.
We did, yes. But that's okay. That's okay.
You come on. We'll all leave to the chair.
If you bring the jury in.
It's how I'm presenting my evidence.
Yes, the cold case trial is the one that we're covering in the evenings right now.
Yes.
That one was so interesting. We wanted to cover it. We wanted to be able to see that mama get justice. So we're covering that one in the evenings. And then when that one ends, we're going to start doing the throwback trials. I'm so excited about that. So excited about that.
So that I can click on the evidence that I intend to present while she is on the stand.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, but I just, then it be broadcast to all the screens right now. Broadcast to all the screens, that's what.
Okay.
Right, I understand where. That's perfect.
One thing about Atlanta, there's a lot of judges, prosecutors, attorneys. There's a lot of really powerful, amazing women in Atlanta. Atlanta is, it's one thing I love about it. So it's great to see. This is the first trial that I've been able to cover with a female judge. It'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for all the retro trials. Right now, until this trial is over, we're going to try to do Monday through Friday. So tonight, I think, is going to be a pretty short night, though. There's not a lot for tonight. It's only going to be
You all may be seated.
2 hours.
Janine Caruso Minicozi. You want me to spell my whole name? Caruso,
Ricky Watson.
Caruso.
Ricky Watson just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you.
What is your relationship to the defendant, Richard Merritt? I am his ex-wife.
And how long were you married?
19 years.
I want to talk about you for a little bit. Where do you live? Just kind of around what area of town?
I live in Marietta. I live in East Cobb.
Are you from this area originally?
I grew up in Metro Atlanta, yes.
And what kind of work do you do?
I'm a small animal veterinarian.
And do you have a practice?
I work at a practice in Vinings.
And when did you and the defendant get married?
May of 1999.
How did you all meet?
We met at the University of Georgia when I was a freshman and he was a sophomore.
Did you both graduate from the University of Georgia?
We did.
Where did the defendant go to law school?
He went to law school at Mississippi College in Jackson.
Okay. Are you all Georgia fans?
Yes.
And do you have children together?
We do. We have 2 children.
What are their names and ages?
We have an 18-year-old son named Jackson, and I have a 16-year-old daughter named Mia.
Can you just briefly tell us a little bit about your kids? Is Jack in high school?
Jack is graduating high school on Monday. And my daughter, my 16-year-old daughter, will be starting high school in the fall. She's about to be 17. She is disabled. She has cerebral palsy. She's a delightful child.
And when you were married to the defendant, what kind of work did he do?
He was an attorney, but not when we first got married.
When did he become an attorney?
He became an attorney quite some time after he graduated. It took him 3 times to pass the bar.
Okay. And did he work for a firm?
He worked for many firms.
2 weeks.
All right. Did he? What kind of law did he practice?
He practiced many different kinds of law over the years. He had a lot of different jobs at a lot of different firms doing different things.
Prior to losing his license, what was he doing?
He had his own private practice prior to losing his license.
Okay. And how was that funded?
When he started his practice, how was it funded? His mother gave him all of the money that he needed to start his law practice.
And how long were you all married?
19 years.
When you and the defendant were married, what kind of lifestyle did you live?
We lived, I guess, what you could call like a fun jet-setting lifestyle. We had really good childcare, so we were able to travel a lot. We went a lot of places. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of friends. We were very social. We had parties often.
Were your kids in private school?
My son was in private school up through 8th grade. And Mia was always in public school because she needed special education because of her disability.
And what were the reasons that you divorced the defendant?
I divorced my ex-husband when I found out about his double life and his crimes and what he had done to all those people and what he had done to us.
And specifically, what was that?
What did he do to us?
Yes.
Let's see.
I'll probably do it at night like I did Lori Valley.
Didn't pay our mortgage for 6 months, so we lost our home. At the time of his arrest, January of 2018, we lost our electricity because he hadn't paid the bill. I had a van that I used to transport my daughter and her wheelchair, and he pawned the van, so I lost my car.
Your Honor, I didn't expect the question to go quite that deeply, so we'll move on.
Sustain the objection.
Judge Moon, strike.
Strike what?
Strike the testimony as being non-responsive to the question.
Well, I think the testimony that was provided was responsive to the question, but I will sustain the objection.
All right. When did you ask the defendant for divorce?
I served him divorce papers 5 days after he was arrested.
And when was that?
He was arrested January 31st of 2018. So 5 days later, I asked for divorce.
All right. And when was the arrest, or the divorce final?
It was about June 20th of that year. So it was four months later.
Okay. And you said that the defendant had been arrested in what jurisdiction was he arrested?
Dekalb County.
Did you post his bond?
No, no.
Okay. Who posted his bond?
His mother.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit State's Exhibit 83, which is a certified copy of the defendant's bond paperwork from March of 2018.
Any objection?
Objection.
Your Honor, may the jury see I think I can.
Yes.
She does, and they will probably try to paint her to be just a bitter ex-wife. The defense will. I'm not a lawyer. That's my guess. It will be, I think court starts 9:30 Atlanta time, so 9:30 Eastern. So I'll probably start about 9
Do you know the amount
Eastern.
of the bond?
I don't remember. I know it was a lot, and I know she put up her house.
I'm gonna zoom in. All right, Ms. Minicozi, what was your relationship with Shirley Merritt like?
Well, she was my mother-in-law, and I included her as part of our immediate family because she was so close to my children. Her grandchildren were her entire world. She was at birthdays and baseball games and band concerts, and we talked to her a lot. We were together for holidays and birthdays, etc.
Okay. And did you maintain a relationship with Shirley after you divorced the defendant?
I stayed in contact with her, yes.
And why did you communicate with her as often?
No.
Okay. Did you visit her at her home in the Smoke Rise area?
Yes, I did. I would bring the kids over there to see her, and I did go over there and see her.
Did you maintain what you would consider to be a good relationship with Shirley?
I was polite to her, but our relationship became strained during that time because she did not want me to divorce Richard and was very adamant about it, and we used to argue about it. So.
Okay. And I mean, were these big arguments, or I mean, how did that play out?
I didn't have big arguments with her. We had a lot of terse conversations that were contentious. I never fought with her. I always treated her with love because I did love her.
And after the divorce, did you maintain any kind of relationship or contact with the defendant?
I did have contact with him because I was letting him see my daughter almost every Sunday.
Would you consider Shirley to be a good grandmother?
Yes, she was the best grandmother.
Aww.
She was the best grandmother.
And did she cook?
Yes.
Any specialties?
She was a very good cook. I think I would say her specialty would be Southern soul food, which everybody really loved. Her desserts were really good.
Well, let me back up to this. Were there any special meals that she would cook for the defendant?
Yes. One of the favorite things that she made was her spaghetti and the sauce recipe. And I actually use that recipe myself to this day.
Right. What was the relationship between the defendant and his mother like?
Contentious. They argued a lot. She did a lot to help us, yet he wasn't always nice to her. He would get frustrated with her because he thought she was too involved in our lives a lot of the time.
What do you mean she would do a lot to help you?
Well, that's a Southern mama.
She did so much to help us. She helped us buy a house when we were young. When we were first married, before Richard was an attorney, she helped us out financially because I was a student and we needed help paying our bills. And of course, like I said, she gave him the money he needed to start his firm.
And when the defendant was arrested, did he hire a defense attorney?
He did.
Do you know who paid for that?
Shirley paid for it.
Okay. Did you or the defendant owe Shirley any money at the time of her death?
I know he had borrowed money from her that he intended to pay back, but the understanding was he was never going to pay her back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear? You said that there was some contentiousness between the two of them. What in general were their arguments about?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything.
All right. And what was Shirley's reaction after learning that the defendant had committed these crimes against his clients?
Oh gosh.
Without going into anything that she would have said.
Right. She was devastated. She was devastated that her son had been capable of hurting all those people. It ruined her life.
So the defendant was, where was the defendant living at that point?
After he was bonded out,
Yes.
with her, she took him in.
And was he living with her up until the day of her death?
Yes.
The defendant was sentenced in Cobb County on January 18th of 2019. What was your relationship with him at that point?
I was still talking to him. He was still seeing the children, and we had made arrangements for him to say goodbye to the children before he was supposed to report. So we were still in contact with each other.
Did he ever discuss the charges with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his attitude toward them?
We're going to Jack Rollins.
Your Honor, I think it goes to the motive in this case. I think it goes to kind of his frame of mind during this entire time period and during the time that we are alleging that he killed Shirley.
I can't see where this witness can talk about his frame of mind.
I think she can talk about what she visually observed and what he told her during this time period.
Well, the cough was loud at the microphone. At least she got to the microphone for that.
Go back there.
Look at the judge's face. I love that.
What are you trying to elicit, Ms. Potts?
Your Honor, according to Janine, the defendant he never showed any kind of remorse. He's a bit flippant about the charges. I think this goes to the day of the crime. Our theory of the case is that he made the decision not to turn himself in. What we believe happened is that that's what the argument between he and his mother was about that day. We think that she was cooking him dinner. She was, insistent that he do his time and do the right thing, but he didn't feel that that was something that was necessary.
But this witness wasn't present for any of that alleged discussion that took place that morning. So what personal knowledge would she have of what his state of mind was that day?
Well, we believe it was ongoing, that during, he there was kind of the underlying question of whether he was going to turn himself in during this entire 2-week period.
And this witness has personal knowledge of that because why?
Well, she would just say that he didn't show any remorse.
To her?
What was that?
To her?
Correct.
They're deciding outside the presence of the
And
jury.
never
It's
showed
allowed.
remorse that she saw. She was kind of in the back when he entered his plea that day on January 18th.
But in this case, he's not charged with absconding from entering into prison that day. He's charged with a homicide. And I don't see how that's relevant to whether or not he committed this offense.
Okay, well, we do believe that that was part of his motive in killing his mother. And the absconding was, you know, he took her phone and her car and was trying to get out.
I don't think this witness is competent to testify to
Okay.
that. Okay, all right, if you bring your witness back in. Did you want to say anything else?
No, I think you did right on the head.
And keep an eye on the time, because we're going to stop right at 12.
Okay.
It sure does sound like it. They are banging around in there. Hello, Mr. Mann. Welcome. There's always a coffer managing. Yes. There's always a coffer.
You may be seated. Go ahead, Ms. Potter.
Yeah. All of their banging echoes.
Were you present in the Cobb County Superior Court on January 18th, 2019, when the defendant entered his plea?
When he was sentenced or when
Yeah.
he entered?
I'm sorry, when he was sentenced.
When he was sentenced, I came in at the very, very end to hear the verdict and then I left.
Okay. And were you aware of what the sentence was?
Yes.
What was it?
15 served 30. I'm sorry, 30 served 15.
What were any parameters put on that?
That he had 2 weeks before he had to report to get his affairs in order.
Was he ordered to wear an ankle monitor?
Yes.
And during those 2 weeks, where was he living at the time?
At his mother's house.
Of the financial
And did
crime.
you maintain communication with him during that 2 week period?
I did.
Okay, how often did you see him?
I talked to him frequently during that time because he wanted to get some affairs in order and see the children and say goodbye to the children.
And did he have the opportunity to say goodbye to the children?
He did.
When was that?
That was the Thursday night before, that was the night before the murder, Thursday night of that week. We met in a Starbucks parking lot and he said goodbye to both of the children.
And did you have a key to Shirley Merritt's house?
I did.
I want to discuss the events of February 1st, 2019. Did you see the defendant that day?
I did.
Where did you see him?
I saw him at my daughter's appointment. She had an appointment with her neurologist early that morning, and he met us there at the appointment, which was unusual.
And why? Well, first of all, why was that unusual?
Because for most of Mia's life, I went to all of her doctor appointments without him.
And was it planned that you would meet him at the doctor's appointment that day?
Yes, he said he was coming and he was going to meet me there, and I knew that there was a chance that he was going to come.
And did he in fact meet you there?
He did. He got there a little bit late, but he did come.
Okay, where approximately is the doctor's office?
Sandy Springs.
Okay, and can you, I mean, is that off somewhere off 285?
It's close off 285 near Children's Scottish Rite Hospital, that area.
Who were you with that day?
I was alone with Mia, with our daughter.
And do you remember what time the appointment was scheduled for?
It was around 9 or 9:30 in the morning, something like that. I don't remember exactly because of how much time it's been, but that was approximately the time of the appointment.
Do you remember whether he met you there on time?
No, he was late.
Okay. And do you remember about what time he did meet you?
They're breaking in 15 minutes, and I'm going to go over everything.
It was
We have a lot that we're late.
after the appointment had begun. Like I said, so much time has passed. I don't remember the exact time of the appointment, but it was 9-ish in the morning, and he showed up after we were already with the doctor and the appointment had started.
What was he driving?
The Honda that Shirley had bought for him to drive while he was living with her.
What color was that Honda?
It was black.
And can you describe his appearance that day?
He had a shaved head and a goatee.
And is that his normal appearance? Is that how he normally?
That's how he had looked for quite some time.
Okay. And how did he act during that appointment?
His demeanor was very strange.
How so?
He didn't speak. He didn't look at anyone. He didn't talk to me or the doctor. He had an aura of, it's hard to describe. He was either very angry or.
And I'm not going to ask you to speculate as to how he was feeling. I'm just what you.
He was
observed.
quiet. He was very quiet and didn't look at. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Okay.
He was very quiet and didn't look at anybody or say anything.
Okay. Did this seem unusual to you?
Yes.
And did he ever say anything to you about turning himself in that afternoon?
At that appointment, no, I don't believe he did.
Did he actually go into where the appointment took place with you?
Yes, he met me in there.
And how long did the appointment last?
It was very brief. It was a 10 to 15 minute appointment that was very routine.
And did you all leave the appointment at the same time?
We did not.
Okay. What happened?
The doctor offered.
Okay, without saying what was said.
Right. We did not leave the appointment at the same time. I believe he left before me and the doctor escorted me out to my car.
Did you hear from the defendant after that?
No.
Did you ever talk to Shirley that day?
I did not talk to her that day.
When was the last time you spoke to her?
The night before.
And what was that conversation like?
Well, she was upset about the events, and we had spoken for a couple of days about her making plans for Mike Jeffcoat to come and drive Richard to jail.
Okay. And in your opinion, was that an appropriate plan?
Yes,
Why is that?
because Shirley was way too upset to drive him herself.
Okay. Is you knowing Shirley, is that something that she would have agreed to?
Yes.
And after that, I'm sorry, you said that you last spoke to Shirley the day before the 1st of February, so January 31st. Did you ever hear from her after that?
No.
Did you ever reach out to her after that?
I did try to get in contact with her later in the afternoon on Friday.
Okay, why is that?
I believe my son had a band concert that night that she was going to meet us at, and that's one of the reasons we were looking for her, because we didn't hear from her and we knew she was going to be there.
Okay. So I want to kind of talk about what happened after Mia's appointment. Did you leave and go home after that?
Yes.
All right. And what happened? In terms of hearing from Shirley or the defendant?
I didn't hear from either of them again
All
at
right.
that point.
Did you learn that the defendant did not turn himself into the jail as ordered?
I did.
When did you learn that?
I learned that at 5:30, David Willingham, his lawyer, called me to see if I had heard from him because he did not report.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
Gathered together with my family and went as fast as we could to pick up my son where he was at the band concert,
Why did you do that?
because we were worried about Richard being missing and Jack being away from us.
Okay. What were you worried about?
We were worried about what Rich might do.
And you said you reached out to Shirley. Do you remember about what time that was?
We called her several times that evening.
And who's we?
We, me, my parents, and I don't know if Mike reached out to her, I'm sure.
Okay. Were you in communication with Mike as well?
Not that day.
Okay. When did you talk to Mike?
Saturday, the next morning.
Okay. And did you go to Shirley's house on February 1st?
The day that she was murdered?
Yes.
No, I went to Shirley's house the next day
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
to check on her because we hadn't heard from her and we were very worried that something had happened.
Okay. Did you go with anyone?
Yes. My dad drove me to Shirley's house because I had the key and we met Mike Jeffcoat there. We met there together so that we could check on her because we were worried that we hadn't heard from her.
What is your father's name?
Salvatore Minicozi.
Does he go by Sal?
He does.
And what happened when you met Mike Jeffcoat there?
We arrived at her house at the same time and he said he offered to go in first and I waited outside in the car with my father.
What happened after that? Did you see Mike go into the house?
I believe we were not, Mike called us. We were still in our car.
Okay.
And then Mike called us to tell us that she was dead in the house. And then he came outside and we talked to him. We saw him while he was waiting for the police.
So were you in a vicinity where you could see the house?
Yes, I was parked in the cul-de-sac right in front of the house.
Okay. And did you see Mike check the doors to the house?
Mike did that right before we had pulled up. We had been around the corner in the neighborhood.
All right. And did you see any cars in the driveway?
The Honda that Shirley had bought for Richard was there.
When you arrived at the house, do you remember, were you able to see whether the garage door was open or closed?
I don't remember. I was so upset at Shirley being dead in the house. I don't remember getting a look at the garage door.
Tell me a little bit about that garage door. How would you be able to open and close it?
Well, with the remote, with the remote or the button, just as usual.
Was it one of those garage doors? I know that sometimes you can press the button and run out and it'll still close. Could you do that with that?
No.
Okay. Did And so did you call 911 after learning that Shirley was dead?
Mike did.
Did you ever hear from the defendant that day?
No.
Did you work with the U.S. Marshal's office in their attempts to find the defendant over the next several months?
Yes, extensively.
Did you give them information about the defendant and where he might be?
Yes.
Did you have any idea where he was?
No.
Did you ever hear from him in any way during the course of those months?
No.
And did he ever reach out to your children?
During the time that he was missing?
Yes.
No.
Do you recall when you learned that he was arrested?
Yes.
When was that?
That was 3:00 on the date of his arrest. The marshals called me to tell me.
What was your reaction?
I know I started screaming relief, extreme relief that he had been caught. Finally,
Why were you relieved?
because we were so scared during the whole time that he was gone that he might come after us or hurt us, because his behavior had been so scary at the time that we last saw him.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch break now. I'm going to ask you all to please be back at 1 p.m. You will meet the deputy out in front of 7A at the other end of the hallway, just to make sure that you don't come into contact with any of the parties or witnesses in this case. Please remember the instruction not to talk about the case or allow anyone to talk to you about the case. You're free to bring back any beverages that you want into the courtroom, no alcoholic beverages, but anything that you'd like to have in the courtroom, you can bring back after lunch, okay? Have a nice lunch. See you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Ms. Minicozi.
Okay, so yay, thank you for letting me know. We have over 600 members. That's awesome. That's amazing. I love our little group. So welcome to our new members. I know that there are some people who came in late, and honestly, I thought they were finishing jury selection this morning. So I didn't even post a link to join until I just kind of woke up and rolled out of bed and went live, still in my pajamas. So I know that there's a lot of people that are coming in late, so I can kind of give you a recap of the stuff that you've missed. So this is State of Georgia versus Richard Merritt. So Richard Merritt, and I've seen a few of the questions. I want to try to make sure I answer them as we, if I leave any out or forget any, then just ask again and I'll see it. But chat was moving kind of fast for a while. So basically the Richard Merritt is an attorney who was a personal injury attorney in let me move this, a personal injury, oops. Okay, I'm trying to get this back to where. Whatever, we have JT on here for now. See if we can move it. There we go. So he was a personal injury attorney in Georgia. He was disbarred for stealing almost $500,000 from his clients, and he was facing 15 years in prison. So he went to court. He was, they found him guilty. There wasn't much hiding it. He was busted. So he was facing 15 years in prison. The judge gave him 2 weeks to go get his affairs in order. And then he was going to have to turn himself back in. So when he did this, he was at his mom's. He was staying at his mom's. He was having the kind of like the last meal, and she was making the spaghetti that they were talking about earlier. So she was cooking him his last meal before he had to turn himself in. Well, then he ends up, he's allegedly ends up beating her, stabbing her. They're saying that he murdered her there. She's, I think, 77 years old, murdered her and stole her car and went on the run. So he was on the run for about 8 months before they found him in Nashville and arrested him. He had, was using a fake name and all that. That was his ex-wife that we just saw. She was saying that she, served him with divorce papers after she found out about his, second life. And she does sound very angry. You can hear the anger in her voice. So I'm sure that was, prosecution, questioning her, but I'm sure that when defense gets up there for cross-examination, they will try to pin her as just a, bitter ex-wife to try to use that anger and frustration that she has against him. She is also the mother of their children. They do have kids together. So that is, that's basically what the summary of all this is. Thank you so much, Maribel, for the super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. And you can, if for those of y'all who are normally here with me, you can see that this is not my normal place. I am actually at my mom's house right now. I had to, thank goodness, Recovery Addict came over and helped me out and covered with y'all for a few minutes. I had to run over to my mom's house there, installing the fiber optic or fiber, whatever the fiber stuff is, the internet. So they are doing it today. So today is my last day of internet problems. I am finally, I've been waiting for this, counting down the days. This is, my mom keeps, you can kind of see, like she keeps everything in here. This is like her little guest room. So she keeps everything in here. Real nice. This is where I stay when I come over, because sometimes you just need to come to your mama's. But yes, I'm excited for the fiber, whatever it's called. What's it called? Fiber? Is it fiber optic? Did I make that up? Fiber something, whatever that internet is. So they are installing it today. I will have it for the stream tonight. So, yes, he used allegedly used a 35-pound dumbbell too, along with the knife. And, it just makes me so sad. And to hear them talking about her, apparently, she was, just sweet as she could be. She was, supporting them. Now they were talking about that she lives in Smoke Rise. Smoke Rise, I actually have family that lives in Smoke Rise. That's it's like a kind of general area around Stone Mountain. And this is all in Georgia. But she, I mean, it's a really nice area. But she, seemed like she was helping them out. She helped him with, his law school. She bought him a car. She, helped him get his, she paid for his firm to, for him to start his law firm. So she is, put her house up to get him out of jail when he got locked up for the financial crime. So it seems like, she was always trying to help him. And I heard them, I heard the ex-wife saying that they, had fights and stuff because she could be too much involved, but that's a Southern mama. Like, look, mine's in the next room, so I gotta be quiet, but my mama is the same way. Like she, they can get involved and they can have opinions, but they are always there for you. They're, my mama she's always been there for me. Even when I call her today and say, hey, open the door, I got to come over. So, I get what they're saying about how she could be so involved, but I mean, she may have been very involved with them, but she also seemed like she just was wanting to help him in every way she possibly could. So, but I feel like if he wanted to go on the run, you know, take the car, take, you know, something, I guess, you know, if the thought was that she would call and report the car stolen, or that she would report him, or that he would somehow be found. I don't know. But, and then I know that I've heard a few people talking about, you know, this being kind of like a, you know, like a mini Murdoch type thing. He didn't steal nearly as much as Murdoch, but he also probably got caught faster. So he, you know, and he was tried for the financial crimes, you know, before the murders happened. And he was found guilty for that, which is why he was supposed to be turning himself in. He got 30 years and he was supposed to serve 15. So sad. Gail Pett, enjoy your errands. We will see you after lunch. I know that a lot of y'all came in late, so you missed opening statements. So right now we're on lunch. Do you want me to see if I can pull up the opening statements and we can replay them for those of you who missed them? I can do a poll. We'll see what you want to do. I need to plug my phone in too because it's going to die. We'll do a poll. Yeah, his mom does sound like an awesome lady. Okay. Oh, I'm not even going to do a poll because y'all are already saying yes. Okay. Let me see. Let me get it pulled up real quick. Let me see if I can get it to the right spot. We can listen to those.
Has the burden of proof in a criminal case, so the state has the right to speak to you first.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
On February 1st of 2019, the defendant, Richard Merritt, brutally and maliciously attacked and murdered the victim, Shirley Merritt. He used a kitchen knife to stab her multiple times in the back and the chest and the throat and the face. And then he picked up a 35-pound dumbbell, which he held above her head and bludgeoned her with. Then he left her body dead and bleeding and crumpled at the bottom of the stairs to her own basement. Shirley Merritt, the victim, was 77 years old at the time of her death. She was the defendant's
if Shirley Merritt were alive today, she would have just celebrated her 50th Mother's Day as the defendant's mother. And during the course of this trial, you are going to learn a lot about Shirley. And I think that the theme that you will see is that she was somebody who was always giving of herself. She could have retired years before, but because she loved her job in patients and family services at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, she continued to work there until the day of her death.
Yeah, she
She's the
doesn't
kind
talk
of
into the
person that
microphone.
If you were her friend and if it was your birthday, she would have made you one of her famous cupcakes. She loved cooking meals for her family. She loved going to her grandson Jack's games and band concerts. But the person that she probably gave the most to was her youngest son, Richard. Now, the defendant had been an attorney here in the Atlanta area, and it was Shirley who gave him the funds to set up his own practice. On the outside, everything looked fine for the defendant. He was married to his wife, Janine, who was a veterinarian here in town. He had 2 kids, both of whom were in private school, and he had his own law practice. It was in court in Dekalb County all the time. But it was discovered that he had violated the trust of his mother, of his wife, of his kids, and of many of his clients. Starting sometime in 2014-15, several of his clients started coming out of the woodwork, reporting that he was stealing from them. Cobb County investigated the charges and found that he had, in fact, stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars and defrauded many of his clients, most of whom were elderly. They charged him with a 34-count indictment with several counts of theft by taking, various degrees of forgery and exploitation of elderly victims. Finally, the defendant was arrested by Cobb County, and it was his mother, Shirley, who put up the money to bail him out of jail. Janine, having learned of this ongoing deception, asked for a divorce, and it was Shirley who opened the door to her home in Stone Mountain for the defendant to have a place to live. Now, as you learned during the course of this trial, Shirley was truly disappointed in her son. She was not pleased with his actions, but still, she was his mother, and she wasn't about to let him sit in jail or live on the street. Finally, on January 18th of 2019, exactly 2 weeks before the day of the murder, the defendant faced a Superior Court judge in Cobb County and entered a guilty plea to all 34 counts on the Cobb County indictment. The judge sentenced him to 15 years to serve. And for some reason, the judge decided to give him 2 weeks before he had to turn himself into the jail. He gave him 2 weeks to get his affairs in order before spending 15 years in the Department of Corrections custody. However, there were some caveats to that. First of all, the defendant had to wear an ankle monitor so that the court system could keep tabs on his whereabouts to prevent him from running. The defendant continued to live in Shirley's house during this period of time. And I'm going to tell you, Shirley was an emotional person, and she was distraught over the fact that her son had been convicted of these charges, and over the fact that her son was going to go away for some time. But still, she wasn't going to let him live on the streets for these 2 weeks. Shirley confided in a close family member who's going to testify, who's going to be the first witness the state calls today. His name is Mike Jeffcoat. Mike is a cousin of Shirley's husband. And even though Shirley's husband died several years before the murder, Shirley remained in close contact with him. They were exactly 10 years apart in age, and they just had a really good relationship. Mike Jeffcoat and his wife, Joan, lived in Birmingham. They still do. And Shirley would call him and text him, and you're going to see some of the distress in the text messages that she sent him during this 2-week period. Well, knowing that Shirley was going to likely be too emotional to drive her son to the jail, Jeffcoat suggested that he and Joan drive from Birmingham to Stone Mountain the morning of February 1st, which was the turning date, and that Mike would drive the defendant to the Dekalb County Jail, which is about 45 minutes away to an hour away, while Joan remained at home to keep Shirley company. They were even planning on spending the night because they didn't want Shirley to be alone. None of that ever happened. On the morning of February 1st, Mike Jeffcoat got what he considered to be a very uncharacteristic text message from Shirley. It said, "Mike, I wish you wouldn't come. Please come another weekend. Things are bad here." Mike was worried, but he knew that Shirley was somebody who was emotional, and he wanted to give Shirley and the defendant their privacy on that day. So he and Joan decided not to drive into Atlanta. Well, that text message was the last Mike Jeffcoat or anyone ever heard from Shirley. The next time Mike saw her was the next morning when he drove into Atlanta, went into her house, and found her dead at the bottom of the basement stairs. The defendant, in the meantime, never turned himself in to the Dekalb County Jail at 5 o'clock on February 1st. And by this time, he was gone, in the wind, not to be found until a nationwide manhunt uncovered him in Nashville, Tennessee, 8 months later. And we're going to talk about what he did during that period of time, during the course of the trial, and I'm going to get back to that in a few minutes. But let's go back to what happened to Shirley. The medical examiner found that she had been stabbed 4 times in the back, 1 time at the side. She had been stabbed under the right clavicle in the neck, which severed her jugular and caused her to bleed out. She was stabbed several times in the face, and the force was so strong, ladies and gentlemen, that the blade of that 9-inch knife lodged into the bones in her skull, and the handle broke off. But that wasn't enough, because laying next to her, crime scene investigators found a 35-pound dumbbell with blood and hair on it. And the medical examiner found that the right side of her head had basically been bludgeoned. It had been bashed in to the point where the basal bones in her skull were shattered. Investigators arrived on the scene, and it was very clear to them that this had not been a case where an intruder came into the house and killed Shirley Merritt. There were no open or broken windows. All the doors were closed. There was no sign of forced entry or any tampering at all. All the furniture was upright. There were valuables that had not been stolen. In fact, Shirley Merritt's purse was still on the scene, and it had blank checks in it. more, the two weapons that were used weren't something that somebody had brought in. They came from inside the house. The knife with a 9-inch blade was a kitchen knife that came right out of Shirley Merritt's own knife block on her kitchen counter. The dumbbell was in storage, waiting in her basement. And you're gonna actually see the mark on the carpet where it had been resting prior to the defendant picking it up and killing his mother with it. What's more, you know what Shirley had been doing when she was attacked and killed? She was cooking the defendant his last meal before he had turned himself in to the jail that afternoon. Investigators found spaghetti and Shirley's famous bolognese sauce, hot and cooking on the stove, along with a salad that she is about to toss, and a loaf of garlic bread that she had just gotten out of the oven with the knife that he used to kill her. Where was the defendant all this time? Well, he went into hiding, but he wasn't hiding under a rock. He drove off out that day, and he went, we don't know where he went, but we know where he ended up. He went to Nashville, Tennessee, and he started a whole new life. He met people out there. He got a job at a bar. He started online dating, and in fact, met a woman who he started a relationship with. But just like his clients, and just like his wife and his kids and his mother, he lied to her as well. Because he lived under an alias the entire time he was out in Tennessee. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you now, it's a ridiculous alias. So ridiculous that I'm not even going to tell you what it is. You'll hear it when the witnesses testify, and you're going to see the fake driver's license that he made with that name on it. He was arrested 8 months later, on September 30th of 2019 by Gerard Hunt and his team with the U.S. Marshal's Office after a nationwide manhunt. You know how they found him? He was driving Shirley Merritt's Lexus that he had stolen from her garage after he killed her. A few things I want to go over. First of all, something that's really important in this case is the timeline. And investigators were able to put together a very precise timeline. In fact, we know where the defendant was almost every minute of February 1st of 2019, because we have something that we don't have in a lot of homicide cases. As I told you, when the judge in Dekalb County gave the defendant 2 weeks to turn himself in, he ordered him to wear an ankle monitor. So we're able to put tabs on the defendant's whereabouts almost the entire day until he cut his monitor off. That morning, the defendant woke up at his mother's house on Planters Row. Excuse me.
She almost fell.
He left the home at 8 a.m. His daughter, who is disabled, had an appointment with a neurologist, and the defendant agreed to go. It was kind of his last goodbye to his daughter, Mia, and he met his then wife, now ex-wife, Janine, there. It was a doctor's appointment in Sandy Springs. He returned to the house on Planters Row at 9:38 that morning. Just 1 minute later, Mike Jeffcoat got, again, what he considered to be a suspicious, uncharacteristic text from Shirley Merritt saying, things are real bad here. Don't come. Now, you're going to see the text messages. They are a screenshot. The time on the text message actually says 8:39 a.m., but remember, that was So he's going to explain to you that he actually did receive that at 8:39 a.m. Birmingham time, but it was actually 9:39 a.m., what would be considered Atlanta time. The defendant leaves the residence, according to the ankle monitor records, at 2:30 p.m. So we know that sometime between 9:38 and 2:30, Shirley started making lunch. She set the table for two, put the pot of bolognese sauce on the stove, cooked the spaghetti, but that meal was never touched because between those times, between 9:38 and 2:30, the defendant was at the house, and sometime during those hours, he killed Shirley Merritt. The defendant leaves the residence at 2:30, and he travels north up to Norcross. He stops at a Kroger just for a couple of minutes, probably to gas up on the way, and he arrives at a QT station in Norcross at 2:52 p.m. Detectives pulled the surveillance camera from that QT station, and you're going to have a chance to watch it during the course of that trial. And you know what's really interesting about that is that the defendant isn't in his own car, which had been left at the scene, and you'll see in photographs. He's driving Shirley Merritt's Lexus. It's kind of a dark gray color, kind of crossover SUV. It will be the second vehicle that you see pull into the QT entryway. You're going to see the defendant get out of the car. He is wearing a green shirt. It has a design on it that says Ecuador. He walks into the service station. He buys a couple of waters, a candy bar, pays cash, and then he leaves. He then travels west on I-285, and he travels north on I-75. At 4:12, the defendant exits I-75 onto the Cass White Road exit. And at 4:14, the ankle monitor company gets the alert that he has cut off his ankle monitor. Steve Queen, who worked with CSRP, which is the security company that was monitoring the ankle monitors at that time, he received the alert immediately. He happened to be up in the Cartersville area. He lived up there, so he called the police. They rushed to that pilot truck stop where the GPS was pinging, but they were 14 minutes too late. They found the ankle monitor. They did not find Richard Merritt. He had cut the ankle monitor with some kind of knife or instrument and thrown it out in a garbage can under a pizza box at a pilot truck stop. At 5 o'clock, the defendant had been ordered to turn himself into the Dekalb County jail, but he never did. He was long gone by then. Well, by this time, Mike Jeffcoat and some other family members had tried to communicate with Shirley. After 5, they got a call from the Dekalb County Sheriff's Department learning that the defendant never turned himself in, and realizing that they had not heard from Shirley, they got really concerned. So they started calling 911 here in Dekalb County. Officers, Sergeant John O'Bester and Officer Ashley Nelson from the Dekalb County Police Department went out to Shirley's house, and you know what they found? They didn't find any signs of forced entry. They found that all of the windows were intact. There had been no signs of tampering. The garage door was closed, and let me tell you, they tried to get into that house. They arrived there at 5:39 p.m. and were there for actually a couple of hours.
15 years.
They looked into the windows. They didn't see any kind of signs of struggle, but what they did see is Shirley Merritt's purse just sitting there, which they found to be very strange. They also saw the defendant's car. It was a black Honda. It was the car that Shirley had bought for him after she posted bond for him, and it was out in the driveway. Well, at this point, everyone was concerned and really worried for Shirley. Mike Jeffcoat made the decision the next morning to wake up early and drive from Birmingham to Georgia. He was able to get a key from the defendant's ex-wife for Shirley's house. He went in, and that's when he saw Shirley laying in the basement. He called 911 on February 2nd at 9:28 a.m., and that's when they arrived and started to investigate. A couple of things that I do want to go over about this case. First of all, we sent some items to the crime lab. We sent 3 items to the crime lab. One was the handle that had come off the knife that was used to kill Shirley. One was the dumbbell that had been used to bludgeon her in the head. We sent them off for fingerprints and for DNA testing. The results didn't show that the defendant didn't have his hand on the items. They were just inconclusive, which is kind of what was expected because of the materials that these items were made out of. They weren't like fabric, which would be something that would collect and hold on to DNA cells. So they just weren't able to get enough DNA cells off that dumbbell to sufficiently test. And it wasn't like the knife was made out of glass, which is something that would be able to kind of maintain fingerprints. They just weren't able to get anything off of them. Again, the lab technicians are going to explain this to you. They're going to say, listen, this doesn't mean that the defendant hadn't held these items. You're also going to hear that when Shirley Merritt's autopsy was performed, she had a clump of hair in her right hand. We sent those off to the lab as well. They were both microanalyzed and their DNA was compared. All of the hairs that could be compared
Not guilty.
to Shirley Merritt's known hair were her known hair. And it makes sense because, as you will see, when she was found, she was crumpled up at the bottom of the stairs with her hands at her head, having been stabbed in the face. Another thing, you're going to see a lot of exhibits here, the testimony of several witnesses. I'm just going to tell you now, the exhibit numbers are not going to be in order, and I am not going to publish every exhibit on this screen. And that is for the privacy and for the sake of Shirley and her family, some of whom are sitting in court today. However, when you go out into deliberations, you will have the chance to see them. Finally, I know you all are probably sitting here wondering, what is it that I said that made it put me on this jury? And I'm going to tell you right now. It's not a secret. It's not some one thing that you said. You all are here because when we questioned you yesterday, you seem like the kind of folks who think using common sense. And that is your greatest asset. That is your As you listen to the testimony and as you view the exhibit, I am going to ask them that you view them through the lens of common sense, which is what the law is going to ask you to do. And when you do, it's going to be very clear to you that the defendant is guilty of all these crimes. Because the facts of this case are very straightforward. I'm not saying that this is going to be an easy trial.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you.
A lot of exhibits at you. And you're going to be here listening to several witnesses during the course of the next few days. You're going to hear some heartbreaking things. And you're going to see some ugly, brutal photographs. but it all boils down to common sense. So please keep that in mind as you listen to these witnesses and review the evidence. Because if you do, I am confident that after reviewing all of the evidence in this case, you will come back with a verdict of guilty to malice murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of felony murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of aggravated assault, and finally, a verdict of guilty to possession of a knife during the commission of a crime. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
She does a good job. The old trials that we're going to be doing for night court are going to be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It'll start right after the cold case babysitter murder finishes. And I'll put that on the website today too, when I finish here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the death of Shirley Merritt is a tragedy. Everyone here wishes that we were not here today. Everyone here, including Mr. Merritt, wishes that Shirley Merritt was with us. Everyone here wishes that she did not have her life taken and her fate taken from her. It is a tragedy. You are here with us today to decide the case of the state versus Mr. Merritt. You are here to decide Mr. Merritt's fate, the son of Shirley Merritt. You are going to be presented with evidence and witnesses in this case. You will listen, you will learn, and you will scrutinize all of those things. And I ask that you do so. And I ask that when Mr. Queen gets up here in a few days, stands before you, and asks that you find Mr. Merritt not guilty, that you do so. Because that is what the evidence will show you. And that is what the truth demands. Now, I expect over the next few days that the state will come before you, just as it has today, and focus your attention on the things that they want you to see. They will funnel you to the facts that they want to present. They will focus your attention on the narrow time frame,
2 weeks.
the end of January 2019 and the beginning early days of February 2019. They will do so to try to deflect from the weeks and months before that. They will narrow your attention to the mistakes that Mr. Merritt made, but not the bigger picture surrounding them. And they will present you, as they did today, with numbers. They will narrow you into the numbers to try to deflect from the science and the facts that they do not have. They will focus you on those few days at the end of January and the beginning of February 2019. Those days in which Mr. Merritt was to turn himself in on a sentence on February 1st. The days January 30th and January 31st, when Mr. Jeffcoat, Miss Shirley Merritt's husband's cousin, was making communications with Mr. Merritt and Mrs. Merritt about the accommodations for them. They will focus you in on those days and not the bigger picture and days leading up to that. They will focus you in on those days and the mistakes of Mr. Merritt, but not what's surrounding it. Let's talk a little bit about the case and the sentence of February 2nd. You will hear that Mr. Merritt was an attorney. And during his time as an attorney, he made mistakes that he is not avoiding, mistakes that he admitted to. During his time, he took money from his clients. And what the state will try to distract you from is those individuals a part of that case. That case involved a number of families and people who had money taken from them. It involved individuals who were upset, understandably. They were angry. They had their lives altered, their dreams taken from them, and they were angry. You will hear evidence that they were vocal about it. You will hear evidence, I expect, that it went beyond words, that it went into actions, that it went into fear-inducing and stalking behavior. That is the evidence the state will try to distract you from, but I urge you to look at. They will try to do so by, again, redirecting your attention to Mr. Merritt's mistakes. Mistakes that Mr. Merritt admitted to. Mr. Merritt came before a court and voluntarily pled guilty. He admitted his wrongs, all of them. And he lost his bar license, and he signed up for a lengthy prison sentence. We are not trying to deflect from that. He admitted to that. But the state will try to draw your attention to that and not the individuals and the circumstances and the atmosphere that Mr. Merritt and his family were going through from that case. They will then try to narrow your attention on the numbers as they have today. They will present you with times of text messages, times of leaving the house or going to appointments. They will present you with coordinates, location coordinates for where people were, or addresses of Mrs. Merritt, addresses of Janine, Minicozi, his ex-wife, and their family, addresses where Mr. Merritt was residing when he was trying to survive and when he was trying to stay under the radar. They will present you with these numbers and narrow you in on these numbers because they are trying to distract from the science and the facts that they do not have. Some of you may be familiar with fairy tale, The Emperor's New Clothes. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that this case is similar to that fairy tale, and it is not far from it. In that fairy tale, there are weavers who are going to make clothes for an emperor. And if you know this fairy tale well, you will know they do not make clothes. They are attempting to weave clothes out of nothing. I submit to you that what you will see in this case is that the state is trying to weave a story to you out of nothing. What is this nothing? What will you not have that you need to see? You will have no forensic evidence in this case. There will be no fingerprints on the knife handle that the state presents to you that match Mr. Merritt. There will be no fingerprints of Mr. Merritt on the dumbbell you are presenting. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on either of those items. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on Ms. Shirley Merritt. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt on those items. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt on his mother. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt around this scene. You will also hear that Mr. Merritt voluntarily gave his DNA to be considered in this case. But that will not be found. You will have no forensic evidence implicating Mr. Merritt in this murder. You will be presented with no electronic evidence in this case. I expect that you will hear testimony that a number of electronics were collected. Desktops, laptops, cell phones, iPads. There will be no information on any of those tied back to Mr. Merritt in this case. There'll be no incriminating search history, no searches to try to destroy evidence. None of that will be presented to you because it's not there. You will not be presented with any information that Mr. Merritt and his mother had disagreements, fights, arguments, or any kind of ill will. You will hear from a number of family members, but you will not hear that there was an argument between them in the days coming up or the times that they were living together for months. Most importantly, you will not hear any testimony that Mr. Merritt was violent. I anticipate that you're going to hear from his ex-wife. You will not hear that he was violent towards her. You will not hear that he was ever violent towards his children. The state has told you that you will hear from a girlfriend of Mr. Merritt. You will not hear any testimony from her that he was violent. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear any testimony that he was ever violent with his mother. You will hear none of this in this case because it doesn't exist. Over the next several days, I ask and urge you to not only look at what is there, but what is not there, what is not presented to you. Consider that Mr. Merritt is not guilty.
Peter Ware gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Michael Jeffcoat.
Thank you. My mama brought me coffee.
Are there any witnesses present in the courtroom?
Okay, so that was, my mama just brought me coffee. So sweet. So that was the opening statements. And I think we've only got about 10 minutes left until they start back. Let me get out of this. So let me get us back to live. And we're going to try. Thank you, Peter Ware. Peter Ware gifted a membership and it went to Ashley R. So Ashley R, welcome to the cult family. We are glad you're here. Now you get all the fun emojis and commands and all the good stuff. And you get to wear green. All right, let's see. Getting our stuff pulled back up. Okay, let's see. They're still still at lunch. Sorry, guys, I'm swapping audio over. Give me 1 second. Somebody said, I think I butt dialed you by accident. I can hear in my headphones, I can hear like the chatter in the back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what she put in here. She even had like whipped cream and stuff. I can't see it without spilling it, but she even put like whipped cream and stuff in here. She's amazing. All right. What is happening? Yes, Lisa Lamont. While I'm doing this, y'all can do the John Thomas jokes. For anybody who didn't stream Lori Vallow with us, we, most of us in chat were not a fan of John Thomas. And so there were a lot of John Thomas jokes that we had. Yes, today is day one for Merritt. These were opening statements, and then we've had 2 witnesses so far. I'm trying to get us back over there. Upbeat elevator music. Yeah. Like the Jeopardy music while like you're waiting. So I generally have my partner and co-host and like right hand JT helping me with all of my audio and stuff. So I'm doing it by myself, and I'm on my laptop in my mom's guest bedroom while they're putting mine in. So trying to do all the things that I can normally do from my computer, trying to figure out how to do it on my little bitty laptop while we're live. So much fun. Okay, let's see. Nice little cup she brought me. It's got a little bunny on it. How cute is that? Hi, Zens from Georgia. Pam from Georgia. My name is Brandi, and I am also from Georgia. Glad to have you here, Pam. Hello. Yes. StreamYard. Okay. Do you do that now? Okay. Okay. So before I add myself in, um, Oh, and can we get rid of the banner too? I'm scared to touch anything. To be okay with what? Oh, the chat covering me? I'm not that worried about it. All right. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I had to get JT on the phone for a minute. Brother Brewmeister helping me out. I'm sure he gets tired of me calling and asking him a million questions about wires and internets and RAMs and whatever else, because I don't know anything about it. Okay. And we're still at lunch, so there's nothing happening yet, but we should be resuming shortly. What part of Georgia am I from? I am from like Loganville area. So Stone Mountain was really close to me, which is why this case is really, really close to home. Oh, I see movement. I can hear them a little bit, just barely kind of in the, in like the very back of my headphones. Thank you, Advocate, for sending a 13th juror daddy to get me out of the portal. Thank you, Wendy. It's a little bit hard too with trying to, because I'm kind of in limbo right now. I'm, used to working on, I have my computer with my 2 big monitors and everything set up for me. And now I'm on a little bitty Chromebook sitting on the floor in my mom's house while they're doing my internet. So trying to do everything out of whack is a little bit difficult. But today's the last day. When I get home, I'll have fiber internets or whatever. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate it. I am a little out of whack today trying to figure out how to do all this with one little bitty screen, but oh, thank you so much. I missed this while I was swapping over. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Tracy. Thank you. Can y'all hear that? They're just right now just chatting, but it is a noisy courtroom, and I feel like everything is like bouncing off the walls in there, or off the plexiglass, I guess. Thank you, Boston Girl. There are other places streaming in if you're not liking my coverage. I appreciate your feedback. I can still hear like their little hot mic, and I'm trying to eavesdrop on them. Oh, JT says one more sub to get to 6,000 subscribers. That's crazy. It's very cool. Oh, and Terry K just gifted 1 membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we got to 6,000. How amazing. That's awesome. So cool. It's a big milestone. So excited about it. Thank you so much. It is nice to have a live trial, and you know, I enjoyed very much our little community doing Lori Vallow, especially because I'd been following that for so long. But the night times and the lack of, you know, not having any kind of video was really difficult to work around. That took a lot of extra work. So that was, you know, 16-hour days every day trying to, you know, get everything together and make it as visually appealing as we could. So it was a lot of work, but man, it sure is nice to have actual video that we can watch. So yes, Sandy, my gifters are all amazing. They are the best. We have so many wonderful, generous people on here that like to give memberships, and I love it. And it's always cool when people, especially the people who are having trouble getting the memberships or joining or whatever, are, you know, seeing their name in green and they get excited. I love that. I love it when everybody gets excited. Oh, here comes the judge.
Bring them in.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Thank you.
We had the hearing yesterday regarding, or a couple of days ago, regarding the flyer that was placed in Ms. Minicozi's mailbox. My understanding was that we were going to revisit that. I think that Your Honor was leaning toward letting in, but that the defendant had to connect the dots first.
Well, I think they would do that once they have her on cross, if he's intending to introduce it through her.
Yes, however, she has no direct knowledge of the flyer ending up in Shirley's mailbox. So I think it would be hearsay to allow that information to be admitted. I think she can say that she received it, but I'm going to object to them asking whether Shirley did.
Okay, well, if she doesn't have personal knowledge of that, she can say so.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else? You know, when I'm asking these questions, it's not a trick question. I'm just trying to make sure I don't have to keep sending them in and out. So, okay, all right. Okay, you bring the jury out. Why don't you ask Ms. Minicozi to come back in, please?
Thanks, y'all. I'm excited to be on during the day too. Hi,
Ms.
Becky.
Minicozi,
Lily
you
from
understand you're
Stone
still under oath, ma'am?
Mountain. I'm from Loganville.
Mr. Queen?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr. Minicozi.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Fine, thanks. How are you?
And then you and I, we know my person, we have chatted on a couple occasions, correct?
We have.
Okay. And Dr. Minicozi, let me draw your attention back to January 2019. Let's talk about January 2019. Let's start there and then we'll go backwards and forwards, okay? Now, back in January 2019, basically, Richard's case was ongoing and he was about to enter a plea, correct? Is that a yes?
You mean right before his bench
Before-
trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And back in January 2019 and 2018, this fraud case up in Dekalb County, it was a big deal, correct?
Right.
And it was a big deal because especially not only was it that it involved 34 counts, tens of victims, but it was in the county which you and Richard lived at the time, correct?
Correct.
And because I believe at the time you and Richard were living in Smyrna.
Right.
Okay. And it was a big deal because also involved elderly people, correct?
Right.
And involved the loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars, correct?
Right.
And at this time, tensions were kind of high up there in the area where you and Richard were living, correct?
Correct.
And I think some people even called it sort of like a lynch mob after your husband, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And leading up to him entering the plea, even though you and Richard weren't together, you were concerned and a bit nervous about the whole situation.
I wasn't nervous about the situation. I was mortified that the whole world knew what I had been through. I wasn't scared. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me.
But you were concerned, correct? You were concerned about the world and what they were thinking.
Yes.
And then you were maybe a little concerned that maybe somebody was, or some person or someone was following you.
No, never.
And didn't someone come up to your job at some point in time regarding the case?
Nobody came up to my job. When Richard was first arrested, one of the victims called and told my boss what he had done. I was never worried about being followed or anything like that.
It didn't bother you that people were calling your job to talk about your husband?
It bothered me because I was embarrassed that the whole world knew what my husband had done. Rich and I were very prominently known in the community, so that's why it bothered me. I was never scared. I was mortified.
Okay. And then, of course, I know on one occasion, you were at least somewhat concerned because you did get a flyer, a cartoon in your mailbox, correct?
I remember the cartoons in my mailbox.
Okay. And did you discuss those with Richard?
Yes.
Did you discuss those with Shirley?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Shirley get the same flyer?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is a listening hearsay.
It's a yes or no. I'm not asking what Shirley may have said.
Okay.
And to your knowledge, did Shirley get that same flyer?
Yes, the flyers were put in her mailbox as well.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 1.
This is the defense attorney now, cross-examination.
Remember, Coach Jeff?
Yes.
And Dr. Minicozi, yes. Is that the flyer which you're speaking of?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the flyer which you received in your mailbox, that you understand Ms. Mayor also received?
Well, I did not see the ones that Shirley received.
Fair enough. Is that the one?
This is the one that was in my mailbox.
And the one you discussed with Shirley.
Yes.
This time we'll move to introduce defense exhibit number 1.
Any objection?
Can I look at it for one moment, please?
At least this attorney is loud. We can hear him.
No objection.
Admitted.
Madam Judge, may I publish?
Yes.
And this is the flyer, a copy of the flyer which you received in your mailbox. And do you recall when it was in relationship to the day in which Richard was sentenced?
I don't remember what day it was. It's been quite a while, but I do recall it was right before his bench trial. if I'm correct in remembering that.
Now, you said bench trial. Was there a trial, or was it actually the day in which there was a long sentencing hearing?
The day of the sentencing hearing. I'm sorry, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if I'm saying the right.
That's fair enough. You're a doctor.
The day that he was sentenced. This was right before the day he was sentenced.
I can't read it. Oh, there we go.
Because apparently, it looks like here at the top, was tuned in January 18, 2019 for another edition of Georgia Cobb County Justice Tigerblood. Illinois thinks again. Who's from Illinois? Never had any from Illinois.
That was the judge.
And then this mention here of judge, you never know, I'm a repeat offender, and I violated my bond twice. I'm a bad, bad boy. I know you'll go easy on me. And that was some of the language on the flyer.
That's what I'm reading on the flyer.
Then, of course, we have a comment here. Ask DA Margaret, hey, who cares about the elderly? We take care of our own. How do I look with a hairpiece? I'm such a tool. I guess that's some of the commentary from somebody on this flyer that you see.
Yes.
And there appears to be some comment here about DA Reynolds and also about the judge in the case.
That's what I'm reading.
Yes. And that's what you received. Now, did that cause you, again, did it cause you any concern?
I was not happy about it because I didn't want the victims to confront me because I felt so bad that they thought I was an accomplice. I was upset that they knew where I lived because I was afraid they were going to try to talk to me and not accept my apologies for him. I was never afraid of them. I just thought, oh, they know where I live. Are they going to come talk to me? Just like Inside Edition was in my front yard and they were trying to talk to me. I didn't want to be involved in any way. So that's why I was unhappy that the flyers were in my mailbox. I was not afraid.
Now, excuse me, didn't mean to interrupt. But that day, isn't it true that you took your son out of school that day?
I don't remember. If I did take him out of school that day, it was probably because everyone at his school was talking to him about it and he was emotionally traumatized.
Fair enough. And also, isn't it true that you contacted Cobb County Police regarding what was going on?
I don't remember exactly if I told the police.
Okay. And what about the Cobb County DA's office? You recall reaching out to them?
I had been in touch with one of the investigators at the Cobb County DA's office.
And
so I'm sure I talked to her.
And you were in touch with her because you plan to offer evidence against Richard or because of your own concerns about being involved in any way?
I was in touch with her all along because I tried to aid in his conviction. So I gave her his computer, some materials that were in the storage space of our house. I talked to her and gave her information about Richard to help with his conviction. I never talked to her because I was afraid in any way for myself or my family.
And then as you I believe you already told us, on the day in which Richard earned his plea, sounds like you weren't there for most of the hearing, correct?
Right.
You were there when he did, though, finally enter a plea of guilty and was sentenced to, I believe you said 30 to 15, correct?
Right.
Welcome, Hope.
And you weren't there, but of course that day, Shirley was there.
No, Shirley was not there.
She wasn't there at sentencing, you sure?
I don't remember. We're coming up on 4.5 years. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't remember if she was sitting in the courtroom that day. I don't remember.
Okay. And so let's talk about Shirley for a minute. As you mentioned, Shirley was a wonderful grandmother.
Yes.
As you said, Shirley cared about her grandkids immensely.
Yes.
And Shirley cared about Richard immensely also.
He was her son. She did.
Okay.
She obviously cared about him. She was the only one that stuck by him.
Correct. Because as you've told us, you and Richard met, I believe, around 94, correct?
Right.
When y'all were UGA, and then y'all got married around about 99, correct?
Right.
So we're talking 20 years in which you and Richard were together, 20 years in which Shirley was a part of not just Richard's life, but your life.
Right.
And during those 20 years, as you mentioned, Shirley gave not just to her grandkids, but she gave a lot to her son.
Yes.
And oftentimes, you know, as a good mother, she helped take care of him when basically he couldn't take care of himself.
Right.
And as you said, when you guys were in school, I guess you were in school, he wasn't a lawyer yet. And it's tough, basically, to rising professionals. And she gave money to you.
Right.
And as you mentioned, when Richard was trying to get on his feet, she gave money to help support his practice. Correct?
She did a lot to help him, and they fought a lot in spite of that.
And as you mentioned, she gave a lot, but it sounds like there was I guess, sort of a underlying understanding that she wasn't really looking for stuff in return. Correct?
I don't think she expected him to pay her back.
Correct. So, but then you mentioned that there were times, I believe your word was, they could be contentious.
Yes.
Now, is it fair to say Shirley, she was a kind and gracious lady, but she was also a strong lady?
She was a firecracker.
Good way of putting it. And she was strong-willed.
Yes.
And your husband, he was kind of strong-willed also.
Kind of.
And the two of them, right, as you said, they could butt heads
Yes, they butted heads a lot
about simple stuff.
about a lot of things. Oh, so many things.
Okay. However, though they would argue, there never was any fights or any physical violence between either one of them, was there?
There was never anything physical, no.
Okay. And regardless of your feelings about Richard, he did not have a reputation for being a violent man, did he?
No, but he had a very, very scary temper.
Okay. But as you said, he did not have a reputation for physical violence, correct?
He was physically violent with me once.
Tell us about it. What year was that?
I don't remember what year it was. It was somewhere towards the end of our marriage, the last couple of years, I do recall. But we had an argument and we were in our bedroom and he pushed me to the ground and I hit my head on the bed.
And actually, the two of you pushed each other.
No, he pushed me and I hit my head. He pushed me down. I didn't do anything.
And did you call police?
No,
Did you make a report?
no, because I was scared of what he would do if I reported it.
Did you file for divorce?
Not at that time.
Because you told us days after he gets arrested for fraud, within 5 days, you filed for divorce, correct?
Because of what he did to me and to all those people that I found out about.
Because pretty much he defrauded them, correct? And because of his actions, he took your life away.
Lives.
Correct.
And that's why I divorced him.
Because as you mentioned to us, you said that you guys lived life as, I guess, during those 18 or so good years, that you lived, I think your term was jet setters. Correct?
We were a doctor and a lawyer. We were doing fun things. Absolutely.
Doctor and lawyer traveling, correct?
Yes.
Having parties,
Yes.
correct? Basically, you had the kids. I understand Jack was in football, correct? Sometime.
Jack was in a lot of sports.
He was in baseball, correct?
Right.
He was in fishing.
Yes.
He was doing golf.
Yes.
And doing a lot of that, his dad, Richard, was right there, correct?
He was there for those activities.
And then even with Mia, with her disability, often he would take her on walks, correct?
He didn't do things with Mia as often.
Didn't he go swimming with her?
we would go to the pool sometimes and go swimming. He never assisted in her custodial care that she required as a disabled person. I did all of that by myself, and he never came with me to her doctor appointments, except for the one on the day of the murder. I did much of Mia's care by myself. We went out to dinner. We did things as a family before the very end when his behavior changed, when he started drinking very heavily and showing us the temper that was very scary.
Now, and you mentioned that, and I haven't seen a single report where you mentioned that that was an issue in your relationship, correct?
I didn't talk about it because it was very scary. It happened probably in the couple of months before he was arrested. And he told me later he knew he was about to be arrested because he knew he was going to get caught. And that was when he started coming home very, very drunk and angry. His temper scared us very badly. There was one night where Jack and I were looking for somewhere to run and hide, but Mia was upstairs sleeping and we couldn't wake her up and we didn't want to leave her.
Now, that is a good story. You've never mentioned that in any of the statements you made to the DA, correct?
I told the DA that he was angry and had a drinking problem.
You never mentioned that to the Dekalb County DA, correct?
I told them that he had a drinking problem.
You never mentioned that to the judge in Dekalb County, correct?
To the judge in Cobb County? No, I don't recall talking to the judge in Cobb County.
You mentioned it. You never mentioned to the Dekalb County Police when they came and spoke with you after the incident, correct?
That he would drank a lot and had a temper?
Yes, you never mentioned any of that to any of those persons up until you knew you would be called as a witness in this case, correct?
I never mentioned it to anybody because it was so scary. And honestly, I blocked a lot of it out because I was so traumatized by everything that he had put us through. And I was talking to Jack recently, and he reminded me of some of those events.
So now you have, I guess, a recent recollection, correct?
I've been working on it intensely in therapy, and a lot of the trauma that I've been through has surfaced later as I've dealt with the years of trauma that he put me through.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Minicozi. Back during the good days, pre-2018, you and your husband went to many events, correct?
Correct.
And during those times, during those many events, how would Richard introduce you?
What do you mean?
As his wife, as his
Yes.
girlfriend, as Dr. Minicozi? How would he introduce you?
Wife.
As his wife, correct?
Yes, I was his wife. He introduced me as his wife.
And he would introduce you as being Dr. Minicozi, correct?
Well, he would never call me, this is my wife, Dr. Minicozi. He would
But he
say,
would tell
this is
everybody
my
you were
wife,
doctor.
Janine. Yeah, he would tell people I was a doctor.
You tell the doctor. And likewise, when you met people and you introduced them to Richard, he would say, this is my husband, Richard, correct?
Yes.
And you would say, this is my husband, Richard, he's an attorney, correct?
If people ask what he did for a living, sure.
Because like today, you mentioned to Ms. Pot here that when he became a lawyer after failing the bar 2 times.
3 times.
Right. Is that something you used to mention about your husband before all this?
No, I didn't, but I mentioned it because Ms. Pot asked me what Shirley had done to help us and when she had given us money. And so I said that there was a while that it took him to pass the bar where we needed financial help, and Shirley was the one to help us. That is the only reason I said it took him a while to pass the bar.
And of course, one of the reasons is, let's be honest, at this point in time, you hate Richard.
I told y'all they're going to go for the bitter X.
Of course.
Now, let's talk about that Thursday before the incident.
Absolutely.
You would tell us that you met up with Richard, and you and Jack and me had met up with Richard that
Isolating.
Thursday before, correct?
That night,
didn't tell
we
anybody.
met in the Starbucks parking lot by my house so he could say goodbye to the kids.
Well, also that night, isn't that the night in which Richard and Jack went to Longhorns for dinner?
I believe they did, yeah.
Okay. And then you and me had met up with Jack and Richard and had some Starbucks.
Right.
And he said goodbyes.
We just met in the parking lot for him to return Jack to me, and then they said goodbye for the last time. Yes, that is what happened.
And then that Friday, you mentioned to us how Richard had met y'all at the doctor's appointment, correct?
Right.
And you were aware that at that time, Richard was on that ankle monitor, correct?
Right.
And I'm not sure, were you aware that he had a 8 a.m. curfew where you couldn't even leave the house before 8 a.m.?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I knew that, if I remember correctly.
So Richard's living in Stone Mountain with his mother. He can't leave the house till 8, and the appointment's up in Sandy Springs, correct?
Right.
And being a longtime resident of Atlanta, you know that's not a great commute on a Friday morning, correct?
Right.
Okay. Because you mentioned that Richard was late. And that's not surprising that somebody would be late traveling that distance, right?
We're all late when we try to leave at rush hour to go places.
Okay, agreed.
I didn't think that was weird.
You didn't think it was weird. So you didn't think it was weird that Richard showed up late to the appointment up there in Sandy Springs, right?
The fact that he was late is not what was weird about that appointment.
Right. And then you said Richard seemed different, correct?
Yes.
And of course, you know that's the day that Richard was supposed to go to turn himself into jail and serve prison time, right?
Right.
And now you said he was different and he wasn't very talkative, correct?
Right.
But at the conclusion of that appointment, isn't Richard the one that took Mia to the car?
That is not true. At the conclusion of that appointment, the doctor said, Janine, let me walk you to your car, because he didn't like the way Richard's aura was and his behavior. So Mia's doctor walked me to my car out through the employee entrance and stood with me until we safely got in the car and drove away. Richard did not walk me to my car. The doctor did not allow it.
You say Richard wasn't even there at that point in time.
He went to wherever he had parked and left.
Okay.
I went alone with the doctor who insisted on escorting me to my car.
And of course, at that time, you didn't call police, correct?
No,
You didn't make any type of report of him acting strange or being scary, correct?
no, I knew he was about to go to prison and not be my problem.
Now, it sounded like you thought that maybe Shirley had posted Richard's bond by putting up the house, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, you're not a lawyer, correct?
No, I'm not a lawyer.
And you weren't involved in that transaction at all, correct?
No,
And of course, it's not surprising you that actually he posted bond through a bond company, correct?
right.
Because, of course, as you said, Shirley helped facilitate him getting out of jail.
She's the one who got him out of jail. I don't understand everything about how bonding works and how she came up with the money, but I know that Shirley is the one who got him out of jail, and she is the reason that he was bonded out.
Correct. And you may tell us about that Friday. That evening, you said Richard's prior lawyer, Mr. Willingham, contacted you because Richard hadn't turned himself in.
He
Correct.
called me at work half an hour after Richard was supposed to have reported to see if I had heard from him. And I said no.
And of course, you hadn't heard from Richard. And at that point in time, I believe you told us that you did not reach out to Mike that night. You spoke to Mike the next day, correct?
I believe so. We were very upset and concerned because Jack was not with us and Richard was missing. So I actually don't remember if I talked to Mike Friday night or Saturday morning. Like I said, we're coming up on 4.5 years, and there are some details of that day that I don't remember exactly. and it was all very stressful and traumatic. So I'm just not entirely sure about some of those details.
Okay. And now let's go back to like 2018. Richard gets arrested and Shirley posts his bond, correct?
It took a few months, if I recall.
She gets him out on bond. He's on the ankle monitor. And during this time, the divorce is in progress, right? And during this time, you and Richard, I guess somewhat begrudgingly, are corresponding on a regular basis, correct?
Out of necessity so that we could get divorced.
Well, so you get divorced also so he can see the kids, right?
I did let him see the kids. For quite some time, my son refused to see him. At first, Jack wouldn't see his father because he was too upset.
But at some point in time, as you said, you facilitated Richard being able to see the kids weekly, bi-weekly on a regular basis, correct?
I allowed that, absolutely.
Because at that time, you didn't have concerns about Mia's or Jack's well-being, correct?
At that time, I didn't know he was capable of murder, but at the time of his arrest in January 18, I didn't know he was capable of hurting elderly people. There was a lot I didn't know about him.
Well, now you say all that because obviously, as you've already told us, you hate Richard, but you don't know what happened, correct?
I don't know what happened when.
You don't know what happened with the criminal case in Dekalb County, and you don't know what happened that day in Stone Mountain.
The day of the murder?
Correct, because you weren't there, right?
No, I was not there during the time that she was supposed that she was murdered.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
All right, so Janine, Mr. Queen described a lynch mob. Can you describe that a little bit further?
They were not a physical lynch mob. They bonded together and they were very, very upset and angry and hurt. He was never afraid of them. He very often would say,
No, I'm wrong, Jack.
I'm just trying to
Hold on,
define.
hold on. What's the basis of your objection? Hold on, Mr. Queen. Start over with the basis of your objection, because Ms. Duhan can only take down one of us talking at a time, so I'm trying to make sure we have an accurate record.
Sure.
I like this
At
judge.
this point in time now, the answer is not responsive to the question. And also now she's speculating on his friend line.
Ms. Pike,
Your
ask
Honor.
a more specific question.
Okay,
I was confused about what you meant by lynch mob.
okay. Well, I am as well, and that's why I'm asking that question. Mr. Queen used that term. Is that a term that you would use?
No.
How would you describe the victims of the defendant from the Cobb County case?
Hurt and angry and upset and betrayed.
And can you say what their average age was?
They were older people.
Okay. And were they in general business owners or, were these, can you go further and elaborate who these folks were?
They were ordinary people who needed help. I don't know what they did for a living, but they were people that trusted him, that needed his help. that
Judge Courtney Johnson.
He hurt.
Did you ever receive any threats after the defendant was charged in Cobb County?
I was never threatened by anybody.
Are you aware of any threats that the defendant received?
No.
Okay. And are you aware of any threats that Shirley Merritt or any other family member received?
No, nobody was threatened.
Okay. And did anyone ever stalk you are you aware of ever being stalked?
No, I wasn't stalked to my knowledge, and I wasn't worried about it either.
Did you ever believe that you were being followed?
No.
Okay. And did the defendant ever mention to you that he felt that he was being followed?
No.
Okay. Did he ever express any fear of these individuals that he had stolen money from?
No, he talked about them and said things about them, but fear was never an emotion that he conveyed.
What did he say?
He said a lot of them were crazy.
Okay.
And
And the cartoon, this cartoon that the defense has presented as Defense Exhibit 1. Do you consider any of this to be a threat?
No,
What do you consider it to be?
I consider it to be the victims lampooning the whole situation.
Okay.
Most domestic violence is not reported.
You mentioned that
I see some of y'all asking
the
about.
defendant had a scary temper. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Rage. When he was drunk, he would go into a rage.
And how would he act?
Just screaming, cornering me, yelling, scaring the children.
And you said that was when he was drinking. Did he always drink?
He always drank, and he always drank a lot. We used to drink together during the days when we partied, I myself am in recovery, and I've been sober for a long time. Towards the end, and by the end I mean the time where he admitted he knew he was about to be arrested, he was driving home so drunk that he couldn't get out of his car once he got into the garage. We would find him lying on the floor outside. He was drinking to that extent. On the nights that he drank that much and he was able to come inside, he would be in a rage, screaming at us, and honestly just screaming about anything and everything.
And how did he treat his mother?
I would call him ungrateful to her for all the things that she had done for him.
What do you mean?
He fought with her all the time and was annoyed by her all the time.
Thank
and
you.
Didn't act like he appreciated all the things that she did for him. She's the only one that stuck by him after his arrest.
And did you ever witness him yelling at her or speaking in a demeaning way toward her?
All the time.
What kinds of things would he say?
He would just tell her to butt out of his life and this isn't your business. And there's a lot of their interaction I wasn't witness to, but I was aware every time he was mad at her, and he was mad at her a lot.
How did you learn of the Dekalb County charges?
When the day that he was arrested on January 31st of 2018, I got a call from David Willingham, who's the lawyer that he hired, to let me know your husband's been arrested and this is why, and this is what happened.
Did you ever withhold either of the children from the defendant?
No.
Thank you, Dilly Pickles.
One additional question. What kind of vehicle did Shirley drive?
She drove the smaller Lexus SUV. It was gray.
No further questions.
Anything further from this witness?
That's pretty Judge. Over 20 years, you knew Shirley Merritt, correct?
Yes.
You knew Shirley because of your husband, Richard, correct?
Yes.
And you just characterized it. Richard he treated her as if he was ungrateful, correct?
Yes.
But I guess at the same time, likewise, I guess, didn't you treat her as if you were ungrateful also?
Didn't I treat her as if I were ungrateful of her help?
Because you benefited from all this help, correct?
I did benefit from all this help, but I always thanked her. I didn't fight with her the way that he did.
And then you were telling us that period, right before Richard gets arrested, you said that his drinking had accelerated, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that as a condition of his bond, he was on a monitor, correct?
Correct.
And also a condition of bond that he had a curfew, correct?
Right.
And that's a condition of bond that pretty much he wasn't allowed to drink alcohol, correct?
Right.
And then So during this time, that year, between his arrest and his sentencing, you see him on a regular basis, correct?
I do.
Because of the kids.
Right.
In that year, you see him, there's no interaction that caused you to say, no, you can't see my kids anymore, correct?
I never prevented her from seeing the children. I didn't want to hurt my children by, right, you're right.
And during that year, between 2018 up until he pled guilty in 2019, he exhibited no actions that made you say, hey, you can't be around the kids anymore, correct?
Right.
Going further.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Queen. Thank you, ma'am.
And Your Honor, Davis Minicozi remain in the courtroom.
You know,
Next witness.
he may have been pulling all that
Investigator Ashley Nelson.
to try to make her testimony less credible, make the jury give less weight to it, you know, trying to paint her in a bad light so that the stuff that she said isn't considered as heavily by the jury. That's just a guess, but because obviously they know that she didn't have anything to do with the murder. See how they bounce things around in there?
Yes, sir. It's Ashley Nelson. It's ASHLEIGHNELSON.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Where do you work now?
Now I work for Dekalb County Medical Examiner's Office,
All right. How long have you worked there?
2.5 years.
What are your duties with the medical examiner's office?
I investigate death scenes. I take hospital calls, funeral homes we work real close with. Sometimes I'll assist with autopsies.
Okay. And previously, before you worked there, where did you work?
Dekalb County Police Department,
Okay. And how long did you work there?
about 3.5 years.
What were your duties with the DeKalb County Police Department?
Answering calls for service, appearances in court, obtaining warrants, that kind of thing.
Okay. In February of 2019, what were your duties then?
Answering calls for service, 911 calls, saying going to court, kind of thing.
Were you what's known as a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working on February 1st of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And that afternoon, were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
What were your duties that day?
I was a patrol officer. I was answering calls for service. I was working what's known as the 540s in Tucker Precinct, which includes Smoke Rise.
Okay. And what is a CAD?
The CAD is the program that we use for our 911 calls. It shows up on our computers in our cars, and it displays the notes and call times and everything.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender in States 8, which is the CAD and the business record certification for the 911 calls from February 1st, 2019 and February 2nd, 2019.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Investigator, what is a welfare check?
Welfare check is where we go to a residence or a business and we check on loved ones or even property we've checked on before.
Trial's supposed to be about 2 weeks. Yes, Dusty, thank you. Joan, I'm glad you found your way back. This is the only view that they're showing us. I tried to look too because I'm not allowed to broadcast it, but Dekalb County has YouTube, so you can log in sometimes and see. And there's nothing on their stuff either. I was trying to see if there was any different views, but they don't have it up.
Sorry, Judge. Investigator Nelson, I'm showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit A. Sorry, evidence. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of the CAD call.
Okay. And was there a 911 call made on February 1st of 2019?
Yes, sir.
What was the call for?
It was a welfare check.
Okay. What time was the call made?
The initial call came in at 16 hours, 5:16 p.m.
Okay. And at what time did you respond to the resident?
I was assigned the call at 5:22 p.m.
And what time did you get there?
5:39 p.m.
And can you just give the address of the welfare check?
1590 Planters Row.
When you got to the residence, what did you do?
Oh, when I first arrived, I walked up to the front door, rang the doorbell, knocked on the door.
Okay. Was the door locked?
Yes, sir.
MBH51 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
That is Miss Merritt's residence.
Okay. Is that address in Dekalb County?
Yes, sir.
Now, so you went to the front door first?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody come to the front door?
No, sir.
What did you do after that?
After nobody came to the front door, I walked around the house to check for any forced entry, open doors, or open windows.
Okay. And did you come across any doors that were open?
No, sir.
Did you check to see all the doors were locked?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear as though any windows had been broken?
No, sir.
It's a beautiful house. This is in my cousin's neighborhood.
Ms. Cass, I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 11, State's Exhibit 78. You recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Where are those photos of?
The back of the residence.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate? All right, so we're looking at stage 5 here. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6, which is already in evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is this here?
That was one of the back doors on the back of the residence.
Did you check this door?
Yes, sir.
Was it locked?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 11, where is this here?
Another back door on the back of the residence. The residence.
Do you see a door there?
Yes, sir.
Was the door locked?
Yes, sir.
This is the mother's home.
And State's Exhibit 78, what is this here?
2 more back doors on the
Okay.
back side.
And did you check those doors as well?
Yes, sir.
And they were locked?
Yes, sir.
Now, other than checking the doors, did you do anything else?
After I checked the residence and everything was secure, I called my supervisor
Okay.
and had him come out to double check the house with me.
Okay. Did you also look into the house?
Yes, sir.
What did you see inside?
Normal living conditions. There wasn't anything that appeared to really be out of place. In the first door that you showed me, I did see a purse.
You saw a purse?
Yes, sir.
Tommy JJ, he has a
Where was the
brother
purse?
too.
It was sitting on a table kind of like this one. It looked like it was like a laundry room type area.
Let's go back to the CAD real quick. So, looking at the CAD, you got there at what time?
5:39.
Okay. And is that in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
What time did your supervisor get there?
7:27 p.m.
Now, did you and your supervisor only check on the house, or did you look down the street, anything like that?
I spoke to some neighbors while I was waiting for my supervisor to arrive.
Okay. Was there any evidence that you had uncovered that there was any disturbance that had happened?
Not that I saw, no.
Looking at the CAD here, how long were you on scene at the house?
Couple hours. I arrived at 5:39 p.m. My supervisor at 7:27 p.m. And it looks like we completed the call at 8:12 p.m.
Now, if you had, what would you have had to have seen inside and, to have gone into the house?
We would have had to have heard something, or somebody in there calling out for help would have been something. If I would have saw blood, if the house would have been in like a disarray, like it looked like there was a fight or something that happened prior to our arrival.
But, did you see any of that?
No, sir.
Now, at some point, you left.
Yes, sir.
Was there a call made the next day? Looking at that,
Yes, sir. February 2nd.
what time was the call made that day?
9:28 a.m.
And did officers respond that day as well?
Yes, sir.
And according to the CAD, what time did the officer get on scene?
The first officer arrived at 9:31 a.m. Or excuse me, he arrived at 9:43 a.m. I'm sorry. He showed up.
Now, you mentioned the doors. What about the garage door?
The garage door was closed
It was
when
closed.
I arrived. Yes.
You said you spoke with the neighbors.
Yes, sir.
Based on your discussions with the neighbors, did it appear as though that they had heard a disturbance?
They hadn't heard anything, no.
And did you see any vehicles in the driveway?
There was one car.
You know what kind of car it was?
I don't recall what kind of car it was. It was dark in color. I remember that.
Dark in color.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Christ.
The briefing officer?
Yes.
What shift are we working on the first?
Evening watch. It's 2:30. Yes, sir. 2:30. Sorry. 2:30 p.m. to 1200 hours, 12 midnight.
2:30 midnight. And the next day, what shift we work? We work the next day?
Yes, I worked the next day. It was the same shift, 2:30 to midnight. Yes, sir.
So the next day, were you involved in this case at all?
On the next day when she was found, I was on the second. No, sir.
You know, officer may have been on scene at that point in time, by the time we got officers on duty, this was no longer a case involving, I guess, regular tours.
It appears on the second, they completed the call at 3:44 p.m., which would have been after my shift started.
But you wanted to call us on scene by that time. Other officers were handling it.
Correct. No, on the second.
And did you do a report to the judge on this case?
No, sir. I did not do a report.
And just for the jury's education, why did not do a report?
Typically on welfare checks, we didn't complete reports. We would add notes to the call, which is what we did that night. officers have the ability to add their own call notes to the CAD from their cars, and that's what we did that night.
Did you note the car in the cab?
I missed some of it because I was driving here when RA was covering for me. Was it the that first witness who did the wellness check? I missed about 15 minutes when I was driving.
It appears that I ran the tag number for the car that was in the vehicle, but it doesn't give what kind of car, the make or model of the vehicle is.
But as you know, you ran the tag, but you didn't make note as to whether, I guess, the car was a particular make or model, correct?
Correct.
And I assume you ran the tag, and if the car was stolen, you would have noted that, correct?
Correct.
If the car had been something which had been reported missing or anything, you would have noted that.
Yes, sir.
If there was like a photo or be on the lookout for this vehicle, you would have noted that.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go back to me. You went around the curve of your house, and you said the doors you approach appear to be locked.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you look through a window, and you notice a purse
Yes, sir.
sitting on a table.
Yes, sir.
But there was nothing that seemed, I guess, extraordinary about that purse.
Correct.
It appears it was like the purse was laying over somebody right through the purse, anything like that.
Correct.
The garage, you mentioned that the garage door was closed. Could you see into the garage with any form of fashion?
Yes, I could.
And what did you see inside the garage? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Briefly, Judge. Investigator Nelson,
Yes, sir.
to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit, show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this here?
Yes, sir.
Where's that photo of?
The house and then the vehicle. To the left.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the driveway looked like with the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender in State's 9.
Any objection?
I guess I'd like a little more foundation as to the vehicle. So I'm going to,
What foundation?
there's a little more clarity as to because obviously the photo is not taking the time that she was there. Well, I got that. So I think.
Can you see the
Mr.
tag?
Hammond's over.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the driveway looked like when you got there on February 1st, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. Yes, about the driveway. I think it was clear to note maybe the vehicle in the driveway.
Your Honor, she's described the driveway, and this is what the driveway looked like when she got there on February 1st, 2019. Foundation was laid for the study to come in.
Mr. Queen, I don't know what other foundation is necessary. She's identified the photo. She says it's a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when she arrived at the scene. She's already testified there was a vehicle in the driveway. She just doesn't recall what kind of vehicle.
I guess the only question is that the vehicle that she saw in the driveway?
That's not what he asked her. He just asked her, is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when she arrived? She said, yes, that's all that's required for foundation.
I'll turn this in, Judge.
All right, I'll admit 9 over objection. Thank you.
Yeah, can you look at State's 9?
There, I clicked on one of the things that was saying to wait earlier, and I didn't mean to click on it. My little chat was moving too fast, so I wasn't pointing anybody out that we're in slow mode.
So here,
Chat's just moving too fast.
Space 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, what kind of vehicle is that in the driveway?
Honda Accord,
What color is it?
appears to be black.
Okay, now, was this the same vehicle that you saw when you responded on Friday, February 1st?
I can't say that that's the exact.
Does it appear to be the same
It
vehicle?
appears to be, yes, sir.
Okay. I've never been part of it.
Anything further this witness?
I got some question. Is that the car or not? You know or don't?
I can't recall. I just dark and color vehicle. No, sir.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Queen,
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you.
Thank you.
I do like this judge. She
Our next
seems
witness.
just very on top of it, calm, no nonsense. I like her a lot. Yeah, so he was supposed to report to turn himself in Friday for his prison sentence. He didn't show up, so that's when Mr. Jeffcoat, the cousin, drove to Shirley's house and found her.
Yes. Austin Burnett, AUSTIN, BURNETT.
How were you employed back in February of 2019?
In February of 2019, I was a crime scene investigator for Dekalb County Police Department.
What does a crime scene investigator do?
So as a crime scene investigator, my role was primarily to document crime scenes. We document through photography, video, sketching, and evidence collection.
Are you still with DeKalb County Police?
No, I'm not.
What do you do now?
Right now, I am a high school teacher, teach math.
All right, and
That's a
when
big
did you leave
change.
DeKalb County?
I left DeKalb County in September of 2019.
Did you leave on good terms?
Yes.
And how long did you work as a crime scene investigator?
Total, almost 5 years.
And did you have any kind of training that would allow you to be a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
Specifically, what kind of training did you receive?
Lots of training through the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. Basically, classes that pertain to crime scene investigation. For example, how to operate a camera. That class was called Basic Digital and Photo Imaging. Quite an extensive training in fingerprints. I have over 200 hours of training with fingerprint classes and a state certification along with that. And just classes that generally teach you how to collect, preserve evidence, document crime scenes, and so on.
And do you know about how many hours of training you received?
I believe over 350 hours total.
All right. When you are working as a crime scene investigator, specifically here in DeKalb County, how are you made aware of a crime that you need to respond to?
So typically we are made aware when we're on call, which this case was, we would get called by the dispatcher. The dispatcher would then tell us that a homicide detective has requested our presence, basically that a homicide scene or assault case has occurred. So they then relay the detective's contact information to us, which we'll then contact the detective and get all of our information about the case.
Are you the first responder to the scene?
No.
Great. And do you work as a team?
Yes.
Great. Do you remember responding to 1590 Planters Row on February 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
About where is that located?
It is in, I can't remember exactly the city that it's located in.
Yeah, he's
I
a high school
believe in
math teacher.
Tucker.
Is it in Dekalb County?
It is in DeKalb County, yes.
Looking at the photograph, State Exhibit 5, do you recall that being the location that you responded to that day?
Yes, that is the one.
And do you recall what time you responded?
It was a little bit afternoon, I believe.
And were there officers on the scene when you arrived?
Yes, there were.
All right. And was the scene secure?
Yes.
What does it mean to have a secure scene?
Secure scene basically means that there's a heavy presence in this case of basically law enforcement personnel that are ensuring that no outside personnel aside from law enforcement personnel, doing their duties, can go inside or outside the scene.
Are law enforcement officers who respond to scenes trained on how to handle evidence?
Yes.
Are they trained to not touch evidence when they find it?
Yes.
And when you responded, did you know anything about what the case was about?
When I responded, I got with the first responding officer to get all the case information. And the case, well, basically I got the information that a homicide had occurred.
And can you just give a general description of what the scene consisted of?
So when I arrived on the scene, basically saw this house at 1590 Planters Row, and it's just a large single family dwelling. And it had 3 stories in total inside the house.
And was it in the middle of a street, on the end of a street?
It was in a cul-de-sac, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 9, 10, and 11. State's Exhibits 9 and 11 are already in evidence, but I'm going to have you look at these. Could you describe what these 3 photographs are just generally?
States Exhibit 9, 10, and 11 are overall exterior digital photographs of the outside residence of the home.
Did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the exterior of that house when you arrived there on February 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, at this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 9.
Any objection? I think 9's already in.
I'm sorry, number 10 is the exhibit that I meant to tender.
Any objection to 10?
No.
Admit it.
When you responded to the crime scene, did you see any kind of signs of forced entry?
Not that I could tell, no.
Do you recall how many outside entrances there were to the home?
To the best of my recollection, I believe there were 5 entrances total to the home.
Did you inspect them all?
Yes.
And were officers going in and out of any particular entrance?
We were primarily using the garage to enter the home.
So when you got there, did you inspect all the other doors to determine whether they were locked?
Yes.
And were they?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. And what about the windows? Were there any broken windows?
There were not.
They found him in Nashville.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 9, there is a vehicle parked on the left-hand side of that photograph. And was that vehicle present when you responded to the scene?
Yes, it was.
Did you run the tag?
I did not, but I believe somebody else on the scene did.
Great. Just gonna show the jury, State's Exhibit 10
Hi, Eggs and Spam. Glad you're here.
and State's Exhibit 11.
He was found in Nashville. I'm not
Did you
sure.
I'm sorry, back to State's Exhibit 10.
I think most of that time was in
Were there
Nashville.
any vehicles parked in the garage when you arrived there?
No.
Can you, did you process the interior of the house as well?
Yes.
Can you just give a general description of it?
The general description of the inside of the home, it was very organized, immaculately clean, and quite a lot of rooms. The house was very large, lots of square footage, just basically lots of different rooms consisting of the home.
Did you or one of your teammates create a crime scene sketch?
The other crime scene investigator assisting me on the case created the sketch of the crime scene.
What is a crime scene sketch?
So a sketch basically consists of measurements that we collect basically from wall to wall, door to door, and we'll be able to recreate to scale what the basically the interior of the home looks like according to our measurements.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 12 and 13. Can you please describe for the jury what these items are?
States Exhibit 12 and 13 are both consist of the crime scene sketches that my coworker created of the interior of the home.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the interior of the home?
Yes, they do.
I'd move to admit State's Exhibits 12 and 13.
Any objection? Admitted.
Yeah, he was already convicted for the
Mr. Burnett, I'm going to
Financial
ask
stuff.
that you remove that.
he got 30 years, was supposed to serve 15 in prison, and all of this happened the night when he was supposed to turn himself in.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 12. What portion of the house is depicted here in State's Exhibit 12?
So this is the main floor to the residence.
All right, you should be able to write on that now. Can you just put an X where the front door is located, just to sort of orient the jury to what we're looking at?
The front door to the home is right here.
Okay, that is working. All right. And where is the garage?
The garage, entrance to the garage is right here.
Can you just draw a little bit larger so it's kind of hard to see? Or circle it maybe? Okay. And where is the garage door that a car would drive through?
The garage door would be right here. That would be where the car would drive into the garage.
And where is the kitchen area?
The kitchen is this whole area right here.
And looking at this, we see the X on the bottom. Is that as if we're looking from the street?
Yes, yeah, this would, this is oriented as if we were looking at it from the driveway, from the street.
All right, and did you in fact take photographs of the interior of the house as well?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 14 through 45, as well as 86 and 87.
Thank you, Teresa. Teresa has all the good info.
And Investigator Burnett, did you have the opportunity to review these items prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
If you could just flip through them and in general, tell the jury what they are.
So all of these photographs are basically depict the interior of the home. So just basically showing the general conditions that the home was found in as I arrived on the scene.
And do they fairly and accurately show what the home looked like on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to start with exhibits 14 and exhibit 15. Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, this time I apologize. I need to admit state's exhibits 14 through 45 and state's exhibit 86 and 87.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Sorry about that, I got a little ahead of myself. All right, you discussed the doors to the hall, and I'm gonna show you exhibit 8. What are we looking at here? I'm sorry, exhibit 14. What are we looking at here?
So this is the door jamb of basically the garage door.
And what about state's exhibit 15? What is that?
And that is the correlating door jamb to the frame of that garage entrance.
Okay, and were there any signs of forced entry?
Not that I could tell, no.
Okay, and what about the other remaining doors? Did you check those doors for forced entry as well?
Yes, the other remaining doors did not appear to be forced open either.
And did they have deadbolts like what we see here on state's exhibit 14?
From what I recall, yes.
And through what door did you gain entry into the house?
From the garage entrance.
Okay, is that what we're looking at state's exhibit 14 and 15?
Yes.
And
Hey, Ivan.
what is the area to the left of the stairs when you enter?
To the left of the stairs, I believe it is a laundry room.
All right, this is state's exhibit 16. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that doorway leads into the laundry room.
And looking again at state's exhibit 12, where is that located when you look at this exhibit?
So I was positioned about right here when taking that picture. So there's still the area you can see about right here where there appeared to be like a desk, and then the entrance to the laundry room going forward.
All right, I'm going to show you. What is this item?
It is a brown Michael's Kors purse.
Is that in fact something that you found in the house?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you find that?
It was on the chair that was basically pulled out of that little desk area right between basically the garage entrance and the laundry room.
Do you see that purse here in State's Exhibit 6, which is being published right now?
Yes.
Okay, and is it the same or similar condition as it was when you discovered that day?
Yes.
I moved to admit State's Exhibit 47.
46.
And it was, he
46.
allegedly, He
Any objection before the suit? Admitted.
beat her and stabbed her.
Mr. Burnett, if you could open up that purse for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me give you some gloves. Is there a wallet in that purse?
Yes, there is.
And can you remove it, please? And open it up? Are there financial documents in that wallet?
There appear to be several receipts and other financial documents, yes.
And what about a driver's license?
Yes, there is.
And whose driver's license is that?
The driver's license of Shirley Merritt.
Okay. And what about credit cards? Are there any in there?
Yes, there are.
And looking in there, do you see any checks?
Not that I can see off of just looking through here. Yes, okay, yep, there are checks in here.
Are there blank checks in there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And what about any other financial documents in that purse?
Yes, there are several financial documents.
Okay. Is there a checkbook in the purse?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Okay. And what is the name on the checks in that checkbook?
The names on the checks are Shirley Merritt.
All right. Did you process the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
17. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So in States Exhibit 17, this is a overall photograph just showing the area of the dining room. From this perspective, the kitchen would have been right behind me, but it shows the dining room as well as the stairs leading up to the upper floor.
Was the table set like that when you responded to the crime scene? And if you look at States Exhibit 18, that shows is a better photograph.
Yes, it was set just like that.
Can you describe what you found in the kitchen?
2019.
In the kitchen, immediately we noticed on the island of the kitchen, there were several documents, basically like a birth certificate, among other documents with the name Richard Merritt, I believe. And on the kitchen counter, there was a knife block that had been that had two slots where two missing knives were from that knife block. And basically just in the kitchen overall, there were pots and pans that were in the middle of creating or cooking a meal. Basically one was filled with pasta, another was filled with sauce. There was a salad bowl. So it was in the middle of basically preparing a meal.
And we'll get to that in a moment. But right now, right in the middle of the kitchen island, kind of to the left of the green cup, there is a placard with a 1 on it. First of all, what is that placard?
So the placard that labels evidence number 1, those are the documents that I mentioned before, where basically just like a birth certificate, among other documents, to Richard Merritt.
All right, I'm going to show you State Exhibit 47. What is this item?
That is the Valid. So this is a legal document and contains basically from Virginia. And it contains the birth certificate of Richard Merritt.
Okay, is that in fact the item that is marked by exhibit one and not, or I'm sorry, by the number one placard in the photograph that we're looking at the screen?
Yes, this is the same item.
And has it been altered in any way?
No.
All right, I move to admit State's exhibit 47.
No objection.
I'll be right back.
State's exhibit 21. And State's exhibit 22. There's another one of those yellow placards with a 2 on it. What were you needing to mark there?
So the evidence placard number 2 was intended to mark the knife block.
During State's exhibit 23, which is a kind of closer image of that. If you look at that knife block, there appears to be a knife missing. Is that correct?
Yes,
Was that knife found anywhere in the kitchen?
it was not anywhere in the kitchen, no.
What did you find regarding these pots and pans on the stove?
The pots and pans contained food items such as pasta, sauce.
Did that pasta appear to have been cooked?
It did appear to be cooked, yes.
Were the pots and pans, was the stove on when you arrived?
No, it was not.
And do you have any idea, did it look like that food had been there for a long time?
No, no, it's speculation.
Your Honor, I think you can testify as to the quality of the food. I think that's common knowledge. Okay, was the food cold?
It did appear to be cold, yes. There was no steam rising from it at all.
And what about what we see here in State Exhibit 27? Were those items on the island in the kitchen?
Yes, on the island on the opposite side consisted of a basically salad bowl as well as a dish containing fruits.
And I misspoke, this is actually State Exhibit 26. Did you
Sorry, Lisa.
process the area where the deceased was found?
Yes,
I'm gonna go back to State's Exhibit 7, which has previously been tendered into evidence. Mr. Burnett, do you see on this exhibit where the deceased was found? If you'll give me a moment, I'll set it up so you can draw. Can you see where the deceased was found?
yes. It was right here at the bottom of the stairs leading to the basement.
If we look at State's Exhibit 12, I'm gonna have you kind of annotate where that is on this floor that's depicted in State's Exhibit 12.
In the front entrance to the home, leading from this door right here, there is, in that same area, you can go pretty close by to the staircase that leads down towards the basement.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Is this how you found the body of Richard Merritt?
Yes,
can you describe what it appeared like to you? What you saw on Shirley Merritt's body?
So just upon initial examination, she was lying on the ground on her left side. It appeared that just looking at the back side, there was dry blood from what appeared to be a cut. And that's all I could initially tell without tampering with the body before medical examiners arrived.
Did you ever touch Shirley Merritt's body?
No.
And what is your responsibility when a deceased person is found on a crime scene as a crime scene investigator?
So again, in crime scene investigations, we are primarily there to document the scene. So as even when the decedent is found, we are still there for the documentation purposes of it.
And who is responsible for moving the body?
For moving the body, that would be the medical examiner's office and the medical examiner's investigators that arrive to the scene.
Okay, and in this case, did the medical examiner arrive on scene while you were there?
Yes, they did.
Did you take photos both before and after Ms. Merritt's body was removed?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you Steve Exhibit 29. What is this photograph that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph that shows the same area that the decedent was lying in, and it was a photograph taken after she was removed from the scene.
Investigator Burnett, did you take photographs of Shirley Merritt's body after the medical examiner rolled her over?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to have you look at State's Exhibit 28. And does that show what was found when Shirley Merritt's body was turned over?
Yes.
And can you describe what her face looked like?
So in the right side of her face, there was a knife blade from a chef's knife protruding from it. On the left side of her face, there were basically blood tumors from where it appeared as if she sustained heavy trauma. And there were several areas of just blood and bruising all around her face.
You said that there was a knife blade protruding from her face. Did you collect that knife blade?
I did not collect the knife blade. To the best of my recollection, it was transported with the body to the medical examiner's office.
I'm going to move on to State's Exhibit 30. What is marked here as State's Exhibit 3 and 4?
Sorry, I'm trying to move that. I don't want to see.
So evidence marker labeled number 3, labeled a black handle or a hilt to a knife. And evidence marker number 4 labeled a 35-pound dumbbell.
Can you say approximately how close to the deceased those were?
I believe about 4 feet approximately.
Looking at State's Exhibit 31, did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 48. Can you please remove that item and take a look and tell the jury what it is?
This was that knife blade that was labeled as evidence marker number 3, or sorry, not the knife blade, but the hilt to the knife that was labeled evidence marker 3.
And is it in the same or similar condition as it was when you collected it that day?
It appears to have been processed after I collected it.
What do you mean processed?
So from what I can tell, just by looking at it, it does look like super glue has been adhered to this knife hilt. That is a standard procedure to process for fingerprints.
Otherwise, does it appear to be in the same condition?
It otherwise would be in the same condition, yes.
Okay, and is it in the packaging that you sealed back on February 2nd, 2019?
Yes, it is.
Here, at this time, I need to admit State's Exhibit 48.
Any objection? Admitted.
Did this item appear to be of a size that would match the blade protruding from Ms. Merritt's face?
It very well could match the blade to the hilt, yes.
And looking back at State's Exhibit 23, did it appear to be the same size and shape as if it had come out of this knife block?
The hilt was consistent as far as size and shape of coming from that knife block, yes.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 32, what is this a photograph of?
State's Exhibit 32 represents a photograph of the 35-pound dumbbell that was labeled as evidence marker 4. You can tell on the left side of the photo, basically on the left to the numbers 35, there was suspected blood on that dumbbell.
I am going to show you State's Exhibit 50. Yes.
Sarah Moore, I think she was 77. I didn't know that picture was coming.
Mr. Burnett.
I didn't think they would show that.
Item from
Would have warned y'all.
the box and show the jury what- Well, can you describe it first? Tell the jury what it is.
So this is the 35-pound dumbbell that you can see in the photo.
Is it in the same or similar condition as it was when you collected it that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is it in the packaging that you placed it in?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit State's Exhibit 50.
No objection.
50 or 49?
49.
Get my stuff all confused. Okay, 49.
Any objection to 49?
No.
Admitted.
Great. Can you just remove that and show the jury? Did you process the remainder of the basement?
Yes, I did.
Show the jury State's Exhibit 33. There are these French doors and windows in the back of this photograph. Would it have been possible to see Shirley Merritt's body through any of the windows in the house from where she was laying?
I don't believe so, no.
No, they have not showed his face. This has
You
been,
have in this photograph, kind of in front of these two baskets, a placard with the number 5 on it. What is that marking?
her.
Evidence marker number 5
Apparently they didn't
was
notice.
labeling a indention in the carpet that it appeared as though the matching set to that 35-pound dumbbell, it basically appeared that the 35-pound dumbbell had been moved from that location.
Show you the jury State's Exhibit 34.
This is the only thing I've seen so far, but I missed a little bit in the beginning.
State's Exhibit 35. In this photograph, there is a second 35-pound dumbbell. Does that appear to have been a mate to the item that you just showed the jury, State's Exhibit 49?
It appears to have been, yes.
Were there any signs of struggle in the basement?
No signs of struggle that I could see, no.
What about in the stairwell where Shirley Merritt's body was
Just aside from that area right directly where she was, no sign of the struggle.
Did you process, oh, and was there any blood in the remainder of the basement or in that stairwell?
In the remainder of the basement, or that stairwell, aside from where she was, no blood.
Did you process the remainder of the house?
Yes.
What was the condition of the remainder of the house?
So the remainder of the house was more or less the same as I described it earlier. It was very well organized, lots of furniture. Every bedroom was well furnished. Everything was immaculately clean. The whole house basically looked very clean and organized.
I am going to scroll through State's Exhibits 36 through 46 so the jury can see. Was there any overturned furniture throughout the house?
There was not, no.
Was there any blood or suspected blood throughout the house?
No blood or suspected blood that I could see through the remainder of the house.
Did you see any valuables in the house?
Yes.
What valuables did you see?
Electronics as far as TVs, furniture that was furnished in every room. There were dishes in a china cabinet. Several items of that could be considered valuable were throughout the home.
And I see that there's several, if you look at these photographs, there are several shelves containing items. Did you notice any damage to any of the walls or shelves?
No damage to the walls or shelves of the home, no.
Throughout the home, were there any signs of a struggle or a fight?
Not that we could tell. There were no signs of a struggle or fight throughout the home.
Did you find any other weapons in the house other than the knife and the dumbbell?
No other weapons, no.
Okay. And what about cell phones? Did you find any?
There were no cell phones that we found in the house, no.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, he had been staying there.
Mr. Queen, before we
'Cause he was
begin
about to-
across, we're going to take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break for about 10 minutes.
He was about to turn himself in.
Mr. Barnett, you can step down, just don't discuss your
He's supposed to be. Okay. Yeah, it's skipped a couple times, or paused a couple times, and every time it does it, I panic thinking it's my stuff, but it hasn't done it for long. And then when they showed that photo a minute ago, I tried to get it off the screen, cover it quickly. I know that one, we tried to give little trigger warnings and stuff, but there wasn't much of that on there. Didn't get much of a warning. And I can see, and I have it pulled up on my phone too now, so I can try to see when it's my stuff and when it's their stuff so that I don't worry about it every time. Yeah, so he was about to have to turn himself in. He had, he was supposed to turn himself in that Friday. This was, that spaghetti was supposed to be his last meal before he turned himself in. He did not turn himself in. So the cousin came and came the next day on Saturday and went to the house, and he found her. Yeah, I know a lot of people want to see the photos. I know it also, some people it's triggering. I wish there was a little bit of a warning so that the people who don't want to see it can know that it's coming. This was in February 1st and 2nd, were that Friday and Saturday of 2019. Jennifer B., I don't know his alias yet. I have not heard them say it, and I have not looked it up. So she said it was ridiculous, but I have not looked it up because I was waiting for that court moment to come out to hear it, because she said that she was going to let them tell us. So I haven't looked it up yet. Be kind. I'm so sorry. We understand. Step away. Take your time. And hugs from all of us. Oh, that poor woman. Let's see. I've thought that too, and there's been some talk in the chat. So he took her car. She also had put her house up, I guess, to get him out of jail. So if he, skips out on that, then, they're going to take her house. He took her car. I think that, would have been a much better option than what that poor woman went through. Somebody asked my career before I did this. I did marketing for years, and then I did different forms of business management. Yeah, I think she was going to turn him into, if he ran, because otherwise, she's losing her house. She's, and she seems like just a really great lady. She seemed like she, wanted the best for everybody. The way people talk about her so highly is makes it sad. Not that crappy people deserve it either, but still. Let's see. I'm looking for other questions. And I know Teresa has been awesome with giving some information too. Let's see. Oh, here's the alias. Mick Malvo. Interesting. Yep, little break right now. Debbie, I feel you on the lack of sleep with the evening streams and this, and then working on website and all that stuff during the day, and merch and the podcast that still getting together and researching. There's not enough hours in the day. So I feel you. I will be, where did that comment just go? Casey Smith, sounds like from what the brother says is she was almost broke because of him. So losing her home would have been next. And yeah, with him skipping out on, because she put her house up to get him out of jail. So with him skipping out on his bond, then they definitely would have taken that. Let's see. Yeah, with the way that it's looking, it looked like it could have been a rage attack. And if it was, then maybe that came from, if he's talking about not going and she is telling him that, she's going to report him if he doesn't, maybe he lost it. Thank you so much, Ricky Watson. I appreciate that. Let's see. He added Shirley was also incredibly devoted to her career in patient and family services at Children's Healthcare Atlanta. She was very concerned that families were lifted up in their time of need. So sad. Yeah, this is just a break, 10-minute break before they bring out the next witness. Yeah, Lindsay, she sounds like an awesome woman. And apparently she could cook. When they were saying that she cooks that Southern soul food, I was like, oh, that's what I grew up on. He is not an only child. He has one brother who apparently, put out a statement when he was on the run that he needed to turn himself in, take responsibility for his crimes and for what he did to their mother. Okay. I think the saying that there's no evidence is just because there were no fingerprints, or DNA, but that's not uncommon. If it's not something that's textured, it's not going to pick up on skin cells, and if it's not something that can hold the right, moisture, then fingerprints aren't going to be able to be there. So, and even if they were, fingerprints are going to be all over the place because he was living there. So, Sherry, good night, good afternoon. We'll see you tonight. Yeah, definitely too many coincidences, but and they're trying to basically it seems like they're trying to say that, some of the people who he stole money from, came after for revenge. Okay, but I guess their theory is that he was so scared of them finding him that he stole her car and left and was living, under an alias and online dating. I don't know. Yeah, if you look at the pictures of him when he was a practicing attorney and the pictures of him later on, it looks like two totally different people. Bye, Teresa. Enjoy your work. Enjoy. Thank you for everything. Okay, thank you, Debbie. Yeah, our mods are on it. They're great with the trigger warning stuff. The best mods ever. Yep, they got him in Nashville. Should have worn my glasses. I'm used to my big computer screen. Yes, Nikki, the absolute best mods. Yeah, I know the graphic pictures are a necessity for trials. I just know some people have a hard time with it, so we try to let y'all know to look away if they're coming up. Sarah Moore, enjoy work. We will see you. Patches, welcome. Patches is still lurking. I thought about this, that if he's going to testify or not. And, with it being he's the only one who could try to give some other explanation as to what his story is on what he thinks happened. So he may. Andrew C., we appreciate you lurking. I'm trying to see. There's a little bit of movement. Just trying to do a poll, but for some reason it's not letting me do it about whether or not he's going to testify. Clone Blender, enjoy the lurking chamber. We will still be here. Yeah, my son is very protective of me too. It's really sweet because I know y'all seen him. Those of us who have streamed, those of y'all who've streamed with me at night have seen him. He'll bring me food and stuff sometimes. He's the best. When he tells me I'm working too much, he'll bring me food. All right, let's see if I can try to do a poll. Since I don't have my multiple screens and I'm on my little Chromebook, I'm having to try to do the poll from my phone. That was a quick one, huh? Both sides rest in the Zyler trial. We may be into verdict watch before this weekend. I am looking forward to that verdict. It will be an interesting one since death penalty is on the table. Okay, it sounds like we've got action. Hi, Joan, Reagan, welcome. I love Rico React. He's the best. Yes, Lisa Wilmot, our boys are more sensitive and they want people to know but they're awesome. I loved having a young boy, but now that he's older and it's a whole different thing. I love him. I mean, I loved him then too, but it's kind of cool him becoming his own person and his own grown up and taking care of his mama. All All right, let's see if I can do it now. Yeah, Debbie, I'm used to being in my condo with my big screens, and hello, Ian Costello. Good to see you. We are about to come back from break.
Janine seated, work come to order.
Oh, it's still not letting me do a poll. Lindsay, I am at my mom's. I'm here because they are supposed to be installing my internet right now. This is Richard Merritt, disbarred attorney on trial for murder of his mother. He was convicted of some financial crimes, stealing money, supposed to turn himself in, and he allegedly killed his mom and took off in her car. We do know he took off in her car. He was on the run for 8 months before they found him in Nashville. Debbie, they've shown him sitting with his lawyers. I haven't seen the front of his face. You can kind of see the side sometimes when the camera pans over. Supposed to be. Yes, Ricky Watson's supposed to be. Oh.
Y'all may be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Queen.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Burnett.
Good afternoon.
Let's see, Mr. Burnett, back in 2019, you worked for the Dekalb County Police Department, correct?
Yes,
And back then you were assigned to the CSI division, correct?
correct,
Crime scene investigation.
correct.
Now, CSI, is that like CSI on TV?
Not at all, no.
Tell the jury how it's not like it is on TV.
So, for example, on TV, I watched an episode once where they pulled a perfect fingerprint, I mean, full detail, and then instantly ran it, and the system found a match without any work needed. The actual process is a lot more complex than that. So a lot of the details are basically exaggerated. It's a lot more timely to get results, basically based on, lab tests and so on.
Okay. And on CSI, on the TV show, those guys do everything. They investigate the scene, they go out and catch suspects, all that good stuff. Are you involved in determining suspects or finding suspects?
No part of basically my job is purely objective, not subjective. So all I do is look at the evidence and that's it.
Now, in this case, on February 2nd, looks like you arrived there about 12:31. Is that correct?
That sounds about right. Yes.
And obviously, by the time you arrived, it was an active crime scene, correct?
Yes.
And by the time you arrived, there were police officers on scene.
Yes.
There were uniform officers of various degrees and levels in the police force, correct?
Yes.
And there were also detectives on scene, correct?
Correct.
And those detectives, were they assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrive on the scene, do you take over the scene, being a CSI person?
So the crime scene is delegated to us. It is the main responsibility of us to process that crime scene, although it is a team effort as well.
Okay. Now, you say the team, you, along with other people who were actually there with CSI that day, correct?
Yes.
Because I believe on that particular day, also CSI Lester was with you.
That is correct, yes.
CSI Lester was also a crime scene investigator at the time.
Correct.
And on that particular date, you were the senior or they were the junior?
Not necessarily senior, junior. We kind of label it as primary, secondary. We actually started on the exact same day, so we were on equal footing for sure. But basically the primary is delegated to take the photographs and collect the evidence of the scene, whereas the secondary is delegated to do the sketch and do a digital recording of the scene.
Like particularly in this case, we have a diagram, and the diagram has H. Lester at the bottom. And that was part of Lester's duty, right? In order to do the diagram?
Yes, that's correct.
The diagram is done basically taking measurements on scene, correct?
Yes.
They do like a rough sketch on scene, correct?
Yes.
And then often they go back to the office and do a nice, more formal, prettier diagram.
That is exactly correct.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes.
Okay. But as you mentioned, you being the primary, a lot of your duties involve taking photographs.
Yes.
And in this case, Ms. Pott asked you about processing. In processing, that was primarily taking photographs, correct?
In this case, primarily taking photographs and collecting the evidence, yes.
Okay. And collecting the evidence. And again, let's talk about the evidence for a moment. There are a few placards in the house. And in the placard, we got evidence placard 1. And looks like we have the birth certificate, which you've already been introduced, correct?
Yes.
And you recall that there was also a large envelope on the kitchen counter with other various items inside, correct?
Looking, kind of reviewing what that item was, it appears that the birth certificate was basically attached to 2 other documents in that same kind of enclosure.
Okay.
Yes.
And then evidence 2, that's the block where we see the kitchen knives.
Correct.
And as you know, it looks like it appears as though this, I think was a 6 or 8. I think it was 8 and 1 was missing, correct?
I couldn't recall to the number, but the top left, where the chef's knife would go, that was the missing one.
Correct. And
Correct.
evidence 3,
Correct.
that's the black knife handle which you find downstairs.
Yes.
Okay. And evidence 4, that's the dumbbell, which you have right there in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And evidence 5, it looks like that's the placard where you have the area adjacent where there appears to be an impression in the floor, presumably, possibly from the dumbbell, correct?
Possibly, correct, yes.
And that's why you took the photo, because you said, oh, there's impression in the floor, dumbbells are heavy, 35 pounds in this case, and it's likely caused that impression in the floor.
Correct.
Oh, my apologies. I'm trying to stay awake this afternoon. I'm just talking too fast. I apologize. And so those are the placards in which you noted for us, correct?
Yes.
And we have about 20 or 30 photos, but that's not the full extent of the photos you took, correct?
Not the full extent, no.
Because obviously this was, as you said, a large house.
Yes.
We're talking a house in excess of 5,000 square feet. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
And many bathrooms, many bedrooms.
Correct.
And many common areas also.
For sure, yes.
For sure. And so we have a portion of the photographs, and you took photos of that door which leads from the garage, I guess, up to the laundry room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take photos of the rest of the doorways?
Not that I recall, no. We observed that to the best of my recollection, once we entered through the garage, we observed that the rest of the doorways were locked, and that there didn't appear to be any damage to the frame or the door jamb from the outside and inside of the house. So we didn't, not that I recall, open those doors.
Now, that doorway leading from the garage into the house, you took photographs of it. Did you do any other processing of it?
No other processing of it, no.
And particularly, did you examine the doorknob, the door jamb, the lock strike, or any items for fingerprints?
We did not dust them for fingerprints, just for the sake that basically at that point, the first responding officers had entered the home, the detectives had entered, the family member that found the decedent also entered. So basically the judgment call on that, we call it overlapping matrices as far as fingerprints go. So basically as so many hands touch the doorknob, basically there's going to be so many overlapping of the friction ridges that consist of the fingerprint that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to basically get a clear fingerprint off of that doorknob.
Did you even attempt it?
It was not attempted, no.
Okay. And likewise, I guess for the same reason, no one attempted to take any DNA from that particular area, the door, the doorknob, the walls around there.
For that same reason, yes, because there would be multiple DNA profiles.
What about in the kitchen area, around that block though? Were there anyone try to get any DNA or fingerprints from around that kitchen block, where presumably the knife was taken from?
There was not any DNA or fingerprints taken from the kitchen area either.
In the downstairs area, like along the walls, because basically there's talking the staircase that goes down, and then we have Ms. Merritt found there at the bottom, along the rails or walls. Was any fingerprints or DNA, anything taken in that area?
No, in that area, no, there were not any fingerprints or DNA taken along the walls, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So yeah, no DNA or fingerprints taken from that area.
Okay. So, but you mentioned to us, and we have before you, the knife handle and also the dumbbell. And those items, how were they preserved? Evidentiary values.
So the knife block was packaged in a paper bag, and the dumbbell was also packaged in several layers of paper bags because of the weight of it, so that it wouldn't bust through. And the purpose of that is to prevent cross-contamination, so that as long as there's basically a barrier from the inside to outside, nothing can contact the item on the inside of that bag. That is how we typically go about preserving evidence.
Now, on scene, I believe it's, given what you told us, I assume you're wearing gloves, right?
Yes.
And on scene, did you attempt to get any DNA or fingerprints, anything like that from those items?
Not from those items, no. What the judgment call on while we were on the scene, what we had decided as a team was that we would preserve the items to send to GBI for testing. We wanted to, more so, it is best practice to send them the entire item rather than just a swab of it. So that way GBI can do all sorts of additional tests rather than, basically they have the whole item as compared to just a little swab of an area.
Now you say as a team, who's a part of this team making the decision?
Primarily ourselves, myself and Investigator Lester, as well as the homicide detectives. Detective McQuilkin was one of the main detectives that worked with us on the scene.
Now, let's talk about a couple other things in which you took photographs of and maybe even collected. There was I understand it was an Apple iPad with a purple case. You call that?
Yes.
And what was done with that item?
That item was seized during the search warrant. Detective McQuilkin actually, I photographed it and documented it, but Detective McQuilkin collected that item.
Also understand it was Apple iPad with a black case and charger. Likewise, that item collected.
Exact same scenario. I documented it and Detective McQuilkin collected it.
I believe also there was a Kindle with a black case. Was that also collected?
Kindle with the black case. I would have to refer to my report to make sure that was also part of it.
If I can approach, Judge?
Yes.
Yes, there was a Kindle with a black case collected, documented by myself and collected by McQuilkin as well.
And likewise, we have recall collecting some letters on top of the nightstand.
Yes, the handwritten letters.
You recall collecting a laptop. Laptop.
Yep, the laptop as well. All of those were also collected by McQuilkin.
Now, when you say those were collected by McQuilkin, did they remain in his custody or did they go to someone else's custody?
So at that point, he would be responsible for the custody of it entirely, as far as the packaging, the transportation, making sure that it is free from cross-contamination, as well as other personnel getting their hands on it. So he would be entirely responsible for those items.
Now, those particular items, to your knowledge, was any preliminary testing done on the scene, again, for fingerprints or blood?
Not for those items, no.
Okay, I mean DNA.
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. Now, you tell us about the dumbbell and the possible impression left in the carpet downstairs. Recall that?
Yes.
And because primarily the upstairs area, there was a lot of hardwood. There was some marble tile. There was also some carpet. But primarily downstairs, it was carpeted area, correct?
Primarily, yes.
Okay. Now, so when you were downstairs and you saw that impression that the dumbbell may have left, did you take the time in order to do any footprint impressions? See if there was a particular shoe that may have caused or walked from one room to the other?
We did examine the carpet entirely for other such impressions, but we did not see any impression that would resemble a shoe print or anything of the sort. Just that was the only one that stuck out. So that was the one that was documented.
Now, you noted on the second that it appears as though that there was not just blood, but hair on the floor. Correct?
Hair on the floor, you said?
In the basement area.
The basement area. I believe it would have been hair in that general area where the decedent was found.
Okay. Because it looks like you noted 35-pound dumbbell with suspected blood and hair.
Yes. Okay. So the hairs were on the dumbbell. Basically, they were, so where the blood was on the dumbbell, there were also hairs that were basically embedded in that dried blood.
And those particular hairs, how were those processed by you?
So as far as what we were able to do at Dekalb County crime scene, we did not have the capabilities or the training to test those hair samples. So what we were mainly responsible for was preserving them so that we could send it to GBI, where they have the capability to then test it. So just like routinely out of all of our other evidence, we would make sure that it's free from cross-contamination so that nothing could tamper with the evidentiary value of it. And it would then be sent to GBI.
And from what I see here, it looks like that you were there on scene to about 3:42. Does that sound correct?
That sounds about correct, yes.
About 3 hours and some change?
Yes.
Now, was that the extent of your involvement on February 2nd?
I believe I took some follow-up photographs of the evidence that I collected. But as far as that day for the original scene, that was the extent of my involvement on that day.
Okay. And you just led right to where I'm headed. You recall around about February 26th, taking some follow-up photos.
February 26th, if that's the date on the report, yes.
Okay. And when you took follow-up photos, where were you?
in the in our lab area of the crime scene unit.
And at that particular time, what were you tasked with doing?
At that particular time, we basically, in case that the photographs didn't turn out clear or anything like that, basically, or if additional photos were needed, we would take basically additional photos from all angles in the lab just to make sure that every bit of it was documented.
Now, the additional photos appears though you took photos again of the birth certificate and the paperwork.
Yes.
And it looks like you also took photos of that knife handle, correct?
Yes.
And also pictures of that 35-pound dumbbell with the suspected blood and hair, correct?
Yes.
So on that second time in which you processed those items, at that time, did you do any swabbing or smears or attempted fingerprints?
At that time, it was already decided that the items would be going to GBI, and it's a preferred policy that we don't tamper if it is being sent to GBI to basically not mess with it at all on our end, so that way GBI can have it tamper proof and they can basically start their processing from ground zero.
So to your knowledge, after February 26th, were you involved with DKPD in the processing of any of these items?
No, I was not.
Nothing further, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
This witness did a great job.
Our
He
next witness.
looks to me more like a math teacher, a high school math teacher, than he does a crime scene investigator. But he did a good job. He stayed calm in the midst of all the corrects. Correct.
I do. My name is Jessie Worley, JESSEWORLEY.
Good afternoon, Ms. Worley.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, or the Crime Lab, in the Impressions Evidence section.
And your title there,
I'll be right
what do
back.
you do?
My title is a Crime Lab Scientist, and I am signed off to do latent print and footwear casework.
Okay. And your duties with the GBI, can you describe them?
Yes. So as a latent print examiner, our section accepts evidence from crime scenes that they've processed for latent prints or fingerprints. We also accept items of evidence that need to be processed to develop fingerprints on them. And we conduct comparisons to known fingerprint exemplars and do database searches on the state and federal fingerprint databases.
And what's your education?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University.
And in order to become a latent print examiner, what kind of training do you have to have?
I completed the GBI's training program for latent prints and for footwear. Both training programs are about 2 years long. They cover all the topics we need to know to do the basic analysis for casework, as well as the history of the discipline. And then also we cover competency testing and then report writing.
John, can I approach? That should be better. I think asked about your training, and how long have you done this work?
I was hired at the GBI in 2007 and started working fingerprint cases at the very beginning of 2009, and then went through footwear training in 2020 and just finished that up last year. But I've continued to work fingerprint cases basically the last 15 years.
Approximately how many fingerprint cases do you think you've worked?
A lot. I've averaged about 20 cases a month since I started working cases.
And have you ever testified as an expert?
I have.
How many times?
Today might be 73, would be 73.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit Ms. Worley as an expert in latent print examination.
Any objection? Oh, no, she will be so recognized.
All right. Did you prepare a report for this case?
I did.
Okay. Now, when the GBI gets a case, what happens on the front end?
Any evidence that comes into the GBI, the agency that's submitting it is required to properly package and label their evidence and fill out a GBI evidence submission form to turn in with the evidence so that we can open and generate a case in our system so that we can track all of the items of evidence and the requested testing services. We also track the chain of custody for each item as it moves throughout our laboratory system, and that's where we generate our reports.
Okay. And for this case, was like a number created?
Yes, so every case that comes in from an agency is given a unique GBI or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, and then each item is numbered and tracked with that case.
All right. And for this case, can you just say what the case number was?
The DOFS case number was 2019-1005039.
Okay. Now, as it relates to latent print examination, did the GBI receive any items for that?
Yes.
What was received?
The item that was submitted with a request for latent print processing was a seal package containing a black plastic knife handle.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48.
Thank you.
Can you look through that item and say what that is?
This is so hard to do from somebody else's house.
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This was the knife handle that was submitted from Dekalb County to be processed for latent prints.
Okay. And how do you know that it's the same item?
When we enter cases at GBI, everything gets barcoded. The barcode label has the case number, and then each item has its own unique item number. In this instance, State's Exhibit 48 appears as item 4 in the crime lab reporting system. And then I also hand wrote and dated on the package as well as the item itself.
Okay. Now, obviously, it's been opened today, but when you got it for testing, did it appear that the item had been tampered with?
No.
Now, what were you asked to do with the item?
The item was submitted with a request for latent print processing,
Okay.
which means that we would attempt different chemical or physical detection methods to try and develop fingerprints on the surface of that item.
Okay, and can you just describe the process that you would put an item through in order to try and get a print?
Yes. So the first step in any fingerprint processing protocol that we would do at GBI would be to conduct a visual examination. We do 2 things during this first step. One, we're assessing the item of evidence to determine what the surfaces are made out of, what kind of components exist on that item so that we can apply an appropriate processing protocol. And then we're also looking to see if there are any fingerprints that might be visible before we attempt any methods. Throughout our process, if at any point we do observe or see something that could be usable for a comparison, we would use digital camera system in order to photograph and preserve that evidence.
Okay, and is this process generally accepted in this area of expertise?
Well, the processing that I applied to this item, it's a black plastic handle, so it's a mostly non-porous surface. So the typical processing protocol for non-porous items would be to use super glue fuming and then possibly also a dye stain. In this instance, I did the visual examination and the super glue fuming.
Okay, and I think I kind of jumped the gun here. What are latent prints?
So latent prints, everyone has what we refer to as friction ridge skin on the palm sides of your hands, as well as also the bottoms of your feet. You have basically raised portions of skin that form the ridges, and then there are valleys or furrows in between. The ridges on your hands and on your fingers basically flow in together, but there are different formations within that flow of ridges. Individually, the ridges start and stop or split into two in different places, and it's those placement of all those features that are unique to each individual. What we look for when we do fingerprint work is to see if when someone handled an item, that arrangement of features is reproduced on the surface, kind of like if you have a rubber stamp and you put ink on it and then you stamp onto a piece of paper. That's kind of how a fingerprint works. You've got sweat or oil or dirt or residue that's on the surface of your hands. And when you handle something, you transfer and make an impression of those features on another item.
Okay. Now, which of the processes did you do on the knife handle?
As I stated, I did a visual examination and then super glue fuming.
Okay. And what were the results?
The results of my testing in this case were negative.
Okay. Now, what does that mean?
So with our policy at GBI, our determination of whether an item has positive results comes down to how many of those features we can see. If a fingerprint or a latent print develops, we have to have at least 7 to say that it's positive. So in a case where something is negative, it can mean a couple of different things. It can be that there was no development of super glue on that item at all, period. It could be that the whole surface produced a reaction, and so nothing can be seen because there's just a total overall reaction. Or it can be that there are areas that could have been fingerprint or palm print detail, but they're not clear, they're obscured because they overlay one another, or there's just a general lack of clarity.
Okay. Now, for this item here, the texture of the knife or of the knife handle itself, would that play any part in whether or not you could get a latent print?
It could. Fingerprint details are very small. So if you have a surface that has texture that is very small as well, it can interfere with how clearly those details are reproduced or how clearly you can discern them as an examiner from one area to another, just by interfering and breaking up the flow or the continuity of the ridges that are on the surface.
Okay. And this surface, can you just describe as to what it is?
In this case, the surface was the plastic knife handle, so it did have some texturing to it.
I think that you had used the term non-porous.
Yes.
Okay. Other than the texture of the item itself, are there any other factors that can impact the ability to obtain a latent print?
Yes, there are a number of different things that could impact that.
What are they?
So starting with the person who's handling the item, if your hands have been freshly washed or your skin is very dry, there's not necessarily a lot of residue on the surface to actually impact a transfer. If your skin or your ridges are less robust, maybe your skin is a little older, it's lost a little elasticity, the ridges tend to be a little shorter, a little more softened. They don't record or reproduce as well in fingerprints. The surface of the item, like I said, texture versus something smooth can impact how well a print can be seen. The type of material it is can play a part. Like I said, this is a non-porous item. Non-porous surfaces are typically non-absorbent, so any residue that makes up a fingerprint is just sitting on the surface and is very delicate, and it's could be easy to destroy or damage that fingerprint until it's processed. The way an object is handled, if you think about it in terms of like things that are a tool, they're meant to be handled in a specific way. So if one person handles it and then another person handles it in the same manner, the second person's prints may be erasing or obliterating those of the first, and just overlaying on top of them. And so you're taken away from the clarity that could be observed.
So there's a lot of factors at play in whether or not you can obtain a print.
Yes.
Every time you do this process, do you always obtain a print?
No, not always.
Now, I want to show you a photo of State's Exhibit 32. Can you take a look at that? What is that?
State's Exhibit 32 is a photograph of a 35-pound weight.
Okay. Now, the grip of the dumbbell, what kind of surface is that?
This one appears to be made out of metal. It may have some sort of clear coating to keep the metal from rusting, but it looks like the handle also has some texturing, probably to improve grip.
Would the grip itself be a texture that you would expect to get a print from?
We may see development if it were to be processed, but it wouldn't be I wouldn't expect to see very clear and usable fingerprint detail.
I have not read the arrest affidavit. I don't know if anybody else has.
Okay, so the fact that you got a negative result on the knife handle, does that mean that the knife handle wasn't touched?
No, not necessarily.
What does it mean then?
It just means that there wasn't any detail that was clear enough to be used to do a comparison to known exemplars.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And you did your examination of this particular item on what day?
The processing that I completed took place on May 27th, 2022.
Okay. And the item was received by the GBI on what day?
Our records indicate that it was received at the laboratory on May 23rd.
Now, how many days or I guess hours did you actually work on this particular item?
All of my analysis was completed in a single day. A typical super glue fuming run takes about a half an hour to 45 minutes to complete. Since my results were negative, there wasn't additional time spent to do imaging or photography. So the actual analysis from start to finish maybe took 2 hours total.
So the item was received by the GBI on May 23rd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And it was received from the Dekalb County District Attorney's Office, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said you did your examination on the 27th.
Yes, sir.
And it looks as though you completed your report on that same day.
Yes, I did.
And you were telling us that there can be various reasons why you have negative results.
Yes.
And in this case, you mentioned to us that sometimes you have to have at least 7. I know you used to call them points. What do you call them nowadays?
The terminology we use are minutia.
Minutia. Okay. It was easier when we called them points. So you had to have at least 7 minutia, correct?
Yes.
But sometimes you don't have 7.
Right.
And that yields a negative result.
Yes.
Is that what happened here in this case?
It's possible, with negative results, we don't photograph anything that's negative, so it would be hard to say for sure. Not having an exact memory of this specific case from over a year ago now, or about a year ago, as far as what the actual conditions of it were.
Okay. So could you mention also that it could be that during the super glue fuming that there's no development?
Yes.
And so given what you're telling us that you don't recall if that's why you had a negative result.
Right. We don't record the reason it's negative. If we had enough detail to render a positive result, all of that would be photographed. But in instances where we have a negative, it's simply recorded as being negative.
And as you mentioned, that there's sort of, I guess, two steps. I guess one is basically looking with your naked eye, or do you do it through a microscope?
We do have magnifying glass and lamps with magnifying glass available to use. Typically, no, not a microscope. But most of what we're looking at is done, yes, with the naked eye.
And I assume that in this case, when you look with your naked eye, you weren't able to make a determination.
Well, I did make a determination. The determination.
Super glue fuming.
That's driving me nuts.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Emmons just asked you about dumbbells.
Hi, Chris King.
In this case, back in May of 2022, were you asked to examine a dumbbell?
No, I wasn't.
Were you asked to examine the item there in State Exhibit number 32?
Not to my recollection.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Yes.
Mr. Queen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, they call Kimberly Jewett.
Yeah, so real quick, we're not going to do the show tonight. We're going to get together because the state and the defense, I think, rested, if I got that right. So we're going to put together all the big clips and have the show tomorrow to show everything, wrap that trial up, and then we start our night court throwback trials next week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So excited about that. So I'll be here during the day, and then we'll be doing the throwback trials on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, starting next week.
I do. My name is Kimberly, Kimberly, Jewett, Jewett.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Where do you work?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly referred to as the State Crime Lab.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
For 13 years.
And what's your title there?
I'm a microanalyst for the trace evidence section.
Okay. And as a microanalyst, what are your duties?
I analyze evidence that is small in size, usually requiring the aid of a microscope to examine it. So things like hair, fiber, gunshot primer residue, things like that.
Okay. And I think you said how long you've worked there. How long have you actually been a microanalyst there?
For all 13 years.
Right. And what kind of education do you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from the University of West Georgia. I've completed 2 courses at the McCrone Research Institute in Chicago, Illinois, one on applied polarized light microscopy, the other on human and animal hair. I completed a course at Hook College of Applied Sciences in Westmont, Illinois on hair analysis. I completed a 12-month training program at GBI for hair analysis, a 6-week training program for fracture match analysis, and a 6-month training program for gunshot primer residue analysis.
Okay. And is that all the training that you've had to have in order to do this job?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, the processing of hair itself, how long have you done that?
I've done that for all 13 years, minus the 12 months of training.
Okay. Now, in the 13 years, how many cases of processing hair do you think you've worked?
Approximately 570.
Now, have you ever testified as an expert?
Yes,
How
I
many
have.
times?
50.
And Your Honor, at this time, we would tender her in as an expert in trace evidence and micro analysis.
Any objection? She will be so recognized.
Now, Ms. Jewett, did the GBI receive items for trace analysis in this case in April of 2022?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, this case that we're talking about, is there a certain number that's assigned to this case?
There is.
What is that number?
If I can refer to my notes. 2019-1005039.
Okay. Now, when you receive when the GBI receives the hair for trace analysis, what happens?
So when the evidence is first received into the lab, a unique crime laboratory case number will be placed on each new case that comes in. Each new case or item that comes in will have a unique item number also associated with it. So those items will have a barcode placed on the item so we can track it as it goes through the lab. The items will also be imaged as it comes in, and all submitting documentation will also be scanned into the case file.
Okay. And what items did trace analysis receive in this case?
We received hair identified as recovered from the hand of Shirley Merritt and the known head hair of Shirley Merritt.
Okay. And how were these items packaged?
They were both packaged inside of a brown paper bag that was sealed with red evidence tape, and an initial was across the seal. Inside that brown paper bag were 2 Ziploc plastic bags. One of these Ziploc plastic bags was labeled as hair from the hand of Shirley Merritt. It was zipped closed and had a label over the top. The other Ziploc plastic bag was labeled as the known head hair of Shirley Merritt. It was also zip closed with a label over the top.
When the items were received, did they appear to have been tampered with or damaged in any way?
No, they did not.
Okay. Now, what was requested of you to be done with these items?
It was requested that I analyze the hair from the hand of Shirley Merritt, see if any of those hairs were suitable for comparison, and if they were, to compare them to the known head hair of Shirley Merritt microscopically.
Okay. And so that comparison, can you describe that process?
Yes. First, I began by looking at the hair identified as from the hand of Shirley Merritt. I did this visually and with a stereo microscope. A stereo microscope is a low-powered microscope going up to about 64 times magnification that has a greater working distance underneath and lets us see more external features of what we're examining. In doing this, I mounted all of the hairs that were identified as from Shirley Merritt, that we call questioned hairs, onto a labeled slide. That slide, or slides in this case, multiple, were examined under a stereo microscope and a compound light microscope. A compound light microscope is a higher magnification microscope, normally going from 100 to 400 times magnification. With this, it also uses transmitted light. So we're able to see more internal features of the hairs. So with this stereo microscope and compound light microscope, I go through each questioned hair and try to classify them as I can. So whether they're suitable for comparison, we attempt to determine a body origin they could have come from and an ancestry they could have come from. At that point, since there were hairs suitable for comparison from the hands, I then mounted the known head hair of Shirley Merritt. Those were also mounted onto labeled slides, examined under the stereo microscope and compound light microscope, so I can get to know the features that exhibit within the known hair. Once all of those are mounted, I put the questioned hair on a comparison microscope and the known head hair on a comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is 2 compound light microscopes that are connected by an optical bridge with a triocular head on top. So with this, I can put the slide of the questioned hair on one side, the known hair on the other, and I can see them in one field of view at one time. So each questioned hair that's suitable for comparison will be compared to the known hair standard of at least 25 hairs from root to tip. So each questioned hair is compared separately to the known. After that, I can draw a conclusion as to if they're consistent or inconsistent in microscopic characteristics.
Okay, so there's, to kind of break that down, there's multiple steps then.
Yes,
So the first step is to take the hair that was from the hand.
yes,
Okay. And when you have that hair, you're looking at that hair to determine whether or not it's suitable for comparison.
correct.
Okay. How many hairs did you have to work with?
The total number of hairs in this case were 25 hairs.
Okay. And of the 25 hair, well, actually, what would make a hair suitable for comparison?
It has to exhibit enough characteristics or features that a comparison can be known. So things like pigment that naturally exists in a hair should be present. Pigment is a granule that gives the hair its color, and that can change throughout the hair. So what the color is, does that color change? Also, do those granules, how do they distribute within the hair? Are they evenly distributed all the way through? Are they clumped together? Does that change throughout the hair? Things like that. So we get to know a lot just from the pigment. But other characteristics such as that, we have to have enough characteristics and features to be able to do a comparison.
Now, of the 25 hairs that you had, how many were suitable for comparison?
Eight of them.
Right. So the first step is to determine how many are suitable.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And then the second step is to look at the known hair. Is that right?
After determining if they're suitable for comparison, then we can look at the known hair and get familiar with the known hair.
Okay. And you did that here.
I did, yes.
Now, of the 8 hairs that were suitable for comparison, what did you find?
In examining all of the hairs, I determined that there were hairs unsuitable for comparison and 8 hairs characteristic of European ancestry and characteristic of head hair that were suitable for comparison. Those 8 hairs compared to the known hair of Shirley Merritt were consistent in microscopic characteristics.
Okay. Now, I think you said what the factors were as far as what would make hairs unsuitable. Well, okay, so 8 hairs, of the 8 hairs, 8, they were all a match then?
They were all microscopically consistent to the known head hair, yes.
Okay. Now, of the remaining hairs that were unsuitable, what were some of the factors that you saw in this case that didn't allow you to proceed?
All of the hairs that I noted were white in color, and by white, it means that it lacked pigment. So again, that's something we get a lot of information from is the pigment, what gives it its color. So since there wasn't any of that pigment, I wasn't able to do a comparison.
Now, after you finished this process, was there did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what is the date of your report?
The date is 5/18/2022.
Okay, and the findings on your report are the same that you just went through here?
They are.
Now, after you did the micro analysis on the hair, what do you normally do next?
Normally in a situation like this, I would be done because this is what we would consider not probative. So it's expected that you're going to find hair of an individual on that individual. We're not proving anything else. We already know she was there. A probative example would be if a subject's hair was found on a victim's clothes. Victim's hair is found on subject's clothes. You're showing that someone was in contact with each other that you didn't necessarily know before. In those situations, we normally go a step further after a consistent result and send a route for nuclear DNA analysis.
Okay. And so here, what did you do next?
In this case, it was specifically requested that we send routes for nuclear DNA analysis, even though it's not our normal policy. So I went ahead to do that step.
Can you just describe that process?
Yes, in doing that, I look at the roots for a hair. That's the portion that would be suitable for DNA or nuclear DNA if it's possible. In looking for the roots, we have to determine if it's either anagen, which is an actively growing hair and a hair that has to somewhat be forced out, or a catagen-telogen hair, which is a hair that just naturally sheds. But if it's catagen-telogen, it has to have follicular tissue or skin still attached to the catagen-telogen hair. So if it has one of those two things, an anagen root or a catagen-telogen root with follicular tissue, it's suitable for nuclear DNA analysis. So anything that was suitable, in this case, all of the hairs were looked at. They were imaged as to how they appeared. They were cut and each of them placed into their own individual vials. They were made into new item numbers and sent to forensic biology for nuclear DNA analysis.
And you did that here?
I did.
After you sent the items to the, what's the department again?
The forensic biology section?
The biology section. After you sent the items to the biology section, did you do anything else on this case?
I did not. That was the end of my examination.
I have no further questions, Judge.
She
Thank
doesn't
you.
seem like she seems so young, and she's on it. She knows her information, and she's
Good
very clear,
afternoon.
but she seems so young.
I got a question for you. You mentioned that the case number is 2019-1005039, correct?
Correct.
And however, you just mentioned that the case was taken in on 4/28 of 2022.
The items that I received were taken in on 4/28/2022.
Now tell us why it appears as though there's a 2019 case number on items in which you examined in 2022.
The 2019 case number would be from whenever the very first item was submitted, and then the request was, or excuse me, the case was made. I can't say why these items weren't submitted until 2022, only they were submitted on April 28th, 2022.
So was any examination done of these particular items in 2019 or 2020 or 2021 to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, not at the lab. None of item 2 for us, which is the hairs from the hand or the known head hair of Shirley Merritt, was examined in any way until then.
Now, again, we've already mentioned that on April 28th, the items were received from the Dekalb County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And on what day did you do your examination? Was it over a course of days?
I began it on that same day, April 28th, 2022. And the examination takes more than just a single day. So it didn't complete really until my report was released, which was May 18th, 2022.
And you were focused on the microanalysis of these hair, pieces of hair.
From the hairs, correct.
Now hair, how many parts are there to hair?
So it depends on how you want to break it down. The structure of a hair, you could almost look at it like it's a pencil. So the pencil has paint on the outside, which is like the scales on your hair. The wooden part of a pencil would be like the main part or the cortex of a hair. And then the lead down the center would be like a medulla that we have at the center of your hair. A medulla is an air sac that runs down the center. It can be present or not in human hair. It can be translucent, which is see-through, or opaque, so you can't see through it. And then with animal hairs and things like that, it tends to be more structured. And then you have the tip of your pencil is like the very tip of your hair. And then the eraser part of the pencil is like the root of your hair. So that's the overall structure of a hair.
And when you were looking at those 8 that were suitable for comparison, what part of the hair were you looking at?
I'm looking at all of it from root to tip if the root is present. Some of these in this case did not have a root. So from the very top of it all the way down to the tip, we compare all of it all the way through.
Now with the other ones that were unsuitable, why were they unsuitable?
They were unsuitable because they didn't have any pigment in them. So pigment, again, is what gives the hair its color. That pigment exists in the cortex part I was talking about, or the wooden part of your pencil. So without any of that pigment that takes up so much of the middle cortex part of it, there's just not enough to really compare.
So comparing the eraser and the point's not good enough.
No, we actually have to have it consistent from root to tip, so all the features in each question hair fall within the range of the known that's exhibited.
And you mentioned that 8 were suitable and the unknown did match the known.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The 8 which were suitable, you did compare those, correct?
The 8 that were suitable were compared to the known hair of Shirley Merritt, yes.
And consistent.
They were consistent.
Now, a second step you did, which is not, sounds like it's not what you always do.
Correct.
Is basically you look to see what was suitable to forward on biology.
Correct.
And how many hairs were suitable for biology?
There were 18 hair roots that were suitable for biology.
Okay. Now, you're talking about the roots. So here we go talking about just the eraser, correct?
Yes, for forensic biology to do their analysis, they only need the root portion.
And why is that?
That's the only part that you're actually going to get any type of nuclear DNA off of it. The rest of the portion, no matter how many studies have been done, that's not really possible. There's another type of DNA technique that can potentially test that, and it's called mitochondrial DNA. It is not specific to an individual. It is passed from mother to child in an exact replica, and it's not something that we do at GBI. It's something that would have to go for FBI to do, and the FBI does not accept all of the cases that we send in. Something like that, there's a microscopical comparison that says it's consistent with this person, and having so many things from DNA, nuclear DNA analysis, I don't think they would actually accept this. Also, if we send something for mitochondrial DNA, it is destructive to the hair and nothing can be done with it after that point.
So we went down that road and let's get back where we were.
Okay.
You tell us about the root,
Yeah,
and the root
Marla.
goes on to biology, correct?
Correct.
And they do DNA testing on it.
They do.
And is that anything you're involved in?
No, once I cut the roots and send it, I have no further interaction with the case.
And in this particular matter, it appears though after, I guess, was it June 1st, which you were last involved in this case?
Yes. June 1st, 2022.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Just real briefly, Judge. Ms. Jewett, of all the micro analysis of hair that you've done, have you ever had a hair sample from a decedent's hand that belonged to somebody who wasn't the decedent?
In my experience, no. The cases I've worked where hair from the hand of a victim has always been consistent microscopically to the victim's known hair.
I never heard of it.
Anything further, this witness? Any witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Queen? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
She just
Our
seems so
next witness.
friendly. She's just smiling at everybody. She's so knowledgeable. She's a good witness. Yeah, Lisa, I thought she looked young too. When she said she'd been with GBI for 13 years, I was like, oh, dang. I'm getting old. Yeah, they said that she's done it 50 times, I think. Or she said she's done it 50 times.
Thank you. I do. Yes, my name is Alexandra Jason, Alexandra, and Jason is Jasin.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Where do you work?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or known as the GBI, in the Division of Forensic Science in the biology department.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
3 years.
And what's your title there?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
What does that mean?
I receive evidence from state and local agencies and do DNA analysis on them.
Okay. And I think I asked, but how long have you worked there?
3 years.
3 years. Okay. Now, what type of education do you have?
I got my bachelor's in forensic biochemistry in 2019 from Northern Michigan University.
Okay. And in order to become or to work in the forensic biology department, what kind of training do you have?
I underwent an extensive training that included oral, written, and practical examinations, as well as a supervised casework period.
Okay. And how many cases of DNA typing have you worked?
Around 100.
Okay. And have you ever testified as an expert?
I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times?
10.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we would tender in Ms. Jason as an expert in the field of forensic biology and DNA.
Any objection? She will be so read.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Jason, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the blueprint that makes us who we are. We get half of it from our mom, half of it from our dad, and it's unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
And how, like, when you perform testing on DNA and to get DNA, how do you do that?
So we start with the extraction process, which is where we take a portion of the sample and using chemicals are able to isolate the DNA molecule from the rest of the cellular components. From there, we move on to the quantification process, which is where we determine how much DNA was extracted. From there, we make millions and millions of copies of specific sections of the DNA, which is called amplification. From there, we use computers and instruments in order to separate and detect those segments of DNA to make a graph, which we call the DNA profile. And from there, I compare to any known individuals from the case. I write my report and come to testify.
Now, as it relates to this case, I think we've been through this already, but is there a certain case number that's assigned to each case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was the case number for this case 2019-1005039?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as it relates to that case number and any request for DNA, what were you asked to do?
I was asked to do the data analysis for hair samples and for contact swabs on a dumbbell.
A dumbbell.
Dumbbell, yep.
Let's talk about dumbbell first. What contact swabbing? What is that?
So contact DNA is just when you touch something, you typically leave skin cells behind. So we can swab that area that we suspect has been touched to see if we can get a profile from it.
Okay. What items did the GBI have at this time?
Just in relation to this case, I believe we had the hairs and we had the dumbbell.
Okay. Do you know who submitted those items?
No, but I can look at the chain of custody to find out.
Can you? Yeah.
May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. We received the dumbbell from the Dekalb County District Attorney.
And what date did you get the dumbbell?
May 26th.
Okay. Now, when the dumbbell was received by the GBI, what was done in order to do any DNA testing on it?
A swab was taken. It was a wet dry swab, what we call a wet swab, and a dry swab was taken of the handle of the dumbbell.
Okay. So what, like a piece of cotton was?
Yeah, typically it looks like a Q-tip, a one-sided Q-tip.
Okay. And so it was swabbed.
Correct.
And is the process that you described earlier, as far as DNA typing, the same that you would do on the contact?
Yes.
DNA? Okay. Now, did you do anything with the swab on the dumbbell?
No, once it's swabbed and then it's tested, so it starts the extraction, we just put it back in the envelope and it's returned to the agency.
Was it tested?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of the testing on the swab from the dumbbell?
It was insufficient. So there was DNA, but there was not enough to move forward to the amplification process.
Okay. Insufficient?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It just means that we detected that there was DNA present, but we need a certain amount in order to move forward to amplification.
Okay. So there was DNA there, just not enough to create a profile?
Correct.
All right. Now, what type of material would you be most likely to get a good DNA sample off of? Or yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to contact DNA, it's best when there's a sample or an item that has a lot of friction with it. So the more ridges, if it's a cloth-like material, so that you could have absorption, are the best items or the best materials to have.
What about how often an item has been used?
Yep, how often item's been used, how often it's cleaned or washed, how recently it's been cleaned or washed, and different environmental factors. Is it left outside? Is it protected? Things like that.
Okay. And so here there was an insufficient amount of DNA to go through further testing. Was there anything sent to you to compare it against anyways?
Yes, we had a known from Shirley Merritt and a known from Richard Merritt.
Okay. Now that result, the insufficient amount of DNA, do you always receive a full profile?
No.
Okay. How often do you not get one?
It's hard to say. We don't really keep statistics of a percentage of how often, but we do typically not like to test contact DNA because we know the likelihood of getting one is still pretty low.
So it's common, is it common to have gotten this kind of result then?
Yes.
Hey,
So
Char.
the fact that there was an insufficient amount of DNA, does that mean that the item had never been touched?
No, because we did get some DNA, the instrument still detected that there was DNA there, just not enough for us to move forward.
Okay, so we could say that it was used.
Yes.
Now, the hairs themselves, what were you asked to do with any hair?
The hairs also went through the DNA analysis process.
And what were you asked to test? What items?
We had 18 hairs that were submitted for DNA, and so they all went through the DNA process.
And did you have items to compare any DNA profile that you received from the hair?
Yes, we had the knowns from Shirley Merritt and Richard Merritt.
And the same process that was done with the dumbbell to create a profile, tested against that profile, was that done with the hair as well?
Yes.
And were the hair roots tested?
Yes, the hair roots were tested and they were compared if they moved forward to get a profile.
Okay. Now, of the hair roots that were tested, did you get any profiles?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your testing?
Out of the 18 hairs, 11 of them we got a profile from, and one was insufficient for DNA. So like the dumbbell, it didn't move forward to amplification, and one was absent for any DNA.
Okay, let's talk about the 11 roots that had a profile. Can you talk about those?
Yes, so out of those, 8 of them had a full profile that I matched to Shirley Merritt, and then 3 of them had partial profiles that I matched to Shirley Merritt.
The 5 where DNA was obtained, but you had a limited data. What does that mean?
Yes, so those were inconclusive, or what we call inconclusive. We got DNA profiles or partial profiles possibly from them, but I couldn't make any conclusions because the amount of DNA there or the profile was still so small.
And I think you said that there was one root that had an insufficient amount of DNA to move forward.
Correct.
And that's like the dumbbell?
Yes.
All right. And then one had an
Is he
absence
calling
of
it a
DNA.
dumbbell?
What does that mean?
He's saying dumbbell.
There's just no DNA detected from the hair being extracted.
Does that mean that it didn't come from someone's head? What does that mean?
It could mean a different amount of things. It could have just been a bad hair root. Typically, we don't like contact DNA. We don't typically like doing hair because it doesn't give you a lot of DNA. We're only testing, it's not like you're getting a clump of hair that we're testing. It's one single root, and there's just not a lot of DNA held within the root of that hair.
After the hair has been processed, is there anything left?
No, when it comes to hair analysis, we consume the entire hair.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you did this process in April of 2022?
Correct.
Now, you were telling us that over time, DNA deteriorates. It can deteriorate, correct?
It can deteriorate over time, yes.
Why and how?
Different factors, again, kind of like with evidence, when it comes to environmental factors, say it's left out in the sun for long periods of time, UV destroys DNA, also like cleaning things, bleach, stuff like that can also destroy DNA.
Now, in this case, one of the things you examined was a dumbbell, correct?
Correct.
And this dumbbell, prior to you doing testing on it in April of 2022, do you have any idea where it was stored, how it was stored, who it was stored by?
The dumbbell, when it was received by the GBI, was properly sealed and packaged. And from that point, it was kept in a few different storage locations within the GBI, including in the biology lab.
That's when it was in your possession, GI's possession.
Correct.
Before that. How it was stored or packaged before that?
No, I can't speak to how the dumbbell was packaged or anything like that before it got to the lab.
Now, you mentioned contact, and of course, contact, that's like me touching this toning, correct?
Correct.
What about blood? Blood on that dumbbell?
There was blood on the dumbbell, yes.
And was it tested?
The blood was tested for serology, but it was not DNA tested.
Any idea why?
It wasn't requested.
Now, contact, blood, where does sweat fall into this?
Well, sweat kind of helps the skin cells that rub off when we touch things through friction to help kind of just stick and absorb to whatever it touches.
Now, is there any idea if there may have been some sweat on the dumbbell?
We don't test for that.
And why is that?
I honestly don't even know how we would test for sweat. Sweat is just the oils that come from your hand and precipitation. It's not necessarily, it's just not something we test for.
Okay. And you mentioned to us also you tested the hairs.
Yes.
And actually, in both cases, you had knowns from Richard Merritt and Shirley Merritt, correct?
Correct.
And as to the hairs, you did find some that were consistent with the DNA profile of Ms. Shirley Merritt.
Correct.
And I guess, just to be clear, in both cases, regarding the dumbbell, regarding the hairs, you found no DNA consistent with Richard Merritt.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. The fact that you didn't find a profile matching Mr. Merritt, does that mean that he didn't touch it?
No, there was DNA there, so someone touched it.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Any further questions as witness?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd ask to resume tomorrow on next witness to testify.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we made some really good progress today. I'm going to ask you all to please be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll continue on with the testimony. If you'll meet the deputy out in front of 7A as you did when you came back from lunch. The refrigerator and the microwave and anything that's in the jury room is for your use during the course of the trial. So if you want to bring in snacks or anything like that, feel free to do so. I know it gets a little difficult in the afternoons to stay awake and pay attention, but it is very important that you pay close attention to the evidence. You're not going to have a transcript or anything of the testimony back when you begin your deliberations. So if anyone needs a break, and I try to keep an eye out for anyone dozing off, but if I miss you and you need a break, just please raise your hand and let me know, okay? And we'll take as many breaks as we need to, because I want to make sure that you're paying close attention to the evidence. Please remember the instruction not to talk about the case or allow anyone to talk to you about the case, all right? Have a nice evening, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
So let's see if it shows me up. Yeah, everyone's in the plexiglass, so it's kind of hard to see. And then their microphones, we can hear them because they're right there, but it has like a weird, like tinny type of noise, almost like an echo.
All right, anything we need to address before we recess?
Yeah, I like this judge too.
All right, see you all at 9.
It looks like
exhibits that have been admitted, if you all will put them all together.
somebody was
Lock them up.
possibly falling asleep, which is interesting. Be handing out energy drinks on here tomorrow. So this one is, I see the question, Sandra, this one is in Dekalb County, Georgia. This is actually right near where I grew up. The home where Miss Merritt lived is in my cousin's neighborhood. So this is, that's kind of why I decided to do this one. I've been wanting to do this one, so I figured, why not? It's close to home, and my family has all been kind of, everybody remembers when he was on the run, and he was on the lam for about 8 months before they found him in Nashville. So, but it's like Dekalb County, Georgia, like Tucker. I was actually born in Tucker. That's where I lived when I was little. And then I moved to Loganville. So this is like all, and my mom and I have family and stuff in Stone Mountain. So that's, it's my old neck of the woods. Yeah, the courtroom probably does make you sleepy. I think the only time I would wake up would probably be when when the one attorney keeps saying correct. That's kind of like a pecking at your brain. The date on the seal, the date on the seal is 1776. State of Georgia Constitution. I don't have my glasses on, but I can see that. 1776. Oh, you were raised in Sandy Springs. Yeah, I'm a Georgia girl too. I live in Florida now, but Betsy, you lived in Stone Mountain. I love Stone Mountain. We would go to the laser show like all the time. That was one of my favorite things to do. And go climb the mountain. They do an awesome sunrise service on Easter and stuff. Like we used to spend a lot of time there. That was my mom's first job in high school, was working at Stone Mountain Park. Thank you so much, Tommy. Thank you so much. Okay, so a couple quick things. I am going to continue covering this trial. I'm hoping that my internet got done today, so that I can be doing this tomorrow from my own setup, where I'm not trying to look on a little bitty laptop and running around my mom's guest room. So, but regardless, whether I end up back here tomorrow or if my stuff gets done, we will be streaming tomorrow morning. So I'll tweet the link, and then I'll have it already scheduled on the channel. So please go ahead, and if you haven't already, subscribe. You can set the notifications too, so that you'll get notified when we start the trial in the morning. And for anybody who wasn't in here earlier that didn't hear the 13th juror announcement that we did. So what we're planning on doing is tonight's show for the cold case babysitter trial. We're not going to do it tonight. They're finishing up stuff today. So we're going to get all of the main clips together and do a show on it tomorrow to wrap all of that up. And then Monday, we'll have our WTF Moments show on Sunday. That one's a blast. It's all the WTF moments from the last 2 weeks. We're going to do it every other week now instead of every week. But next week, this is the cool part. So we are going to start doing, we're going to have the 13th juror during the day like this, because we're going to be streaming this trial. But at night, we are going to do night court. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8:45, 7:45 Central, we are going to do like throwback trials. So we're going to do like Menendez brothers and O.J. Simpson and, some of the stuff that's, some of the things that happened that we all know about, but maybe haven't actually watched all of the trial stuff. So we're going to have our night court shows are going to be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we're going to do the throwback trials. So it'll be a blast. So I'll put that up on the website too, and I'll tweet all of this stuff. So I will tweet. Yes, I will tweet before we go on. I didn't this morning. I literally rolled out of bed and within 70 seconds was already live on stream. But thank y'all so much. And for all the new members that we have today, we had a bunch of new members join. I appreciate that so much. We will post the link on my Twitter. If you don't follow me on Twitter, it's at Brandi with an I in church. And then I'll have the stream set up. I'll go ahead and schedule it so it'll be on here. So I appreciate y'all hanging out with me and watching this trial from my old neck of the woods. So I appreciate it. And thank y'all so much. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for reporting to jury duty.